What's up, Dodo? How you doing, sir? The downside of the DLCs is they keep adding fucking shit, so it takes me more weeks to get the pet for her. It's annoying. I know, right? If I'm still grinding to level 100, then please kill me.
Daily tournament. Quarterfinals. Round one. Fight.
Oh, it's actually my own.
さあファーストラウンド注目していきましょう。オーバードライブアーツ、タワーの圧力が増してきた。ターゲットコンボできっちりダメージを取っていく。ここで飛びが通る。体力差はある。これは通らないか。値瀬届いた。プレイヤー1、先に1本もぎ取った。この勢いのまま行きたいところ。さあドライブを1つ。プレイヤー1、先手を取った優位を生かせるか。ここでバーンアウト。上から来た。この飛びはガードが間に合う。パリー、様子見が続く中、先に仕掛けるのはどっちだ。飛んでいる。ここで飛んでいる。ターゲットコンボ、あっと投げはスカル。うまく投げていった。飛び道具でダメージを取りたい時間帯か。近づくのすら怖い。うまくワンチャンス作ってねじ込むこと。フィニッシュ。もうやるしかない。駆け抜けるしかない状況。これは精神的にくるやつ。
Oh wow, look at my fucking health.
どうやって両立。勝負の一撃だったが届かず。気合いで抜けた。やっちまった。めくっていく。飛びはバレバレ。プレイヤー1、見えている。EC 選択からのここで球を打つ。さあこれは痛いぞ。これ以上はまずい。壊れちゃう。これは精神的にくるやつ。犠牲を使う。火力を上げる。ここから襲いかかる。プレイヤー2、この画面端でここは切り返したいところ。EC 選択からのここでバーンアウト。どう うにでもなる体力差。逆転の青写真はどう使ってきた。ここでフィニッシュ。
That was way hard.
ファーストラウンドが始まる。戦いの火蓋が切って落とされる。プレイヤー2、若干体力リード。この距離は飛び道具を使う。この距離は弾打ちで牽制していくか。値千金の入れ替えとなるチャンスが訪れる。プレイヤー1、さあ追い詰めた。投げは届かず。飛び道具が決め手となった。プレイヤー2、まずは流れを作った。このリズムのまま倒しきれるか。ここはバックステ選択で濁す。 TCK でコンボを伸ばす。この距離は球飛ばし倒しきる。ついに始まるこの対決。両者気合は十分。よく抜けた。プレイヤー2、相手を壁に押し付ける。対空はしっかり出ている。落ち着いて相手の動きは見えている。ここで弾を撃つ。流れが静かになったこの状況。
Both armor thanks to all of the drinks I can drink.
ここで飛びが通る。
Oh my god, there's no guy.
一進一退のまま試合は中盤へ。大きく試合が動き出すか。これはいい形で入れ替えた。投げも見せて壁のプレッシャーを上げていく。プレイヤー1、さあ追い詰めた。ターゲットコンボを叩き込む体力もゲージも見えていた。素晴らしい状況判断。プレイヤー1、先に1本もぎ取った。この勢いのまま行きたいところ。さあドライブを一つ。プレイヤー1、相手をあっけよ。
Sure what that guy was thinking. Well, it's AI. Not thinking anything.
We have a winner.
Level 80, yay.
Normal turn. Quarterfinals. Round 1. Fight.
さあファーストラウンド注目していきましょう。対空はしっかり出ている。落ち着いて相手の動きは見えている。飛び道具で相手を動かしていくか。コマンド投げを選択。ここで飛びが通る。大きな体力差がついた。この逆境どう覆す。危険な状況になっている。ミスはもう許されない。たまに被弾避けられずか。
I forgot that one doesn't disappear when you get
ラウン
hit.
ド選手、この好機を生かせるか。
The one that lost.
さあここでドライブ。倒しきる。
No. I'm doing the tournaments real quick.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, too early. Oh my god, this fucking kid. Annoying. Fucking hate Guile. Oh no, Rashid level 90, I'm dead. Ain't no way.
前のめりな一撃は不発となったコンボでダメージを与えていくプレイヤー1若干体力リード待ち構えるか飛び道具でペースダウンを図るかここはガードでしのぐここは飛び道具での牽制圧力をかけていく壁際での球打ち丁寧にプレッシャーをかけていくプレイヤー2さあ追い詰めた
Alright,
ここでバーンアウト
let me know.
掴んできたお互い後がないこの逆境を跳ね返すか鮮やかな逆転劇プレイヤー2この一本は大きい次で決めれるか渾身の一撃が空を切るここで飛んでいるマイステップこれは読めていたか投げを使ってガードを崩すプレイヤー2相手を圧倒しているこの距離は球飛ばれなければ超強力投げでフィニッシュ見事に卓を通した
Sick.
Better luck next time. Style rank up.
They're just driving the kids out here.
Fighting ground. Practice. Character guide.
Hashtag just the tip. Apparently we've done most. I was doing the wrong fucking. Huh? Oh. My bad. No. Bruh.
Do you plan to fight at all?
Fuck's sake. Problem is, the forward... If I don't let it go in time... Oh, it's not doing it. If you quick, it turns into it buffers the forward. You have to like be really... half circle with it instead of quarter, because otherwise it's gonna fuck me over. No! I was pressing DP. Not this character's DP. I'm sorry. Thank God, finally. Bruh. Bruh. That's the easy part. Right? No, you keep pressing the wrong fucking buttons. What? It didn't. Bro, I pressed it though. Like you can see right there. Neutral kick, motherfucker. Fuck's sake. I feel like I had that, but okay. Apparently not. Bullshit. Scheiße. Oh no, the wrong one. Okay, this is quite doable though. There's like no damage, but yeah. Wow, I have to. Okay, that's gonna be so fucking annoying. Wow. Some little combat shit right there, dude. Fuck. That worked. No, he didn't hold it. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Fuck, I was so close. I was close there. No, I forgot it swapped. Bruh! What the fuck? Can't do it under pressure. Oh, come on. Let's go, bitch. Oh my god, there's another one. Oh. You must be joking.
Locked on.
Really? Oh, Rumbuckets.
Locked on. Continuing mission.
It's really close for this button. close. No. I done fucked it up. Got him.
Locked on.
Complete.
Can we stand medium punch now? Pushes back less on hit and block. On hit, this is a buff since you can get combos more reliably, and you can even combo 2 of them and still confirm out of it. Stay medium kick's hitbox was adjusted to make it better at counterpoking lows. Heavy kick is now -3 on block, up from -4, which honestly doesn't seem like it would affect anything at all. It pushes out less. I presume so Kemi can't use it as an all-in-one anti-approach tool. I guess if you drive rush into it, it's now +1 instead of neutral. But I'm not sure if that's genuinely the reason for the change. The low pushback is actually very appealing in this context, but I feel like Kemi has other better options. Towards heavy kick cancels to drive rush 2 frames sooner. You can now get juggles into things like stand hard punch or back hard kick. Kemi's hard punch TC saw numerous improvements. The cancel window was extended, making it easier to single hit confirm. The damage distribution was changed, so it's a bit stronger if you cancel on the second hit, and they lowered the scaling. The TC itself is a bit less juggle friendly. You could do 2 of them in the same combo last version. The really interesting thing is you can now cancel the final hit of the TC, and Kemi's on the ground so you can cancel the ground specials. You can go into medium or EX drill, medium or EX uppercut, super 1 or super 3. You can also now drive rush cancel it if you want to make it safe. Though frustratingly, there's a 1 frame gap even with your fastest block string, so the opponent can match DP actually. Light Spiral Arrow adds less JP and juggles, meaning you can get more stuff after it. For example, this combo used to get the weak hit of uppercut, now it gets the strong hit. Apparently, if you charge heavy drill and release it a little early, it will come out faster but still is the level 2 drill. I didn't even know this was a thing, but it's something Kemi had even last version.
Wait, what? Say that again?
Apparently, if you charge heavy drill and release it a little early, it will come out faster but still is the level 2 drill. I didn't even know this was a thing, but it's something Kemi had even last version. Well, now the leniency to release it early is 2 frames wide instead of 1, making it easier. Sadly, with the earliest release, this still doesn't combo from stand hard punch without counter hit to the best that I can tell, so I don't actually know what it's for. I'm sure Kemi mains can tell me in the comments.
I gotta max out Gammy.
Online.
Jamaica, man. Why is it always Jamaica?
Hit the streets.
Jamaica. Jama. Saan kayo, Deadmon? I turned that around, but it's fine. Give gifts, please. Yuck. What's her level? About 10. It's 50, right? You. Oh shit, it's 0. Okay. Let's buy 10 more. Buy 8 more. Hey, hey.
United Kingdom.
Okay. You there. I will buy your adoration with gifts.
なんだ
I learned you'll eat anything, apparently. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. Why are you making the screen go to black, bro? Oh my god. I'm just here to grind her costume, dude. Ah. Shit.
ありがとう
I don't even know what I gave her. Come here, you. Come. Okay, I guess no. Bro, do I have to buy the cool costume? Is there no way to get the other one? I want the other one. Oh my god. That costume is fire though. Sucks. How the fuck is that not in my shit? That's bullshit. Predatory, I swear to God, dude, this DLC feels so predatory. Bro, I got the Ultimate Edition and clearly it's not Ultimate, is it? I ain't got the fucking costumes. They're still like, oh yeah, $100 more. The fuck? Jesus Christ, bro.
ありがとう
Yo, yo. Was ist los? Platz. Platz. It is going extremely well. Of course. That is what I do. Even when I lose, I'm still winning because I'm me. Yep. I like that too, I know, right? Like, let's be honest, I have it better than pretty much anyone in the history of mankind. We all do, right? Positive thinking. I'll message you about the details. I'm standing right here. Just tell me. And now I have to do the quiz before I can go further, right? Yeah. Oh, son of a... Oh, no, no.
Ah. そうだ。なんだそうだ。
Sure.
なんだ実はだがおいそういえばあだがそれがなうんそうだうんおうんだが
That costume is the one I want. You have to pay for it. Bullshit. I've got the ultimate edition. I've got the ultimate pass. Like, fuck you, Capcom.
いい
Like,
か
money grubbing horse. Jesus fucking Christ.
よし
That is some bullshit.
それじゃあそうかいいかなんだおい
Round one. Fight.
I win.
Round two. Fight.
I win again.
よし
There. That's that. At least we can see her ass now. Progress was made. Bruh, it costs actual money, dude. Oh, they can go fuck themselves, bro. How can I not buy this with fucking drive tickets? Is this garbage? Absolutely, utterly reprehensible. Like, not even the fucking... At least these can be built with drive tickets. It's still fucking disgusting, bro. Like... Ultimate Edition. Go fuck yourself, Capcom. Unbelievable.
Fighting ground.
Dichting ground.
Practice. Training. Gambit Temple.
Definitely the stage begin.
Another mission awaits.
DJ. Lily. Luke. Jamie.
Oh, I am fucked that up.
Gambit Temple.
Sorry.
Another mission awaits.
Alright, whatever. I think it first one. I was trying to truly randomize it by going and then start. But yeah, I pressed circle a bit too much. In a row. I love this song, bro. It's so good. Hey, drift on die zak af. Give me a second. Fucking can't. Oh, she knocked over the garbage bag. Oh, fuck off.
Intercept preparations. Complete.
There we go. Pick them out. keeps leaking the fucking garbage bag. Alright, dude, have a enjoyable stream. Oh my god, it sucked, bro.
You're in my way. There. There. Strike. There. There. There.
so normal is 27. You can use it slightly early because I have 25.
You're in my way.
Bad fingers. Why do I keep doing this one? doing.
Assessing damage data.
I'm gonna need a thing. I need a break. Such a good soundtrack, bro. Fuck. wrong button, dude.
You're in my way.
We are about to get smashed. I do have to go to the bathroom as well.
Here comes a new challenger.
Oh shit. Got the range character. No, bullshit.
Round
did nothing happen to lane? What? Oh, I tried to that's not true. Oh shit. I was grabbing. Nice, we did.
Ryu wins.
Oh, he left. Oh wow, typical Ryu. Oh, what?
Cammy. A new warrior has entered the ring!
No, fuck.
Here comes a new challenger.
Should have probably gone to the bathroom.
No mercy for you.
Round one. Fight.
Some characters have it easy.
A new warrior has entered the ring!
毒はいかがですか No mercy for you.
Round one. Fight!
Oh, I didn't mean to do that one.
Right. Who's next?
Round two. Fight!
That's something I wanted to throw at.
Cammy wins!
I can string 2 hits together, but that's about it. Like, it doesn't go much further than 2. Jesus.
Right. Who's next?
Round two. Fight!
Oh my god, I've never really seen it.
You're in my way.
The game fucked me a little there. Fucking punched the wrong way.
Fight! Round! Fight!
Ooh, that's the wrong one. Got lucky there. No? Okay, bathroom. I'll be back. Oh.
entered the ring!
No mercy.
Round one. Fight!
There. Right. There. Fire arrow. Take my chance. There.
Round two. Fight!
Oh my god, dude. When your character has everything, it's retarded.
You're in my way. Fire arrow.
Judy wins!
What's with all the fucking one and doners, bro?
Now, find a new rival. Round one. Fight!
Dude, you fucking the DI.
Round two. Fight!
Oh shit. Come on, the one time I press it, motherfucker. Typical. Oh my god. I didn't have it anymore. It burned me out right in front of it. I'm going back to Akuma, dude. Fuck it. That should not have beaten me, let's be honest. Fuck. Bro. Stop. Didn't even give me time to go to the menu.
Akuma. A new warrior has entered the ring!
This guy's gold? What? No.
Round 2. Fight! Akuma!
Maybe it was.
Round 1. Fight! Round 2. Fight!
Shit. Never mind. Emergency DP for the win. Oh no, I should have. Whatever.
Here comes a new challenger!
Oh, great.
Show me everything you have! Round 1. Fight!
That was a good one. Wait, what?
Round 2. Fight! The sweet spot!
I did it again.
Here comes a new challenger.
Don't expect me to be a pushover.
Round one. Fight.
I keep fucking that up, man. Ballsy.
Round two. Fight.
Bad mistake.
Oh my god, bro! How am I losing to this guy? Jesus. Ugh. This embarrassing.
Fight. Round. Fight.
No? What? You did fucking heavy too, dude. I got lucky.
Akuma. Win. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Akuma. Win.
That's bitter.
Here comes a new challenger.
Wonder if it's that modern. Nope.
I'll take on all of you.
I'll take on all of you.
Fight.
He was waiting for it. That's pretty nice.
two. Fight.
Am I dead? I might be straight up dead. Yep. Especially with Akuma, right? Jesus. That's ridiculous.
Fight round. Fight.
Oh, fucked up.
Akuma win. Round one. Fight.
Ah, shit. Guess he expected a jump.
Round two. Fight.
Oh my god, I keep getting stuffed. Yes, I got lucky there. Where is my grab? Oh, I'm dead.
Look at this body of iron. Fight round. Fight. Good man.
Oh, I don't know why I grabbed there.
Akuma win. Round one. Fight.
Guess he was done. Something tells me. You sick of my shit, eh?
Here comes a new challenger.
Don't expect me to be a pushover.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, okay, I didn't expect you to look that.
That's right!
Round two. Fight.
Feel like that should have hit.
Pay attention! How's this?
Well, I guess it's...
Final round. Fight.
Fuck up. I have no... Why do I... Oh my god, dude. Keep freaking pressing the wrong buttons. What?
Akuma win.
Bye, Felicia.
challenger.
I'm ready.
Round one. Fight.
See? Where's my DP?
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh my god.
Round two. Fight.
That's safe? Whoa.
Final round. Fight.
Some characters every day. Oh, Jesus Christ, what is this nonsense? I can't believe that's safe, bro. Some characters have it so fucking easy. What is this garbage that just happens? Oh my god.
Round one. Fight.
Here we go.
That was so late. Some characters have it really easy. Holy shit. Yeah. This character is easy mode. Holy shit.
Did you see that?
Round two. Fight.
Which has like 3 moves.
Final round. Fight.
But then. Damn it. It is like the most random fucking parry. Some characters have it so fucking easy. Holy shit. Are they all safe? I need to. Oh, how can I do that on block? Fuck. Oh, what's the move called? Ultimate frame data. Lily. All of them are plus. That's absolutely disgusting. Some characters have it easy.
Here comes a new challenger. Round one. Fight.
Oh my god, these people.
Round two. Fight.
Wow, I honestly think this guy is pretty run of the mill.
Round one. Fight.
Where's the crossover? He clearly was gonna.
Round two. Fight.
Hello? Oh my fucking god, dude. We need better developers, bro.
Here comes a new challenger. Round one. Fight.
No way. Where was my DP? It would have killed.
Fall to a wonderful battle.
Round 2. Fight. Manon win.
Manon. I guess it's one and done Saturday.
Here comes a new challenger. Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Akuma win. Here comes a new challenger. Round 1. Fight.
a knife grab there? What the hell is that? Oh my god, this character is so fucking annoying, dude. The terrible ass. Whoever designed this needs to get fired. What? Of course. Whoever designed this character needs to fucking get hit by a bus lightly just so it gets inconvenienced. Nothing physical, but you know. What a terrible made character. Fat fingers. This guy, man. He's really not that good, but his character is just so annoying. What? What? That links, yo, bro. Just give him the game. Why even make me? Why even make me play if the fucking frame rate is just gonna magically fucking change? I was blocking. What I keep jumping, dude. The guy's like the easiest champion in the game. Terrible fucking game. Some characters are just way easier to play than others. I think Jamie is like one of my least favorite characters. I hate everything about that character, dude. The way he's drawn, the way he acts, like everything about that character just screams asshole. And I can't turn that off.
Here comes a new challenger. Show me everything you have. Round one. Fight.
lift. That's why you gold. That's why you gold. No spine. Like, why playing Zangief of all characters if you're gonna rage quit, bro? Jesus. You choose like one of the hardest characters in the game to play. Fucking idiots, bro.
Here comes a new challenger.
Gotta do
Round one. Fight.
Hadouken! Ha! Hadouken! 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 Hup! Hadouken! Hadouken!
Round two. Fight.
Hadouken! Tora! Hadouken! Hadouken! Not so fast! Bring in the heat! Inu! Bet that hurt.
Akuma, win! Round one. Fight.
Up and over! Pay attention! Go time! Come here! Come on, Houston! Hadouken! 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 Hadouken!
What? Where was my forwards? Oh my god, dude. I'm so bad, man. I lose to the dumbest people, bro.
Round two. Fight.
No way. Oh, I forgot that's fucking plus, man.
Hadouken!
I gotta stop being dumb, man, because these guys are gonna win with experience. Right? This guy's brain dead, but
Ken wins.
it's skin, so it works out. Find any leaves. Like I said, brain dead. No spine.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Akuma win. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
It's gonna do way less damage because it was a perfect parry.
Akuma win. Round one.
it's so late. Wow.
Akuma, win!
You know he was jumping.
Round one. Fight!
That's supposed to be a fireball. Gee,
Round 2. Fight.
no way, bro. Where's my fucking jab? I'm dead.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god, bro. This fucking game. Some characters have it so fucking easy, dude.
Round 2. Fight.
Are you serious, game?
Final round. Fight.
Oh, I guess. Bro, that was at the very least a fucking throw tick, bro. Some characters have it easy. It's not.
Here comes a new challenger.
Don't expect me to be a pushover.
Round 1. Fight.
No way, bro. Oh my god. How the fuck was that not? Oh my god, dude, this game is so rigged, bro. I fucking grabbed through this guy's fat fucking head. Nothing happened. What a joke of a game, dude. No way, I can't believe that works. That is so sad. Holy shit. What a pathetic game, guys. Unbelievable.
Ken wins. Round 1. Fight.
We really deserve better developers. These guys ain't it. What? Where's mine?
Round 2. Fight. Akuma wins. Round 1. Fight. I am the prize. Round 2. Fight.
It's blocking. I think. Some characters.
Fight. Round. Fight.
How the fuck do that links, bro? And there was a jab. This game is such a joke, dude. What a fucking joke. This guy grabbed me out of a jab when I have fucking advantage. Unbelievable, bro. Why even make me play at all then? Just give him the fucking game. I figured.
Round 2. Fight.
These people are so sad, man. Some characters have it so fucking easy.
Fight. Round. Fight.
How, bro? This fucking game is so goddamn rigged, dude. Look at what he gets off of literally nothing.
Akuma, win! Round 1. Fight! Round 2. Fight!
Once a bitch, always a bitch. GG. All right. Oh, like 3.5 hours of that. Roughly. Oh, I gotta get the where to go. All right, boom! It's choo-choo time. Bruh. Fucking Street Fighter, man. I am dying. It's 32 degrees in my room. What the hell? I didn't even realize until now. I'm gonna be brutally honest. I can't remember for the life of me where I was. Sup, Exquisite? You missed the hype, man. I just got done playing Street Fighter. Oh, what the fuck? The fuck? What the fuck? When did that happen? 117 is not that bad. No, it's like literally the maximum you can find. It's perfect. Fuck is this? Oh. start a trade maybe. Kinda helps, right? How much am I making here? Fuck all! But 240 times 5 is better, so... that would make that... say... I'll do like 480. Yeah, 10 of these. I'm an idiot. I forgot that there's no more farm supplies in this. Oh my god. Yep. I goofed. Only mildly. Yo. Figures. She's like, oh no, I'm about to lose him for a couple of hours. Blech. Clean this up first. Ooh, this might be a high one. It always lies the first time. Every time. Yuck. Oh, I fucked up again. God damn it. Oh my god, I'm fucking everything up, dude. I fucked everything up. I don't need coal, I need lime. Everything here is wrong. Oh. Fuck my life. How am I gonna fix this? I have no idea. think I make tons of money. Crap. Should boost the Pharaohs quite a bit. Oh. Fuck it up. The other one's going back because they already went the wrong way. At least now this guy will start. I have to add one carriage to all of these. no. Oh, sorry. I forgot I was playing multiplayer. This isn't accept farewell. I didn't place it close enough. Is this Breedale Road now? That's better. $480 per, so we're getting not nearly enough. I need probably like 2 more trains. How do I only have 76%, man? I don't understand. Oh. Wait, what? Was that in relation to what I just say? Oh. There's like 0 chance that I'm only doing 67%. Like, they're all waiting for slap. Makes no sense to me. I need way more drains on that line. Fucking hell. have to wait. I don't want to get rid of the goods. Yo. You jumping on? The hell? He's scaring the blue some bloom. This guy. No, wait. Who's doing? What? You're not. Fucking
What's up?
Yo.
Oh man, it's been a long day. What's up, Costas?
That was weird. That was a weird problem.
Did you know if you throw pennies down and buy cigarettes, people give you money?
What?
See, if you throw pennies down and purchasing cigarettes, people give you money.
Okay.
And just a little FYI. Fun fact of the day.
Okay, it's working again. The hell was that?
Quote of the day. How long have you been? 4.5 hours? How long have you been playing OpenTD?
About an hour.
I know you were on Street Fighter. About an hour. What year is it?
1935.
1935.
Download faster.
I'm trying. I like how it citrus me on your stuff. Like, look how cool this business is. Look at these train tracks. It's a massive, like... Actually, what do you have going on? Pin side transfer. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 stations to a slab yard and a arc furnace. Yeah, I cannot tell what you have going on.
Just
I have
wait
no
till you
idea.
need it. Structural steel is a nightmare.
Plate mill. Inside forms.
Finally, some speed.
Why do you have 2 stations at this farm?
Each farm needs its own station for farm supplies. Told you this yesterday.
Oh, this is 2 farms. We're trying to like what's it called? I didn't realize that was 2 farms. 3 farms. Yeah, I didn't even know that was 3 farms until just now.
Yay! Company value $1 billion. Might be rich as fuck, boy.
I'm at 21 million.
That's adorable.
Wow, always looking down on the mom and pop shops.
The little people can fuck off.
Wow. Wow. The little people made you. That's why they're called crap people, because they're small. Look, all of my stuff. Blocked all my what is this? Took Treble City as well? Wow. Look, I even see some crap people like worshipping the statue here at the church. What is this? You even built a church in Treble City? How dare you?
I don't get why I've only transported 50% of the billets and blooms when I can literally not. Like, it's not going fast enough. And now it's going up.
You didn't build anywhere close to red side. Why me? Why am I special? Or yellow?
I needed the scrap.
Wow.
Took it.
You also think I can build train tracks around train tracks at this stage?
Yeah, just build over bridges. Super easy.
Make me pay more for a bridge.
I
You
made
have all these-
tunnels. What are you whining about?
You have all these lines.
Bridges are
blocking
cheaper than
me,
tunnels, I'm pretty sure.
trapping me inside.
No, trapping the city so it doesn't grow out of control.
Larnham City. What's this even at? Lost track of the map again. It's like one of your main cities. Okay, I'm further south. Here we go. Funwell Wharf. Where's my city?
What?
It still needs coal? How much coal does it honestly need?
Okay, that doesn't really matter.
7%? What? Is it just me, or does this math not add up? So, 360 tons of coal in a month. I have a train that carries 336 tons of coal, and it makes 2 trips within a month. How is it only 7% transported?
I'm having a similar issue.
What?
Not 7%, but 78%.
This is way
even though
worse,
I'm
man.
like grabbing everything as long as
What are you
it's
talking about? the 17th of September, 0% transported. That makes 0 sense. This train just left without coal. Oh no, wait, never mind. It has coal in it. You just can't tell.
Didn't work at all. Oh well.
Still not getting how mail works. Wait, actually, hang on. This in Builder's Yard, okay. So the city says it needs mail. So I assume it needs more mail. Can I get more mail if I build another mail station, like a truck station within the city, or does it need to be transferring mail from other cities?
Other cities.
Okay. So this one station is going to be like all it needs for an entire city, like no matter how big it gets. So like let's say I put like a mail station on the right side, like east side, and then one on the west side of a huge city. Will that make a difference, or is just one doing the same exact thing?
One will do the same exact thing, but you need a lot of goods, right? Eventually, so you might need two eventually.
Oh, I got like 5 stations down, 5 bus stations for that. Like I got like a central transfer for goods and all the other stuff, and then a specific drive-through station for mail. And then that mail is going to the transfer. So the transfer is going back and forth between like, the city mail station and the transfer station. I just didn't know if you cover more houses in your city, if you get more mail that way.
No, that doesn't matter.
Okay. These lines are very useful. So glad you drew them. I didn't know you were gonna play this into it. I didn't know they grew this big, honestly. This fast. I mean, you have been playing, I guess, hours each day. I didn't know you were gonna play this much.
I mean, I'm nowhere near supplying even everything for the city builders, so not even close.
That's actually insane to hear, considering how much progress has been made. How am I losing mail? I mean, profit.
Maybe?
12 bags of mail. Oh, it doesn't carry that much. We got shot.
No way.
Well,
are just exploding with emails from Democratic lawmakers, the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, coming out condemning political violence. The governor of Michigan, Democrats very quickly
so
to
insane.
condemn this act of violence, to distance
These people
this from their political party in any way. There is no suggestion
violent.
that there would be a connection.
Did Trump
but
finally
they're
get
very
shot?
clearly
What's going
trying
on?
to
Definitely got shot
out
at.
of the gate say that there is no
Trump did?
place for political
Possible
violence
shots
in our
fired at Trump
politics
rally.
at
Trump
this
safe
moment of
Secret
such high
Services.
tension. An
Yeah, I
important
forgot who that
message
was
to be
though. Was
sent
it Trump
at
or
this
someone
moment,
else?
Trump.
Just 4 months out
It
of
was
the
Trump.
race that was
Red
already
Trump rally?
tense. And we're seeing world leaders. We're
sorry.
seeing the Hungarian prime minister, the Israeli prime minister, others describing this as an attempted assassination of the former president, current. This is an attempted assassination of the former president, current leading candidate, not just for the Republican nomination, but potentially another 4-year term.
Crazy.
And Margaret, I'm just getting an email now from CBS News contributor Richard Esposito. This says that
Yeah,
according
none
to
of this
multiple
happened with
state
Biden.
and
That's
local
insane.
federal
Like they said, take a look at what happened.
Camel 7.5.
Oh, he's the screaming ladies. Yeah, because you see him like go out.
Moving is there. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Move. Go.
It's crazy that they didn't get the mic, bro. Holy shit, get the mic, yo.
We ready?
You got to send me this video. What?
Are we good?
Link me in the video when you get a chance.
Are we good to move? Let's move.
Let me get my shoes.
Hold that in your head, bloody.
So we gotta move to the closet. Let me get my shoes.
The very late fired. Certainly, the Reuters news agency
Yo,
reports
this is gonna bump his ass up in the polls a lot, bro. Guaranteed.
that shots were fired at that Trump rally in
Jesus
Pennsylvania.
Christ, man.
We saw there once
You can
those
see the fucking he got lucky, bro. That like
Like they said, take a look at what happened.
a centimeter to the right and he's fucking dead, bro.
sounds were heard, if indeed they were shots, that the security team surrounded
If
Donald
indeed they were shots, then where's he bleeding from? If they weren't, this guy news is so retarded,
This is actually insane. Like,
right?
I get Trump can be an
Some of
extreme,
the graphic
but
America,
nothing
bro.
was done about nothing
some
was
of the
done
reporters
about
on the
Joe
ground.
Biden.
We're just getting a new update that from our reporters Olivia Rinaldi
Like,
and
no
Jake
riots or
Rosen,
anything?
and I'm sure you're getting this update
About
as well.
sending a guy,
That
an
people
old
are
man
being
with
escorted out.
Alzheimer's,
Jake Rosen spoke to an
to be
emergency room
president,
physician who saw
but yet
a
they
man
all
shot
hate
in
Trump.
the head with brain matter on the ground.
just
That's
for being
according
like
to
an
an
average
ER
guy.
physician
Like, you know what I mean?
performed-
That speaks his mind.
Someone
An
got shot
ER
in the head,
physician performed
apparently.
He's not
CPR,
that-
but he did not-
he's not that
he's
bad.
dealing with that at this moment. That's Jake Rosen, our report. To be clear, Jake
People in this
Rosen, our
country are
reporter on
just
the ground in
absolutely
Butler,
brain dead.
Pennsylvania, has spoken to an emergency room physician who saw a man shot in the head with brain matter.
I mean, I
on the
know he's
ground.
no
That's based on
saint, but
Jake
wow,
Rosen's
it's uncalled
reporting.
for.
Jake looked at the camera after the incident, saw blood coming from Trump's
Guaranteed.
ear in some
He's
way.
gaining 10,
His
20
neck. Jake
points
was
off of
on
this
the
dude.
scene. He was
Minimum.
a reporter on the scene. Scott McFarlane, who has been
Yeah,
on the
most
ground doing
likely.
excellent reporting
But then
as
again, the
well.
people who voted
Heard
for on Joe
in
Biden
his
are
view,
probably
8 to 10
the
explosions
ones
based on his
that are insane
reporting.
enough
He
to do
said
this.
the crowd ducked
makes
based on his
sense.
reporting notes, hit the ground when a popping
Yeah, but
sound
here's the
occurred.
thing: you gotta get the independence, bro.
To Margaret's point,
And the
there was a
independents,
popping
they're not gonna
sound.
like this.
The press was under the risers. They saw Secret Service swarm to the left
Not
of
sure what
Trump
you mean
following the incident.
regarding the
saw
context
helicopters
on that
come
one.
in a few minutes after. That's based on the ground reporting from Olivia
As
Rinaldi,
in,
Jake
this is
Rosen,
gonna
and
be
Scott
smeared as
McFarlane,
the left
who
is
are
trying to
in Butler,
assassinate me, and the
Pennsylvania.
independents are
we do
gonna
have
eat
that
it
reporting
up.
that at least one
Oh, the
person has been
dependents.
injured in critical condition, and it is still early.
you mean like the
a lot
independent
more
party?
details will come out.
Yeah, like,
people's
you
conditions
need-
Yeah,
change.
okay.
They go
You need to
up,
get
they go
independence.
down.
You're not
We'll
becoming
learn
president
more
with just
about,
your base. You
hopefully,
need
President
independence.
Trump's condition. We are told he is safe, but we don't have the details. Was he hit directly? Was he just grazed? We're now being told that Vice President Kamala Harris has also been briefed on the incident. We know that President Biden has been briefed by members of his cabinet. Now Vice President Harris has been briefed. She was also addressing crowds today at her own rally, as was the First Lady. All of these figures out on the campaign trail as this campaign heats up. And this is happening, this political violence, at a time when there is such tension in the country, yet people still are going out to support their candidates, still taking those risks and going through all the security measures needed to be there, to see the democratic process play out. And now we're seeing really the cost of those risks. Clearly a catastrophic failure of security. The Secret Service is investigating. This is a live investigation, and many questions will be asked in terms of what went wrong.
No
Who
surprise
was able
there.
to enter this area? Were they able to shoot at this area from outside the security perimeter? We still don't know. It's still early. We're still just getting initial details in, but the crime scene is active. We are told by our reporter Olivia Rinaldi, who was there,
Bro,
that crime
check
scene
this
tape
out.
is
What
up.
the fuck
The area
is
has
this,
been
bro?
cleared. We have heavily armed security personnel
Fucking
who
lefty
have,
media, dude.
entered this fairground, essentially, is what it is.
Loud
in Butler County,
noises.
Pennsylvania. And this is
Fucking
a
hell, these
part
people are
of this
retarded, bro.
battleground state that has supported former President Trump twice. They went for him in 2016, again in 2020. So this is somewhere where he enjoys a great amount of support. And of course, for something like this to happen, chaos ensued afterward. This is what we saw on the video.
Bro,
This is what
I'm
we're
telling you,
told by
this
our
image alone.
reporters there. We now have some new video. We're going to play it for you right now.
That image alone. New video. Up, back up.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay.
They really photoshopped this?
This video doesn't today.
This is
So
video.
they photoshopped him with the American flag above him? Or is this from a different
She follows President
Can't
Trump.
tell.
She's been to countless rallies like this. And there's our Scott McFarlane under the bleachers, as he told us he was. And this is a moment where
That's too good.
all of the training that we've all been through in this country, of all ages, for what to do
You
when
gotta put
there
that in meme.
when you
Put it in
hear
like the
shots
meme,
fired, everybody gets down, ducks, and tries to
form-
figure
like
out
the-
what's
you know,
going
the
on.
white
Yo, what's up,
lettering
man?
or whatever.
Watch this footage of the attack.
All
as
it
it took place.
is
You
is
see
no
Rachel Scott
man,
from
Like,
shit
you know
to
how
me.
those
Is that for
comments
real?
do memes and stuff.
in the
Put
bleachers,
pictures
there's
and like the
chaos.
white
Trump
The
just
presser-
got
the
shot
presser
the
near the
fucking
stage
hell,
where
man.
President
The moment
Trump
Trump
raised
won the
his hand in
election,
defiance as
Does
he's
it know
escorted
who?
off
Just
stage
send it to the
after the
internet,
incident. We just
tweet
got a
it.
And there's the
statement
blood, you can see.
for CBS News, which just received a statement from President George W.
Why
Bush,
is
the
my
former
truck
president, said, quote,
struggling?
Laura and I are grateful that President Trump is safe following the cowardly attack on his life, and we commend the men and women of the Secret Service
God.
for their speedy response. So as Margaret said, Democrats and Republicans coming up with statements tonight showing solidarity at this American moment of attempted violence and possible assassination attempt
Yeah,
of former
dude.
president also.
Secret
weighing in.
Service
took
don't
it
fuck
down.
around, bro.
reason I underscore what our colleague Scott McFarlane
Was that in the
was
video?
saying
Did I
in terms
miss
of
that?
the
No
catastrophic
way. Who
failure
shot
of
at him, man?
security is this was
I need
not
to watch that. I'm
unexpected.
gonna log off in a
That
second
is the
just
point.
Marvin, was
The
that in the
Secret
video?
I'm just like,
Service was
fuck-
already on
fucking
edge.
loud, man.
All U.S. law
And you've
Was
been
it
Oh,
loud?
I just now
there's
noticed the
been
signs.
a-
Joe
there's been
Biden, you're
a
fired.
sense of on edge throughout the world, but especially at U.S. military bases.
Well, certainly, but even just our Pat Milton was reporting earlier this morning, ahead of Milwaukee, any mass gathering these days is of high concern because of the threat environment.
And you saw how quickly they rushed the stage. They were there on edge, like you said. We actually have new cell phone
Dude, there's-
video that shows
Oh,
what
what?
appears to
There's
be the
just
shooter
so
down
much
on
going
a
on in this
rooftop.
video.
Now, this is consistent
Reading
with
the
information we're
bottom,
getting from federal
the
sources
signs in the
saying that the
background,
gunman possibly
whole
fired from an elevated
Secret Service
position. Let's take
dealing
a
with
look at
what's
this
going
video.
on.
It appears that we're seeing someone.
New AI tool can predict whether people with mild memory and mental agility problems are likely to go on to develop
Someone on a
Alzheimer's
roof there,
disease.
potentially this is someone who was outside the security perimeter.
future.
I'm going to bring in our reporter Olivia Rinaldi. Olivia, what can you tell us? We've been getting some of your video in the newsroom here. What did you see? What did you hear?
Adriana, it was a terrifying moment.
Oh
You know,
my
Trump was
God.
probably a few minutes into his remarks, and all of us were waiting for a vice presidential announcement. Instead, we heard successive loud noises, loud bangs that were playing. It sounded like shots. We immediately took cover. I pulled out my phone and I started recording. You can hear my voice there, pretty shaky. You could start to hear Secret Service also through Trump's microphone trying to get him down on the ground. We were down for probably, it felt like a lifetime. It was probably like 30 seconds or so. And then I popped my head up and I could see Donald Trump surrounded by security and Secret Service and pumping his fist. And he wouldn't, they were trying to get him off the stage and he was resisting them a little bit and putting his fist up in the air. After that happened, they cleared him. We could hear the motorcade leave right away. Our security personnel was with us as well. We had all gotten down. We saw Scott McFarlane next to us, and a couple of pieces of equipment also fell down with him as we got down on the ground. Chaos ensued after that. I was looking at the bleachers to the left of where Trump was, and you could see people cleared out of there. You could see some blood on the bleachers as well, and I watched police unfold yellow crime scene tape and put it there. It was shocking and it was scary. Reporters that I talked to, I mean, we're at these rallies multiple times a week. I was just at one in Doral, Florida. It's the unimaginable, but it's something we prepare for, and it's something that, as Margaret was saying, security personnel prepare for. But overall, just a very, very tragic event that happened here today.
That's the moment this guy wins the election, dude. Right there.
Really be ready
Guaranteed.
For. Olivia Rinaldi, thank you for that report from the ground.
unless it comes out that like he orchestrated it, you know, to get a bump in the polls, which is highly unlikely.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is not orchestrated.
This is where he wins the election,
But
dude.
I wanted to underscore and come back to when I said this wasn't
This
unexpected.
is
I meant
powerful
because of that
footage,
threat
bro.
environment. But I wanted to go to
You're
the
gonna use the
specific
fuck out of
language
this. I would.
that was in a report that Pat Milton
100%.
put out
Play that
earlier
everywhere.
today.
You
She
get that picture
obtained
that I
the
sent you.
joint
You
threat
plaster
assessment
that
was
shit
in
everywhere,
preparation
bro.
for the RNC that's just about to get underway in Milwaukee, that large Republican gathering. And at that time, law enforcement said no credible specific threats were identified
that's pretty great
at
when
the
you fist
time
pump the
in
air.
the assessment. But there was
Right
a
after getting
warning
shot
that
in the head, yeah,
RNC
pretty
could be
much.
viewed as an attractive target due to the symbolic nature of the political convention. So they were putting out a general warning to be on alert in Milwaukee, where a lot of those Secret Service agents are concentrated right now. The Secret Service that was with the 45th president and Republican nominees, who we're looking at ushering him off stage. In that photo, you can see him with his arms around those officers encircling him. They are with him at all times, his detail. But I'm just underscoring here that the FBI, Secret
I'm just
Service,
spitballing, but I'm
DHS,
thinking
the
America
Milwaukee Police
just dodged a
Department,
massive bullet.
Southeastern Wisconsin Threat Analysis Center, all of them right now out in Wisconsin are on high
If he
alert
dies
because of
from an
this
assassination attempt,
political
you got a
violence,
civil war,
domestic,
guaranteed. 100%.
violent extremism, which means somebody radicalized here at
Well,
home.
to be honest,
and
I've
the
been
terror
expecting a
threat.
civil war for the past 5 years.
Yeah, I know.
an
That's what I'm
environment
saying.
where
Like
we are all on
that
alert.
would have
We
been
have to
the
learn
starting
more
shot,
about
dude.
that
If
shooter
it's
who
not
has
already,
apparently
if
been
it doesn't
neutralized
like
this
light the
reporting.
powder
They'll
keg.
wanna
Because if he
understand
dies
his
there,
motivations.
and it turns
and
out
he
it's some
connects
leftist
to
guy,
the
bro,
path,
you
but
got
he
fucking,
was
you got
a
blood in the
lone
streets,
wolf.
dude. Guaranteed.
Any other details as
Oh, yeah, there's definitely gonna be
Sam
blood in the
Vinograd
streets,
and
but
others who
I'd
are
say
operators
9%
can give
chance of a
better
civil war
context too. But I
happening.
just want to make sure we put
Pretty
in
No, I
more
mean like if he
context.
had died.
An
There was a
actual
warning
legit
that went
civil
out
war.
as
Because
early
he
as
got shot
this
in the
morning
head, Ben.
about the potential
He got
for
grazed.
violence
Sorry.
at
If
the
again,
Republican
if that's a
convention.
centimeter
We
to
can
the
expect there will
right,
be
he's dead.
similar warning
If he
at the
dies,
DNC when it gets underway in August.
when people
Worry, and
are
here
already
we
thinking that people
political
are like
violence
out for him,
unfolding
he's-
at a political rally
Bro,
in America.
this is gonna get
Scott
spun so
McFarlane
crazily.
was there. He was ushered out by security personnel. We have him now on the phone. Scott?
I'm not sure
Scott, if
why
you can
I
hear me,
can't
go ahead.
replace this vehicle.
He's not getting anything.
Can you dial into that same number?
We've lost Scott McFarlane, but I'll bring it back to our discussion here and summarize what we know so far. For anyone joining us now, shots have rung out at a rally in Butler County, Pennsylvania.
I know,
where President
right?
Trump was
Well, I don't know.
addressing a
I'm not
crowd
sure about
of
that, to be honest.
thousands, something that he does day
this a
in and day
tram
out.
vehicle?
These events have happened so much. The security protocols are typically so tight. metal detectors, wands, bomb-sniffing dogs, Secret Service in uniform and in plain clothes. And we saw, as soon as what sounded like firecrackers rang out, Secret Service personnel rushing the president, removing him from the area. His fist goes up. He puts his hand to his head, and you can see in the close-up photos of the president blood on his face. We have been told by the Trump campaign, as well as the Secret Service, that the president is safe. We're told that he was examined or is being examined by medical personnel. We don't know where he is at the moment. Our Scott McFarland, who was on the ground, reported that he saw a helicopter arriving on scene. Bob Costa is here with us.
Scott McFarland has been doing exemplary work along with our team on the ground since he can't join us just now at the moment. To reiterate Scott's reporting and our reporters on the ground, Scott says he heard between 8 to 10 explosions, popping sounds. He saw the crowd duck. He hit the ground when he was sitting under the bleachers. He heard this popping sound. The press was under the risers, most of them around that area, very close to the stage. They witnessed the Secret Service swarm to the left of Trump following the incident, climbed on top of the former president. Then they saw helicopters come by a few minutes later. They did see Trump head toward a motorcade. Helicopters arrive in some way. Our reporters on the ground, Olivia Rinaldi and Jake Rosen, just to underscore what we know, this is an active crime scene. They are setting up tapes still, talking to bystanders, witnesses, blood seen on the bleachers, blood seen on the T-shirts and pants of those leaving this rally, people being escorted out. There was a lot of anger, confusion in the air. Jake Rosen spoke to an emergency room physician who was there, who says he saw a man who he believes was shot in the head.
And Bob, we have that video. Let's play it right now.
I heard the shots.
Oh, damn.
I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, he's been shot, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around and was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter.
Was he standing next to the gunman or something?
There's a helicopter coming in to get him. I got people there really helpful. I got
Was there only one person shot that you saw?
Then I did CPR, did chest compressions as well as I breathed for him.
One person. And there we have an eyewitness account from a man who says he is an emergency room doctor and rushed in to help a victim who had a gunshot wound to the head. We are also getting news from the Associated Press reporting that the shooter is dead, and
from our affiliate,
KDKA.
Our affiliate, KDKA, that the Butler County District Attorney told our political reporter, John Delano, that 2 people are dead. That's the shooter and an audience member. So the suspect
some random audience member died.
Neutralized. Add to that an audience member. One bystander.
From the gunman shot?
Yeah.
At that rally.
Trump? Yeah, the gunman died and one of the audience members.
And former President Trump injured, still trying to figure out the exact number of those who were potentially injured beyond Trump.
That's right. That's right. We have people on the ground. As you can imagine, we're all trying to get in contact with our reporters, either because there's so many phone calls being placed or because of security protocols. It's hard to get signals out. They're struggling. A lot of us, you see us texting because that is frankly
scary.
easier than getting people on the phone. But there are a lot of people who
How they locate them so fast?
went to that rally. There, as you were just talking about, to go into a rally like that, you go through levels of screening. So when you were showing that rooftop, I would assume that that is at a distance from the rally, that was not someone who was in the confines.
Is this video viral yet?
Where the rally was taking place. We don't know that yet. We need to get that kind of context from law enforcement.
The first one you linked to me.
Imagine that's why our producers in the control room put up
it
that
happened like
video
an hour
for
ago.
everyone to see.
Like an
and
hour
like
ago.
you said,
Yeah.
from our affiliate there in the area, we are being told that 2 people are dead.
Yeah, it's going to be viral
the shooter,
by the
as
end
you
of the
said,
day.
Margaret, and an attendee of this rally. I want to bring in Sam Vinograd, a former DHS official, a contributor to CBS News. Sam, where do you think this investigation is right now?
Turn your
what
fucking
are
microphone
officials
on.
on the ground doing?
What do you do to grow?
What?
Do you need mail for
We may have
towns to
lost
grow?
Sam.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Whoa, guys, can you fix your shit, please?
People who were at this rally are dead. That includes the shooter, according to the Butler County DA, and an audience member. Former President Trump appears to have been grazed in some way by a firearm discharge.
And we don't know how many other injuries there may be.
No, but our reporters, Jake Rosen and Olivia Rinaldi, Jake Rosen has provided interviews already about people leaving the rally with apparent signs of either being injured or being near people with apparent injuries, blood on their shirts, blood on their clothing. These are people who are Trump supporters attending the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Former President Trump is reportedly in a safe space, according to his campaign. The President Biden, briefed on this, as has the Vice President.
And I should say, I believe we showed that rooftop because of the reporting we had that this was from a distance and an elevated shot.
That it may have been, yeah.
But we should say, in the environment we are in, it is not difficult to get a weapon that you can get through a metal detector. Not all weapons, as we talk about those 3D printed guns and other kind of weapons, necessarily will be detected. And so we should give that caveat. But that rooftop we keep showing, I'd love to get more detail or context to that.
And no security is 100% tight.
What the fuck is the
go to
kilometer?
these events, supporters go to support their candidates, politicians who put themselves in front of crowds. This day and age, we all know the risks. But as you said, Bob, former President Trump loved these types of events. He loves these types of events. He likes to be as close to the people as he can.
His hand in the air as he leaves stage, he's on his feet. This really has, you can see him there ducking down. Something hit his head in some way. He ducks down. It really reminds any person who has looked at history in the past 40 years of 1981 when President Ronald Reagan was shot at the Hilton Hotel just outside by John Hinckley, trying to assassinate President Reagan. Reagan ducked down into his motorcade, went ultimately to George Washington University Hospital, just a few blocks from CBS News here in Washington. And there was so much confusion in the wake of that shooting. Reagan wasn't fully aware of how he had been shot, if he had been shot. In some way was saying maybe he can just go back to the White House. Ultimately, they decided to bring Reagan to George Washington University Hospital. These decisions happen sometimes in a nanosecond that can have enormous consequences for global politics, American democracy, a presidency. We do know the President Biden's been briefed. Former President Trump, his campaign says he is safe, and KDKA has been told by the Butler County District Attorney that the alleged attempted assailant, the shooter, is now dead. The shooter is dead along with a participant in the rally, and that coincides with what I heard from one of the attendees on the record, Congressman Mike Kelly.
What's the
of
chance
Pennsylvania,
that's
told me
this
just
guy's
a few minutes
Antifa?
ago on the phone. It was mayhem. People were ducking down onto the ground. There was concern that many people were being hurt.
And our Scott McFarland is outside the rally, outside where this all took place. Let's bring him back in. Scott?
These guys are fucking up in their
Go ahead,
productions,
Scott.
bro.
Can you hear me?
I hear you just fine. It's Scott McFarland in Butler County.
Scott, go ahead. You're on the air.
Yo.
What is the latest that you're hearing, and what can you see from where you are?
Okay, sorry for the imposition. We're having some bad cell phone signals here, and it's part of the response that we're also kind of pinned into a parking lot right now. Over the past hour, we've seen law enforcement and Secret Service just move people back further away from this scene. It's quite clearly an active investigative scene. I also noticed 2 helicopter landings, a minimum of 2.
Random audience
2 to
member
5
did,
minutes
shooter
after
did,
the former
and
president
Trump got
was ushered
grazed.
off-site or ushered off the stage. We know there are people in paramilitary gear, sidearms, moving through this area. Secret Service is here, so is local police. But a good chunk of this crowd,
I already made a meme.
hundreds of people, still remain near the site, sharing stories, some of them sharing embraces and tears, and trying to watch
Wait,
what
that was your
happens
meme?
next, even
Yeah.
from a distance.
Oh wow.
And everybody we're
That is
talking to
fast and has like
has a
perfection.
similar story to tell, that they may have mistook it.
Wait, which
for
one?
firecrackers.
That's
What are you
incredible.
talking about?
work.
It's just this one, bro.
Pop and the same decibel and the same tone and tenor of a firecracker, but everybody
It's not a meme,
recognized within
but-
short order it was gunfire.
Oh, you put it in the wrong
And
place.
they
You
hit
gotta put
the
it
ground. We spoke
the
to a
bottom of
lady
the
who was in the
screen
front
because
row.
it's
Just
distracting now.
steps
You gotta move the
away
text to
from
the bottom of the
former
screen.
president, who also
They're red and
described
white.
seeing a teardrop-style form of blood on
What?
the side of his face and a
They have
little
got
bit
white
around his
shirts on.
ear, and she heard him say, "Gotta get my shoes." To Secret Service, she said.
Yeah, but if you put it at the bottom of the
former
screen,
president was
the white
ushered
would be
off
over the
stage.
blue. It'd be much easier to
In
read.
Butler
No,
County,
no,
this
because
is
it-
a fairground.
And you get to see the entire
Farm
like the
fairgrounds, where
entire
there are
scene right
events
above
that
the
have
text.
people not of this size, but of quite a large size.
Like
There
right
are
now,
rafters
I'm
here.
just my eyes keep getting drawn toward the
hundreds, if
text, and
not-
I can't focus on the scene.
I'd estimate the crowd here as thousands today. Nearly all
I
of them
can't take in
though,
the scene in its
are now
glory.
gone.
And as you were speaking, Scott, we saw photos of former President Trump up close, and you can see what you just described and what that eyewitness
Look at Grace,
described
like,
to you
oh,
as
crazy,
almost a
bro.
teardrop type of bloodstream coming down his face, yet his fist was raised. He is defiant. He is defiant. There is that photo for you to see.
That's
We
the
are
moment
also
Trump won,
getting
bro.
More and more
Guaranteed.
statements pouring in, you know, speaking to just the heightened level of emotion
crazy.
right now. We're hearing from former Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
That reminds me, whatever happened to all this
who,
charges?
Of course, her husband was attacked at their home. She wrote,
Like,
as
was it
one
just
whose
because
family
people
has
were
been
mad
the
at him?
victim of
Like,
political
pissed off?
violence, I know firsthand.
Well, he was
that
guilty on
political
the
violence
first
of any
few,
kind has
somehow.
no place in our society. I thank
what
God
was
that
it, though?
former
I completely
President
forgot what
Trump
it was.
is safe.
There's anger,
He
though, from the Trump side.
supposedly paid off
Social media
a
post from
porn
Chris
star,
Lasavita, who is one of the top
and
campaign advisors to Trump.
essentially he got
said they
put
tried
in.
to keep
Well,
Trump-
he got found guilty of that for some reason. Like what?
They tried to keep Trump off the ballot.
How many
and they
people
tried
have
to
done
put him
that
in jail,
before?
and now
Right?
you see
Like a
this.
lot of people
So
know.
you see a
Like why is
politically
he
charged
guilty of
response
it
from
and the
Chris
others aren't?
Lasavita. The top
Taking
paid
it
off a
right
porn
to
star
where
to
Democrats
do
are trying
porn
to
star
prevent it from
things?
going.
No,
You
to
saw
shut up.
Speaker Pelosi, former Speaker Pelosi issue a statement
About-
talking about the
I don't know.
political violence
Supposedly
her
because
family
they
had
slept with him,
experienced and
but
condemning
that's not even
it,
certain. So
in
I'm
this
like,
context, and saying how
it's
glad
all a
she
bit of a
was,
sham.
that
Even if she did
former
sleep with him, who
President
cares?
Trump is
Yeah, that's the
safe.
thing.
This is life.
You have the
Hush money is paid
expectation
all the
that White House
time, bro,
will
and then
issue
for some reason
statements.
now it's
We
illegal.
know that
Okay.
both the vice president and
It's
the
about stupid as
president
the
have
fellas, I
been
got it.
briefed on what's
Like
been going
9% of
on.
Americans have done
They
much worse
themselves,
than
of course,
that.
have
Like, wow.
Secret Service detail, and you
Oh,
have to
porn star,
imagine
big,
that
big
there's an
whoop,
alert
ah.
level across the board right now. But one of the things that we do need to
It's kind of
pull
crazy
back,
to see
is
that
just
not in a movie. You know what I
incredibly
mean?
incendiary at
Yeah.
a moment
Like the
of
it is.
incredible
fucking guys
sensitivity
like speeding off
to
and
say
stuff in
something
in
like
those
that,
black
to
government SUVs and
allege
shit. Like holy fuck.
whatever they means.
It's like straight out of a
No
goddamn
context
movie,
to who
like a bad one.
They are who are trying to keep them off the ballot, but they tried to put them
Yeah,
in jail,
yeah,
and
I
now
don't
you
wanna be
see
in the movie
this.
anymore.
There's
Trump's
a,
top campaign advisor. In many
exactly.
ways.
non-paid
Those
extra.
words have extreme weight. But
I don't even get
if
screen
you-
time.
Just to separate topic, very much related. The language around this campaign has been about
You know what I am?
us versus
I'm
the
a number
system,
on the
me
screen.
versus them, that all the legal cases against Donald Trump he claims are politically motivated to prevent him from re-election by alleging that there is a connection to this attempt on his life.
Why is the city so
It would
so
escalate that. That is
cold-starved?
Pennsylvania State Police put out a statement. Adriana, if you want to.
We have that right here. Pennsylvania State Police confirming everything that we have been reporting, that shots were fired at former President Donald Trump today during his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. It says that they don't have an update on former President Trump's condition, but we know from the Trump campaign, from the Secret Service,
Mail, food,
both have
goods.
said that the president is safe. But we also don't know what safe means. Safe could be a lot of things. We did see in the video and the photos after this incident that the president had his fist in the air, that he appeared to have some blood
I'm not sure how
on the
to
side
fix
of
this
his face.
again.
We don't know exactly what happened, if he was grazed or if it was worse. There we have that picture. His ear there, the top of his ear is red. But like you said, Margaret, now is a time to bring down the temperature and assess what happened, ensure that everyone is safe. Already, one person who went to this rally to support their guy is dead. That's the reporting that we're getting from our affiliate KDKA. You know, I'm just thinking about who that may have been, you know, what mindset they were in as they were going to this rally. Like you said earlier, Bob, people attend these events, you know, like they follow them across the country. His supporters are so passionate, and what can change in an instant?
It's so true. And the tension in this country has been so high. There has been such a concern about domestic violent extremism and political violence. So cooling tensions, cooling tempers is what you would hope leaders would do in this dangerous moment, because this, as you're alluding to there, these are passionate people who showed up at that rally. It's hot outside. They're standing there. They went through security. They are there because they love Donald Trump. And they are now being told by the head of his campaign that there is some kind of alleged connection between what just happened to the candidate and whoever they are. In that, I'm referring there to top Trump campaign official. I want to read to you what I'm getting text from some of our reporters on the ground who were saying, Olivia Rinaldi saying there was a palpable feeling of anger towards the media after this happened. The people in the crowd turned toward them. They started shouting, telling us it's our fault. It's a very tense environment. So what law enforcement will now do is try to prevent any kind of retaliation.
Exactly. And the agency right now at the center of this, on the scene, is the Secret Service, which is conducting a live investigation. I want to bring in CBS News contributor AP Smith, who is on the phone with us, a former Secret Service official. Can you hear me?
Yes, I have.
Go ahead. What are you hearing from your former colleagues about what may have transpired? And based on your training, what are agents focused on right now?
Well, obviously, securing that scene and beginning an investigation is the utmost important, but that follows only making sure that the president, his former president, is safe and that, he's now in hopefully a medical facility where things can be looked at. So there's probably multiple things going on at the same time. It looks like from the standpoint of what we saw, the video and the pictures so far, that the Secret Service reacted in the way that they're trained to do. The counter-assault team, which you saw, the tactical team come up on stage, they're there to cover while the agents working the president either renders medical aid to him or evacuates him completely to get him out of harm's way. So all of that looks like it occurred in the way that it should have.
And your former colleagues, the Secret Service trains for this. I mean, I've done reporting at their training facility here outside of Washington, where there is there's a site that's a replica of a city where they train in cars to see if there is an attack on the president. What do you do? Where do you go? How quickly do you respond? And what you describe shows that training kicking in. You see agents rushing the president off site. You see agents in plain clothes clearing the crowd. This is now a crime scene. We have video, cell phone video showing someone who appears to be potentially the assailant, possibly on a roof. AT, talk to us about the security protocol when it comes to the area outside of perimeter and an open-air event like this. It's one thing to usher people through metal detectors and wad them down, but you can't control the sky. You can't control, parts of these areas that are outside the perimeter. How does the Secret Service account for that?
Well, and that's what the investigation probably will end up showing us, how far away was this assailant? What sort of access did he have? As you said, the security in these kinds of events, whether they're indoors or outdoors, or really, if you think of it, there are three concentric circles. There's an outer perimeter, a middle perimeter, and the innermost perimeter, which is closest to the protectee, the former president. So it will be interesting to see what the distances are here and, whether or not something nefarious occurred that they may yet have to get to the bottom of. But to your point, the Secret Service agents train constantly for this kind of an event at the Raleigh Training Center in Beltsville, Maryland. There's a mock pound, there's mock motorcades, and obviously they practice these kinds of events. And from the video, you can see how they responded, and that is the essence of what their training is. And not only that, you saw how close the former president's limousine was to the stage. So part of that is the equation as well, to be able to not only secure him, render what medical aid he may need immediately, which is probably why they stayed there a little longer than you would normally think. Instead of just grabbing him and rushing off stage, they wanted to make sure that anything they might do in that regard wouldn't further injure him. So they want to make sure that...
I want you to hold on the line for just 1 second, because we are getting word that President Biden has issued a statement. I want to go to Ed O'Keefe, who has that statement with him. Ed is in Milwaukee. Ed, go ahead.
Adriana, the president has issued a written statement saying, I have been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. CBS News can also report that the president will be making a statement in person or on camera later tonight. It is unclear where exactly, but he is at his beach house in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. And we're seeing word that the motorcade has left that house. So he may be going to a facility there in Rehoboth Beach that can be used for unexpected, unforeseen events like this when he might have to make some kind of a statement. It's unclear, but we'll wait and hear. We should also point out there have been statements tonight, rare ones, from George W. Bush condemning this violence and saying he too is relieved to hear that former President Trump is safe, and former President Barack Obama and his wife Michelle saying much the same. It's not often that you get former and current presidents making statements on anything, but obviously in a situation this grave, it is completely understandable. What exactly the current president might say and how he would speak to this tonight, and this attack on his bitter political rival, remains to be seen, but it's going to be arguably one of the most challenging statements any sitting president's ever had to make at a time of this.
I wonder if he can stay awake for this one.
You know, just ongoing sort of cleaving of the country and the nastiness of its politics, Adriana.
I know you gotta be talking about Joe Biden.
He's gonna make a statement later.
Politics and a horrific day
can't
in
wait to see
America.
Joe Biden after this.
Thankfully, former President Trump is safe. We're being told by his campaign as well as the Secret Service. The Secret Service, of course, their security is at the center of this. I want to bring A.T. Smith back into this conversation. A.T. is a former Secret Service official, and we're getting new information, A.T., that this is being called a sniper incident and that this person was outside of the perimeter. Tell us what it means when something's labeled officially as a sniper incident. What does that mean to you, and especially for agents working this on the ground?
Well, if that does turn out to be the case, then obviously it would be someone with a very long-range rifle, similar to, a deer rifle or something like that, with a long-range scope.
Well, apparently he was on a roof.
In fact, someone was in a place outside of that perimeter.
Yeah, they're calling it a sniper attack.
So they say what I said a moment ago. The normal security plan is going to involve three concentric rings of security, an outer, a middle, and an inner perimeter. If this person somehow made their way beyond that and was able to do this, that will be a point within this investigation, to try to determine what happened and why it happened, quite frankly.
And A.T., how large are perimeters for these types of events? I mean, for someone to have been able to breach the perimeter, have been posted potentially outside of it, and have the precision that they may have had. All we know is we see some blood on the president's ear. How wide is the perimeter usually?
It really depends on the venue. If there's natural barriers between, sort of the outskirts of the perimeter and a farther distance, and we're talking about, natural obstructions, then that is going to play a role in how big the perimeter becomes. It sounds like, if what we are hearing here is correct, and this person was in fact neutralized, there was a counter sniper team there whose responsibility it is to be on the lookout, to constantly monitor these long-range potential threats. And if in fact that is the case, and that's what happened, and they did neutralize him, it sounds to me like the counter assault team, counter sniper team reacted correctly. And again, if they've killed this suspect, then that's part of why they're there.
I have no idea how to get called to my city.
It is now the top of the hour, and I want to recap for anyone joining us the hard-to-believe incident that has recently transpired. Former President Trump, while addressing a crowd of thousands in Butler County, Pennsylvania, ducked as he heard, and the crowd heard shots ring out. The former president was swept away by
I like
Secret
how they try to
Service
push him off, he
agents,
just
as we're
stands
seeing
there.
right now in the video. And even after he ducked down, you heard those shots continue. We are
This is
being
definitely gonna
told
be on SNL.
that the
Between those
assailant
two,
has
a
been
skit between those
neutralized,
two.
has been killed, and our local affiliate reports that another person, an attendee of this rally, has also been killed. We have reporters who were there on the ground who've spoken to eyewitnesses who describe, of course, a chaotic scene. One person conducting
Colin Jost and
CPR on a
Michael
victim
Shea.
who that person
You know
said
that's
was
gonna be
shot.
that's good.
Shot in the head.
For
We're going to
SNL.
slow this video down so you can see it
What
in
part of that?
detail.
What is that? The weekend
The
update.
former
yeah.
president addressing
It's gonna
crowds
gonna show up on a
raises
weekend
his
update for
right
sure.
hand toward his ear and drops down toward the ground. It looks like he ducks down toward the ground. You see a motorcade leaving the area. There he is on a hot day in Butler County, Pennsylvania, where, you know, there are folks behind him, there are folks in front of him, there's security and Secret Service that jump in hardly a second after this happened. I mean, they just appeared out of nowhere. Scott McFarland was there and saw all of this unfold. Scott, we're going to bring you in. Bring us back to that moment when you heard that noise, what you thought, and what happened in this scene.
It was uniquely jarring. Again, it had that same sound of fireworks, that same tone, that same volume, that same rapidity, a series of about 8 to 10 of those. It took just a few moments, though, for us to realize it was something much more sinister than that. There would be no place for fireworks at an event like this. I was up on a press rafter, facing the former president from above, and those of us on the rafters jumped below to get beneath them, all kinds of equipment and tables falling on top of us to shield ourselves. And we can look out and see other members of the crowd, of which there were thousands here today, doing the same. Face planting into the ground, into the grass, up against the bike rack barriers that surrounded all the chairs here. We could see after the former president was moved off the stage,
best not miss.
some group of law enforcement in paramilitary gear rush as a unit to what would be the former president's right side of the stage. From our view, the left side of the stage, about 90 seconds after. Soon after that, we saw 2 helicopter landings, helicopters that almost immediately lifted back up. Behind me are cars that are in line to leave. They haven't moved over the last hour. It may not move. It seems that they have stopped the departures from the scene. This is an active investigation.
So I don't know what it
No
says.
doubt an active criminal investigation, and the crowd that didn't get out immediately is here now for quite a while. They're
Get rich or
in
die
their cars, air
trying.
conditioning running, with the exits either closed off or slowed down. It's like this fairgrounds,
Okay, I
kind of
see
in the
it
middle of
now.
nowhere in Butler County, Pennsylvania. It's a
It based
populous
its head
county,
up
but it's in a
its
remote
body.
site, the type of site where you could have
That's
all the
hilarious.
open space you
Okay.
need for hundreds, if not thousands, of rally goers. It's only a one-lane road in certain stretches that gets you in or out of this area. It's going to be a very slow departure for those who are here. But we're only a couple hundred yards from businesses. There are some manufacturing businesses, there are some car dealerships on what is County Route 68, which is within sight of the fairgrounds. And there's a law enforcement presence there as well, Adriana.
Like you said, that area now under lockdown. Anyone who is still within the area has to stay put. A very rural part of the state, a one-lane road, as you said. Scott, thank you for that eyewitness account. We're going to also show some video that our reporter Olivia Rinaldi, who follows President Trump, shot on her phone.
Oh my gosh. Okay?
Yes, don't.
We're okay, we're okay, we're okay.
Sit down now.
Sit down. You okay, Scott?
Yes, sit down. Everyone sit down.
50 cents Instagram. I don't have Instagram.
I can't see him. Where's our security?
We're going to bring in now someone else who was there, Senate candidate David McCormick, Republican candidate from Pennsylvania. Mr. McCormick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Please describe what you saw, what transpired, and where you were when all of this happened.
Yeah, well, I was in the front row. President Trump was facing the audience, and I was to his right in the front row. And he had just announced me and invited me to come up on the stage. And I was starting to get up on the stage, and then he said, "No, I'll call you up in a little bit." And about a minute or two later, there was a number of shots. The popping sounds, it was like 7 or 8 shots, and it wasn't clear exactly where they were coming from. It felt like they were coming to President Trump's left as he faced the audience. And, you know, it was just mayhem. There was the Secret Service immediately knocked him down and jumped on top of him. And then they got him to his feet, and they were surrounding him. And you saw this fist come out of the group, or, you know, I think making it clear that he seemed like he was okay. I don't know if he was actually hit or not. There looked like there was a little bit of blood, but his fist came out as, I guess, a sign that he was okay. And then to my back, there was some commotion, and I looked over my shoulder. Everybody was, the moment the shots happened, everybody got down on their knees or down on their, you know, laid down. And unfortunately, someone to my rear in the bleachers had been hit. And the people around, it looked like it looked like a large man. People were trying to administer first aid, and there was blood everywhere, unfortunately. And eventually, within a few minutes, the police came and carried that person out, presumably to get the
right.
kind of,
bro, if they're in any way related to the lift, this is gonna go nuts.
You know, a very frightening moment. It was clear that the president was under attack, and it was clear that you know, people were being hurt, and it wasn't clear whether there was one shooter or 2 shooters, or whether they were done. And so you can imagine it was a crowd of 15,000 people. It seemed about 15,000 is what the law enforcement people had told us. And so you can imagine what kind of panic there was with this kind of horrible thing happening.
And David, stay with us. You know, we just played video that showed that moment where everyone was crowded down, and in this crowd of thousands, everyone is just still, hardly moving, as they react to what are the sounds of gunfire. People thought they were fireworks at first. Then it became clear that it was gunfire. From your vantage point, how far were you from the president? You were in the first row. And could you tell if he was grazed, perhaps? I know you said you're not sure if he took a direct hit, but describe for me, from how close you were, what you could tell happened in terms of his potential injuries.
You know, I really couldn't tell. I did see just a little bit of blood as they were going around him, and then, as I said, I saw the fist come out, but I couldn't tell the nature of his injuries. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and initially, I wasn't focused just solely on the president when the shots started happening, and you know, it seemed from where I was sitting, the shots were opposite from me. But I think there's also a possibility the shots were coming from 2 sides. I'm not, you know, I don't know what's been discovered thus far, but I'm not sure it was just 1 gunman or 2 gunmen. But clearly it was, you know, it was an attack on and an assault on his life. And you know, the Secret Service almost acted instantaneously once the shot started, and were circled him.
Exactly. You see them encircling him. Clearly, their training kicking in. They're almost creating a perimeter around the former president, shielding him with their bodies. David, you described, you know, one of the former President Trump in front of you, and then a person behind you who was hit. So these bullets could have been coming from any direction, or did you have any sense of where they were coming from? I know that you said that you weren't sure if they were coming from one place.
Right. Well, it wasn't clear to me. From where I was sitting, it felt like the bullets probably came from across the other side of the crowd, because if they missed the president, then they would have hit somebody behind me, or you know, someone in my part of the crowd. So I thought I heard shots coming from that direction, but you know, others thought that they heard shots coming from other directions. And you know, I was a military person, so one of the things, it's always hard. It's not always easy to tell where the shots are originating from. So, and it's, you know, they weren't huge sounds. They weren't booming sounds. They sounded like almost a small caliber weapon. You know, in moments of chaos like this, you know, you always have to be careful you don't jump to conclusions. But So, but I think they felt like they came from the president's left from where I was sitting.
And David, you know, these events are loud. So for these sounds to pierce through the crowd and all of the noise, everyone reacting quickly, getting down. I mean, we've all been through lockdown training, unfortunately. Tell us a bit about the scene with the victim that you saw. Where did it appear that this person had been hit, and how severe were those injuries?
You know, it was really hard to tell. It was a lot of blood, so it wasn't clear where the bullet had struck him and how how severe the wound was. You know, he looked to be unconscious, but even that's not entirely clear to me. But it was obviously a lot of blood, so I'm assuming he was pretty severely wounded, and you know, I'm hoping and praying he's okay.
He died.
2-minute warning for Biden.
David, stand by. Thank you so much for that account. You were there. You were in the front row. I'm here with Bob Costa, who's been, as we're sitting here reporting to you, Bob is next to me on the phone, making phone calls quietly to all of his sources to find out what happened. Is the former president okay? We're being told President Biden is going to be addressing the nation in minutes. We're standing by for that. You see the shot that we have up, waiting for his arrival. Bob, what's the latest that you've been hearing?
I'm so distracted between
the latest remains the suspect has been killed, one dead in the shooting at Trump's rally. We're still trying to learn more from those witnesses who were there about what exactly happened on stage in terms of a firearm being discharged. Did it hit something and then ricochet onto Trump?
About the desert,
and then you see there's confusion about exactly what happened in terms of the injury for former President Trump. This is a major moment for President Biden. Not only the President of the United States, but comes just days before the Republican National Convention, and as President Biden is facing consternation in his party over his recent debate performance in Atlanta. The president is someone who has had his differences, to say the least, with former President Trump over the course of this campaign. But we are in a fragile national moment when there's this kind of violence at a political event for your opponent. This will be a presidential moment, if there ever was one, in the 2024 presidential campaign. We are soon to hear from the President of the United States, who is at his weekend residence, a place he loves returning to for peace and quiet, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Here's the president.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly. I hope when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully and without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that there's thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay? I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried about President safety? That was President Biden addressing the nation after former President Trump was presumptively shot at a rally in Pennsylvania. Shots rang out at this rally. We are told
well, at least they didn't stumble
the
too
potential
much.
shooter is dead. Someone in the crowd is also dead. But what really stood out to me from this address was the president called former President Trump Donald. I'm trying to get a hold of Donald. I hope he's okay. All of the kind of political vernacular has kind of faded away, and now he's talking human to human. He said Donald is with doctors. I'm trying to get a hold of him. He, of course, condemned what happened, condemned political violence. He said, quote, "It's sick."
He also said he's trying to learn more information. We do know that some kind of firearm was discharged, and we're trying to learn about how what exactly happened. We have heard from Donald Trump Jr. as well, just in the last few minutes, sent by an aide. Don Jr. was not there. Donald Trump Jr. not there. But he said, quote, "I just spoke to my father on the phone, and he is in great spirits. He will never stop fighting to save America, no matter what the radical left throws at him." Okay, we don't know about the intention of this shooter or motivation in any way at this time. That's a quote from Donald Trump Jr., the former president's son. President Biden, in his brief remarks from Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, a place where he likes to enjoy some peace and quiet on the weekend, not this weekend, having to speak out about violence at a political rally. He called it sick. Sick.
We have Major Garrett also on the line. Major, what do you take away from the president's remarks, and what are you hearing from your sources?
Well, first of all, everyone, I just got to Milwaukee. I got here about 5 minutes ago, right off the airplane.
Congratulations.
And was shocked to hear the news out of Butler, Pennsylvania. The president's remarks are all the nation knows, and he's at the top of the pyramid of all the available information. I can tell you this from Milwaukee. I just got off the phone with Reince Priebus, former Republican National Committee chairman, former White House chief of staff to Donald Trump, and now currently the chairman of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. He said three things. One, he's been on the phone with those close to former President Trump. The former President Trump is well, does not expect to change anything about the program here in Milwaukee, will come in here, if anything, more energized, more raring to go. That is a word from Reince Priebus about everything that is planned for the 4 days to commence tomorrow here in Milwaukee. I asked Reince Priebus, do you expect the security situation here in Milwaukee to change as a result of the events in Butler, Pennsylvania? He said, not yet. He said, but I will probably get a briefing in the not too distant future. There are a lot of other priorities ahead of that right now, but he's expecting that something might change. I can tell you this, having just gotten here to downtown Milwaukee, already the standard lengthy multi-block security perimeter is being erected as I speak. Blocks are being blocked off all around. That standard protocol for Republican or Democratic national conventions has been for many, many years. What we don't know is, starting tomorrow, will the plans that they had going into this event in any way be tightened as a result of the violence in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the very near miss on former President Trump. Reince Priebus did not have any insights into that. But what he does know and what he was able to convey to me is former president is well, expects to be here all 4 days in Milwaukee, and wants the program to go as planned. That's what I know.
We now have a doctor who was on the scene and treating people, Dr.
Okay.
Jim Sweetland. Dr. Sweetland,
I didn't notice that at
what
all.
did you see and who did you treat? What were the extent of the injuries?
Yes, hi. Thank you for having me on. I was in the stands about 30 feet away from an individual.
You don't see anything.
Head wound, a headshot.
They've shown that on
he was
the
on
news thing as well. Already.
Right, he was on the lower portion of the same stands. I was looking at the graph when I heard what sounded like firecrackers going off. I saw the Secret Service then swarm over Donald Trump, and somebody near the location of this individual cried out, he's down, he's hurt, he's been shot. And so, being an emergency department physician, I just went into muscle memory and went down there to assist him.
And how did you assist him, doctor? And what did he look like? What were the extent of his wounds? It sounds like this was a male. What can you describe for us?
He's a male. He appeared to be mid-30s. I believe he was Hispanic. He was wearing a Trump rally shirt. He was shot in the head. His body was twisted around and wedged between two benches that were in the stand.
Yeah, that video is being
He
shown.
was not breathing. He did not have a pulse or at all. He appeared fairly gravely ill. With the help of 3 other people, I was able to get him back up on a bench, and I administered CPR. I breathed for him.
Okay, so there's
CPR,
from these footage,
and also did
obviously,
chest
there's many more
compressions.
people shot than just one guy.
There was a lot
in Trump.
of blood that was spilt on the stands where he lay, as well as brain matter.
Doctor, did he appear to have any family with him, or did he seem like he was alone?
He seemed like there was 2 family members. I continued to try to resuscitate him. 2 Pennsylvania State police officers approached and tapped me and said, "We got him." They're big guys. They lifted him off the bench like a rag doll. They thought I was family. I said, "No, I'm an emergency department physician just trying to help." And they gathered up 2 family members and they left.
Doctor, this is Margaret Brennan in Washington. I am sorry for all that you have gone through. Thank you for sharing your account. I wonder if you can share with us any detail of what you witnessed in terms of whether you saw what the injury was caused by. Was there impact from the bullet, or, as we're seeing rumors of, was there shrapnel, was there glass that sprayed that also caused injuries in the area?
Yeah, no, this was a bullet wound that was in the right temporal area above the right ear. The bone was elevated, and there was profuse blood and excuse me for saying this, brain matter coming there. So it really was a bullet wound, an entry wound. Looking at him, I did not examine him beyond performing CPR.
Right,
I did
dude.
not see
And like I
natural
said, dude,
blood.
a centimeter to the right, and he'd be dead, and he'll be at a civil war.
In the area who might have had injuries.
Because then
and-
other people
and
are gonna
could you
get shot
tell
tonight. You
from
know
the
what I mean?
distance you
Like,
were at, what the former president was injured by. We can see in images that there was blood, but we don't know if, for example, he had a close call, if this was shrapnel, if this was glass, or do you have any way of knowing?
I have no way of knowing the injuries to the president. I was focused entirely on that poor individual that was shot. And I once you're in that mode, you really don't pay attention to surroundings. I did look briefly for any guns or weapons in the area where he was or around where other members of his family were. I didn't see any.
What?
How do I get my city to receive coal?
Coke oven.
Of the shot.
Again, I'm not a telemetry expert, but the way the wound entered, it was, I think, from trees or from a distance, it seemed. And sometimes it looked like an assassination. They'll shoot the individual in front of them so that they
well,
can shoot.
don't build too
the
much, because then it gets really complicated. But
I just
yeah,
saw
build a
that
coke
as I
oven.
was
Definitely.
I was dealing with this individual.
Yeah.
Doctor, since
Well,
you
there's
are a
only one
medical
thing that's
professional,
accepts
the fact
coal,
that
so you have to have a coke oven.
president was able to stand up, say, get my shoe. He had a trickle of blood, but he had his arms around others. That would, as we are hearing from these statements from his campaign, suggest that he is fine. What was it that you think took him off his feet?
I don't know, because I did not witness that. When I turned around, the Secret Service were already
Is it the goals
on him,
tab?
and my attention was entirely on this individual, so I could not really assess the president how he was
Like, I'm looking
walking
for
off the
what's it
stage. The
called?
first thing
The
I said
information
when I
that you
got
look
up, and I
up
turned to my friend and said,
for the city builder,
"Did
what your
Trump
city
walk off
needs.
the stage?" And he said,
The
"Yes."
book icon.
And so to me, that indicated that
And then
the
click
wound
next.
was not severe, at least at that moment.
Doctor, you were there as an attendee. Tell us about the level of security required to enter these fairgrounds.
It was quite tight. I mean, it was a good hour to get in. There were an hour to get in through in the line to go through the metal detectors.
So
I happen to have artificial knees that always lights up metal detectors, and they had to wand me after I got in. And they confirmed that I had that. It was quite tight. I felt pretty secure
Cold
there.
glass, structural steel, concrete,
Also, where my vantage point in the stands, I could
There's
observe.
no way I can get all the in without building industries inside my city.
I could observe what I consider to be SWAT snipers with silencers and different guns.
I think we just lost him.
The reason, Adriana, that description of the distance is so important is it gets to the security protocols. Clearly, the security perimeter was not broad and wide enough. If, as we were just hearing from our eyewitness, it took over an hour to get through those metal detectors and screening, and someone was able at a distance to take a fairly clear shot that close to a Secret Service detailee.
I just got a text from the former president's son, Donald Trump Jr. He's been on the phone with his father. He was not at the event. He says, as we've been reporting, his father is doing fine. He's doing fine. That's from Donald Trump Jr., the son of former President Donald Trump.
I understand our political reporter, Ed O'Keefe, is standing by. I believe he's in Milwaukee. Ed, are you there? Can you hear me?
That's right. Margaret, I can. Can you hear me?
I can. Ed, we already knew that Milwaukee was in a heightened level of preparedness security-wise because this is a large gathering. All large gatherings these days are highly scrutinized, but for the RNC, there's high security. Do you have any sense on the ground if protocols are changing or if any of the Secret Service you're seeing there has any indication of what went wrong?
We are, during the day, in the hours before this, we observed local police and other police agencies that get sent here to assist Milwaukee local police in dealing with things like traffic control, crowd control. They were out and about sort of reviewing the lay of the land, getting a sense of it. In the hours since then, we haven't seen a few blocks from the convention site any real change in police posture. But we know that around the time the former president's campaign rally was beginning, coincidentally, the so-called security sweep, or the thorough review of everything inside the convention perimeter, was beginning, led by the Secret Service. It was supposed to continue into the overnight hours. We'll see now if it is potentially extended a few hours or not. And we'll also see, as Major was reporting earlier, whether there's any change to events that are scheduled to begin tomorrow. I know of one, for example, convention attendees from the 50 states and the territories are invited to a large outdoor music and festival area on the shores of the lake here for a big event tomorrow night. We'll have to see if that is changed in any way, given that it is an outdoor event, like the campaign event in Pennsylvania. But otherwise, hotels here are beginning to fill up. Preparations are underway. One other piece of politics that's worth conveying, Margaret, while we're waiting to see what exactly Republicans decide to do with their convention, the Biden campaign let it be known moments before the president spoke that the Biden campaign itself is moving tonight to stop all television and digital advertising across the country to acknowledge this moment, and is working to ensure that all outbound communication to voters, in essence, that's fundraising appeals and advertising, is stopped. To mark this event. That is a notable pause, given that upwards of $50 million were supposed to be spent this month on that kind of advertising and other outreach.
Well, Ed, what you're saying, just to put it in context, this is already affecting the operations of a campaign 4 months out from Election Day, but it is also a choice, a deliberate choice being made by the Biden campaign to say this is not the moment for politics. It was very quickly that they got the president on air. Tell me what you thought about the language chosen by the president and the thinking in the White House and trying to tamp down any kind of perhaps retaliation.
When the current president speaks about his predecessor and bitter political rival, I had never heard him before refer to him in that way, as Donald. To Adriana's earlier observation, I would surmise, based on years of tracking him, that that's exactly what he was trying to do, sort of tamp down the politics of this and try to emphasize the humanity. Donald, after all, is a man, is a human being, is a father, is a grandfather, is someone who's followed and adored by millions of Americans and people around the world. So the fact that he very clearly said from the beginning, I'm trying to talk to Trump tonight myself, is notable, and we'll see whether or not that conversation happens. And the president didn't rule out speaking again tonight to try to help quell concerns across the country. That response, different to the one that Trump made in the moments after this, though perhaps understandable. And we'll just have to monitor here in the coming hours how these two leaders, and perhaps former presidents, Margaret, consider speaking out or doing something to try to quell the obvious rancor and violence that we've seen today and could potentially see over the next 3.5 months as the campaign continues.
Yeah, and Adriana, apologies if you've already reported that, but our Pat Milton is saying we now know the weapon used was a rifle, that the shooter used that. And in that video we were showing earlier of the downed individual
these people are
appeared
so
to be
dumb.
wearing fatigue.
Oh, it's been called a sniper attack. Oh, the shooter, we can confirm, used a rifle. Yeah, what else is he gonna use? A fucking pistol? It's a sniper attack, dummy.
Eliminated threat Secret Service took down.
That's new information.
And confirmation from Pat Milton as well, from two law enforcement sources to
Yeah.
her. The shooter was outside of that corded
Plasma
area,
rifle.
as we've been discussing. It was a couple hundred yards away from former President Trump. It was on that elevated structure, shot and killed by a member of the Secret Service counter-assault team. As Margaret said, the shooter's weapon was a rifle. New information from Pat Milton.
In other words, a skilled shooter to be able to take a shot like that at a distance with a rifle.
Well, he missed.
And to Ed's point, the current president is talking about unity, trying to cut through the politics and talk about the humanity of the situation. The vice president has also issued a statement. She says that she's been briefed. She says, Doug and I are relieved that he is not seriously injured. We are praying for him, his family, and all those who have been injured.
Well,
and
the news
impacted
anchor
by
went
this
like, oh, he's
senseless
obviously a
shooting.
skilled shooter.
She
Lady, he
continues and
missed.
says that we
I mean,
are grateful to the United
No,
States Secret
snipers
Service,
don't
first
miss.
responders, local authorities for their immediate action.
No, I mean, like,
Violence
if
such
he was
as
a skilled
this
shooter,
has
Trump
no
would be
place
dead.
in our nation. We must
Right.
Because the
condemn
first
this
shot, you make sure the
abhorrent
first
act
shot's
and
the
do
kill
our
shot,
part
obviously,
to ensure
because
that it does not
you have
lead
seconds.
to more violence.
And not even
Reporting from
clearly, right? He got
Cole
shot within
Skanga, a
seconds.
CBS News reporter.
Once
that
you
still
start
be
shooting
determined
and you if you
former
miss,
President
it's over.
Trump was hit by a bullet or from debris, some evidence he might have been cut
So
by
clearly
the
he wasn't
glass.
that
He's
good.
surrounded by teleprompters, which are plastic or glass, depending on the event. On stage, different elements are on stage as well.
Yeah,
Again,
that's what
from
happens
Nicole
when
Skanga at
snipers miss. That's
CBS
why they
News, the
can't afford
suspect
to
was
miss.
on a shed. Again, that elevated platform outside the security
die.
perimeter. Usually, multiple sources tell CBS News the president or Republican nominee would have some sort of protective glass in the area, but it's unclear at this event what the extent was of the security around former President Trump.
And this on a day when, you know, the campaigns are in full swing. Just today, I just read that statement from the vice president. She had a campaign event in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, that was indoors. These events have different levels of security based on the risk. There, of course, is more risk when you are outside. There is less ability to control all the elements. We don't know exactly what happened, but we do know that an alleged assailant has been neutralized. We believe him, if it is a man, to have been up on a roof.
CBS reporting at this point is that it is a male, and we're having communication issues ourselves on this end, and this is a breaking news environment. So stay with us in this fluidity. But I want to make sure that our control room in New York tells me that we have someone on the phone right now who was an eyewitness to events. I'd like to be able to speak to him. I'm told his name is Josh Dresling. Josh, are you there, and can you hear all of us?
Yes, I'm here, and I can hear you.
Wonderful. Josh, can you give us a little context? Why were you at the rally today?
I was just an observer there to take some pictures and see the goings-on of, you know, this whole movement in our country, and then chaos kind of broke out.
You're a journalist, or why? You stood in the heat in an hour, and you went through security and at this campaign. You're a pretty interested photographer. Tell me a little bit about why you were there and what you saw.
I'm an amateur journalist. I mostly cover music and that kind of stuff. So this was more of a personal kind of adventure today. I was there and bared through the heat and went through the security with, you know, there was several thousands of people there, and it was very hot. And
Yep.
I made my way to basically the center of the crowd. You know, I was a little bit off to the right of the podium, about 50 yards away, standing there with, you know, shoulder to shoulder with many, many other people. And then I heard one pop, and then a second pop, 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 and then there was like four or five that followed that. And it sounded like it came off from my right, which would have been Trump's left, where the video that you were showing, there was two people that were injured. I kind of think that these two people were in the line of fire, and that was the shots ricocheting on the like aluminum grandstand kind of seating there.
Yeah, we heard some of our eyewitness reporters were saying that they could see blood on those metal boards in the stadium area in the infrastructure. What are we talking about there, and who is that from?
I didn't personally see blood on the things, but I did see them, like paramedics and whether it was Secret Service or military or whatever, they carried two guys out of there. And actually, it's one of the videos you've been playing was a video that I had shot, but they were carrying him down the steps. And the one guy was able to exit on his own with some help from the other people. But another guy was being carried out, and he really didn't have any expression or anything. And they took them off to the side and laid them on the ground there, and were attending to them at that point. And actually, I'm seeing the video on your station right now.
That's your video that you shot.
Yeah, right there.
You filmed. Okay.
Correct.
And can you tell us if you saw the image that we have up right now of the person injured? Did you, with the American flag cowboy boots, were you able to see anything there? What happened and the extent of those
You know
injuries?
this is kicking off a shitstorm.
No, that gentleman there with the flag around him, they took him and laid him in the grass there, and
Want to use transfer?
they eventually loaded him into an ambulance. I don't know what type of condition he was in.
Putting the transfer option on the place I'm dropping off the product.
Transfers where you drop off.
Okay, cool. So this is.
But you have to pick it up with something else then afterwards, obviously. Transfer puts stuff on the station there. It puts it there, and then something else needs to come pick it up. It's for when you have stuff that doesn't get accepted there, and then you can drive it somewhere else where it does get accepted.
Okay, so what's the option to pick up coal from a truck stop? I need to pick
Just
up this
send
coal.
the coal truck there then.
Does it automatically do it if I just click the transfer the coal to the X oven?
You don't have to transfer anything. You just go there and pick it up like you normally would. Like, if you transfer... Okay, so here's the thing. If you send something to transfer, right? What that does is it goes to that station and dumps all of its cargo onto the station. If you then send a regular a regular ore truck to go pick that up, you don't have to do anything. You just load there, unload there, done.
Have any further information as far as that?
See, what I did was pick up from the train station, put it at the
Okay, Josh,
truck
thank you.
stop
Adriana
in my
or
city,
Bob, did you
and
have
now
any
I got to take
questions?
it from the truck stop.
I continued to hear
the
from
coke
sources
oven.
close to former President Trump, family members like Donald Trump
think I'm doing
Jr.,
this right.
top House Republicans, top Senate Republicans. They are all trying to give the family some space tonight as the family directly communicates with former President Trump.
No, I'm
How about
not.
those who have spoken
Yeah,
to Donald
it's
Trump
not
Jr. and other family
picking up
members say
anything.
former President Trump is reiterating to his closest advisors and family members that he is fine.
It's heading
But
for
so
coke
many people
oven.
on both sides of the aisle shook by this outbreak of violence in
So if the city's
Pennsylvania.
got
We are still
coal,
trying to
then where's
learn
the
more
coal?
about what exactly happened on stage. We have seen the images, we have seen the video, but what exactly happened in terms of the trajectory of the firearm discharge, if they were bullets, if there was some other type of event that happened in the vicinity of the stage.
how
We
much
heard from
coal
David
this-
McCormick, the Senate candidate, an
truck stop
eyewitness, and
has?
sitting in the first row,
Well, this transfer
watching the
station,
former president.
Just click on
the
it.
former president, though physically, personally defiant,
doesn't
we're
have
told tonight by those
coal.
closest to him, doing fine. Everyone in his circle shook. And you
Not
saw
showing
President
coal.
Biden tonight
Where'd the
weighing
coal
in.
go?
Not just a statement on paper, but taking
they not
time
been delivering
in
coal?
Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, a place he rarely makes comments, to make a statement about how he believes this is a sick moment in American political history. Former President Trump fine, the shooter killed, another person killed. But you see a security failure, as Margaret Brennan and others have been detailing with their reporting. A.T. Smith and others have been discussing. To have someone, as CBS News has confirmed, on an elevated structure, not that far, just hundreds of yards, mere hundreds of yards away from a former president of the United States, one of the most arguably protected people in the country. All former presidents of the United States have lifetime security from the United States Secret Service. A breach today in Butler, Pennsylvania. You can see the alleged suspect, who is now dead, on the roof of this structure not far from the crowd. And you had eyewitnesses now pouring out of this event in Butler, Pennsylvania, expressing astonishment that some of them saw this person on the roof and shocked that the Secret Service ultimately did take action to take out the shooter, but of course not in time before something happened with an apparent firearm. The former president, his fist in the air. That the photos in this image of Trump leaving the stage with his arm in the air have circulated like wildfire among his closest supporters and allies. And it should be noted, many of Trump's supporters on social media tonight extremely angry. It's not going to reflect all of the verbatims of what we're seeing on social media from some of the Republicans around Trump. But to be clear, this is still a politically charged moment as much as it is a crime investigation in a security moment. Many people already in this country very angry at the other side, not just on a partisan red versus blue level, but we cover it all the time here at CBS News. There's a visceral nature to the emotions that pour out on the campaign trail.
And to that point, Bob Costa, I was just texting with Robert O'Brien, the former national security advisor to Donald Trump, who sent out a statement saying we've got to take the political temperature down. He and Mike Lee, the senator, issued this jointly.
Good luck with that.
We've got to take the political temperature down, as evidenced by what happened in Pennsylvania today. So 2 key Republican Trump supporters calling for the rhetoric, the political violence, the threats of it to be lowered. That is in stark contrast to the head of the Trump campaign, one of the top Trump campaign officials you were reading statements from earlier. We are also looking at social media posts from other Republicans who are quite angry. Everyone should be angry that this security failure happened, but in a way that will raise further concern of someone misinterpreting things and perhaps carrying out further political violence. Law enforcement will want to lower this temperature. And words matter right now very much.
Well, we're entering, though, a period of extreme political charge with the Republican National Convention. We just heard from Major Garrett and Ed O'Keefe on the ground in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, because that begins on Monday.
We have on the phone another eyewitness from the event in Pennsylvania today. Her name is Melissa Schaffert. Melissa, I understand you heard some pops. You heard what we believe to be a series of gunshots. According to the log I see, there were at least 3 shots heard. How many did you hear?
I believe we heard 4 shots. It was very confusing because the shots did not sound like they were gunshots. It sounded like they were fireworks. And we were sitting about 50 feet from this giant green tractor, which is a combine. And I look over and I saw plumes of dust, but I thought, that's not what a gunshot sounds like. And then the chaos ensued and we all got down on the ground and I could actually hear bullets whizzing by. So I think the interesting thing to note when you're looking at all of the footage that is online and President Trump is directly in front of you on the screen, all of this action was taking place to the right of the president. So we were on the ground for about a minute. We all stood up, and that's when I posted quite a lengthy video on my Instagram that shows the exact area where we heard the gunshots coming from. Now, it's interesting to note that the gunshots obviously hit a large piece of equipment that was holding a giant speaker, and that cable snapped. And when that cable snapped, some kind of fluid came out of that machine. So there was fluid spraying, and there was a loud noise and equipment falling as well. So it was very chaotic.
I'm sure it is. I'm looking here at our producers logging the video playback that we've been watching here that's on your screen right now. And it looks like there was about a 30-second or so difference of time between when they heard shots and when the Secret Service said shooters down.
Yes.
That was a very quick reaction, it sounds like, including neutralizing the shooter.
Absolutely. We did not hear any shots that would have neutralized the shooter. I actually posted the video of the gentleman getting carried out of the stands that was hurt. And I also had a still shot of further back, them doing some kind of triage on someone. I had thought it was the shooter, but now as I'm watching the news, it looks like the shooter is on top of a building. I don't know if that is true or not, but I think it's also interesting to note that the Butler Farm Show area doesn't have good cellular service. So it was, you know, really people did not know what was going on. And it wasn't until I drove home to Grove City, Pennsylvania and turned on the news that I actually saw the president being hit with the bullet.
I believe, are you from Pennsylvania? Because I believe Pennsylvania is one of those states that allows concealed weapons to be carried.
Yes. I have a concealed carry permit.
Okay, so you know what a gunshot sounds like. Do you have any idea what
Bro, this
kind
is
of
crazy.
rifle this was?
I'm like trying to think of the
had to
implications that this has.
and
Like, holy
again,
shit,
I
if
don't
this
know
guy's
if I
like
was hearing a ricochet.
affiliated
I did
in
not
any way
hear
with the
a
lift, this is
rifle
gonna go
make a sound of a
massively
bullet
out of
leaving
hand.
a rifle because I thought it was a firecracker. I would have bet money on it being a low caliber
assuming
gun, a
anything's gonna get
22.
released publicly
But I could have been hearing a
about, like,
ricochet.
who
I
he's
also
with,
could
what's
have been
going
hearing
on.
that equipment being
I'm not
hit.
sure you can hold this back, man.
So yes, I do have a concealed carry permit, and yes, I do have.
I mean,
a
the
good
only thing
working
that
knowledge
would be
of
coming from that is
firearms,
like
and
people
I did not hear
on their
any
phones
shots.
after the fact.
After that,
Oh my
of
god,
the
Hassan is
shooter
such a
being
fucking
out.
retard, dude.
I'm sorry.
Hassan is such a retard.
He's clip farming harder than the
I have no
new
idea who
crop
that
of
is.
phase talent.
Some
He's
retards.
like phase Ronaldo. He's clip farming harder than Jinxie. He keeps throwing up his fucking face.
Many of these Trump rallies.
It's
one
over.
of our colleagues that
He's the biggest political streamer on the platform. He's also completely retarded.
I mean, that's politics. Soda ash. I need soda.
So I don't.
He also just posted this on Truth Social, ending with God Bless America. He said, much bleeding took place, whizzing sound shots. He felt something ripping through his skin.
Well, he is always colorful and graphic in describing things. And for him to say it was a bullet that pierced the upper part of his ear then would seem to contradict some of the initial reporting that it was perhaps shrapnel or glass that ricocheted and caused that trickle of
This
blood.
is his
He's saying
statement. This is his statement. We are still reporting out this story, and part of that report is detailing what the person who was involved in this incident, former President Donald Trump, has to say. His Truth Social statement is like us talking to an eyewitness or talking to someone at the phone who was there, but he was directly involved. It is clear former President Trump was injured in part with a firearm that was discharged from a building hundreds of yards away. He was visibly bleeding from the ear on his face as he left the stage, raised his arm in defiance as he left Secret Service on top of him. You can see the blood there on the upper part of his ear, a droplet of blood dripping along his cheek. So clearly something struck him in that area. He says on Truth Social tonight, he believes it was a bullet. We are still reporting out this story at CBS News. Part of it is his account as he sees it.
I am told that our CBS colleague from KDKA, Jennifer Barrasso, is on the line right now. She is outside the scene of the rally. Jennifer, what did you witness?
Hi there. So I have a witness right now. He had just showed up at the Trump rally just a short time before it started, and he actually tells me that he saw the shooter on the building, and his name is Benjamin Macer. Thank you so much for staying around. Just take me back. What were you doing before the shooting happened, and then what did you see and hear?
I was just standing there like everybody else, waiting for Trump, and as Trump started, I noticed 2 officers that were looking for something or somebody. I was looking around myself and seen a guy on top of one of the buildings go in between one building to the next, and went and told the officer that he was up there. And when I went back to my spot, I heard that people could still see the person from where they were standing. So I checked that out, and I went back to tell the officer that if he came over there, he could see them. And when I turned my back is when the shots started, and then it took me a second or two to figure out exactly what it was. And then it was just getting out of there and helping some other person out with her child, and we got out, and that was the end of that. And I went and left, and that was all.
So the viewers have some perspective. Behind us, okay, is the American Glass Research Company, okay? Can you kind of describe the building behind us, the tan building right there? Can you take a look at it? And then where was
what the fuck is
the
this
shooter
interview?
exactly?
There's more buildings behind the tan building that we can see, and we were back there, and there's 2 or 3 buildings behind that, and he was on both of them. I assume both of them when he went on that small section from one to the other, and that was where I last saw him, was the end of his day.
So this man was able to basically climb to the next building, and you told law enforcement, hey, there's a guy over there.
Correct. I don't know how he got up there. I don't know any of that, but I definitely saw him up there and the officer, and that was all I know.
Did you get a good look at the shooter?
No, I don't know anything about him other than I believe he had a gray shirt on, but that's about as much as I know.
And then what happened after the shots were fired? Can you describe just the panic and just the fear I'm sure you felt?
There was definitely panic. We started out of there, and I went away a little bit and noticed there was a lady trying to get out of there with her 2 chairs and her little child, and I helped her. I carried the child out and her chairs for her, and we got her out, and she said that her dad was still up there, and told me what he was wearing. So I went back up and found her dad and told him where he could find his daughter, and then that was it. I left and got myself out of there.
So the building where the shooter was, if you look to your left, it's that light tan building that we're seeing to the left of that brown building, correct?
Correct. Back behind the couple of trees.
And any idea just where he was positioned in terms of shooting at the former president?
He was just on the roof. That he would have been
going past that one,
almost parallel to the stage. I couldn't see the president from where I was, but I knew where the stage was.
So you were telling me that you actually told law enforcement, hey, there is a guy over there.
Correct.
And what was their response again?
He just took that information and went towards the building looking for the person, and I'm not sure. Like I said, when I turned around is when the shots were, so I don't know what happened with that. And then obviously my attention was directed somewhere else.
Anything, you said you're a local here. What do you know about this company here?
I don't know anything about American Glass Research. I assume they do glass research, but that's all I know.
And then another witness I interviewed, he just is baffled, just confused how, with all of the police here, the Secret Service, how this could have happened. Just what are you wondering right now?
I don't have much wonder. The shooter was outside of the secured fence. He never would have went through security. He was just far enough away, and it's an unfortunate thing that happened, and that's all.
Did you see him get shot?
No, like I said, my back was turned at that point, so I didn't see any of it.
Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. So there you have it. So the witness here just basically saying that he flagged law enforcement, saying that he saw this guy and that it appeared that they were looking for someone, and he then saw the guy on the roof.
This lady is a terrible
that I'm
dude.
talking to, just wondering
She's terrible
how
at
this
fucking.
could have happened.
What the fuck is this shit, dude?
Many people wondering exactly that very question right now. And no doubt, since this is a Secret Service investigation, we will be hearing more from them on those details as they get them. We do have a statement from the Secret Service at this time, and I want to share it with everyone who's tuning in at this hour. The Secret Service is saying today in Butler, Pennsylvania, at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots, no specific number listed here, toward the stage from an elevated position, as our eyewitnesses have been sharing with our audience, outside of the rally venue. The Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who's now deceased. Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and former President Trump is safe. One spectator was killed, as we've been reporting, and 2 spectators were critically injured. This incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has notified the FBI. So the Secret Service confirming from the federal level what our eyewitnesses have been saying in terms of the numbers of those injured, that the shooter was from an elevated position, and notably those shots were taken from outside of the rally venue. That is going to be a key part of the investigation here, why the security perimeter didn't include that area, how the shooter knew and could get to that elevated position and be able to take the shots that came this close to the 45th president of the United States.
And to that point, Margaret, we have new reporting from Nicole Skanga that there is now planning currently underway to expand the perimeter at the Republican National Convention to create a buffer zone around the event. And at 8:42 p.m. Eastern tonight, former President Trump issued a statement on Truth Social. He said, quote, "I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed." And also, and he said that he recounted, in his view, whizzing sounds, quote, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, he says, end quote, on his Truth Social account.
And Bob, you're talking about those changing security protocols. I want to go out to Milwaukee, where Major Garrett is already on the ground ahead of the Republican National Convention, a high security event. Major, I have to imagine it's getting even more protection at this hour.
Well, Margaret, let me share what's happening right now. I'm about 2 blocks away from the arena where the Republican National Convention will be held. It's just over my shoulder. You can't see it over my shoulder, but trust me, it's 2 blocks that way. Already, the security perimeter is being built around that convention site, multiple blocks in every direction. As I reported earlier on our special coverage, Reince Priebus, the chairman of this Republican National Convention, was not, when he spoke to me about an hour ago, aware of any changes yet in the security protocols here in Milwaukee. He said he would not be surprised if, in fact, the existing very extensive security protocols and perimeters would either be hardened or extended, but nothing had been relayed to him yet. I just want to tell you what's gone on in the last half hour here. We're, like I said, about 2 blocks from the convention arena. I've seen far more police cars circling this area in the last half hour than I did in the first half hour that I arrived here, coming straight from the airport. We've also seen 2 helicopters circling this part of downtown Milwaukee. I wouldn't say that is dramatically out of the ordinary for preparations for an event of this size and security, but we can't pretend that it's not happening and not noticeable. It is noticeable and meant to be noticed. That's what's happening right here in Milwaukee. A couple of other things I can tell you, Margaret. Talking to those in the Trump inner circle about the events that will begin here tomorrow. I've talked to two sources within the Trump campaign who tell me that already the speeches that were prepared are being rewritten, and the rhetoric will reflect this event. And many Republicans who take the stage, not just tomorrow night, but every night and the 4 nights of this event, will talk about, from their vantage point, Democrats, the left, liberals, using very harsh language about the former president, language they will assert cannot be separated from this event in Butler, Pennsylvania. That is probably something most people would assume, but I have confirmation that those speeches are being redrafted with this event in mind. And already I've been told that the former president had soft intentions before this event in Butler, Pennsylvania, to be at this convention each and every night in some capacity or another. I've been told to expect him to be visible tomorrow night here.
No doubt. Major Garrett there just underscoring again that they have extended the security perimeter around the Republican National Convention, which is set to get underway tomorrow in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in light of the incident that just happened. It is the top of the hour, so I want to just set the table for anyone who is tuning in. It's 9 o'clock here on the East Coast, 6 o'clock on the West Coast. And we just want to update you with a quick recap of the breaking news that we've been covering for the past few hours. We know that multiple shots were fired at a campaign rally today for Donald Trump in the key swing state of Pennsylvania. The former president of the United States and the presumptive Republican nominee for president has been injured, but Secret Service tonight says he is safe. He himself has issued statements to that effect, talking about what he has described as minor injuries to his ear. CBS has learned from law enforcement sources that the shooter was killed by a Secret Service counter-assault team. Sources say the shooter, who used a rifle, was acting from outside of security perimeter, something that Secret Service themselves confirmed. Secret Service also said the shooter was standing on an elevated platform. We know from some reporting that that was a shed. A rally attendee who was there to support Donald Trump was also killed. The former president posted about his own injuries on social media. He said he wanted to extend his condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. We actually heard from Secret Service that it was 2 people, or more than one person, who have been critically injured. And we will try to track their recovery as we report out this story. It is still in the early moments, and I want to get to Scott McFarlane, our CBS reporter who was on the ground covering the rally for CBS News. Scott, when really the unimaginable happened, given how high security procedures are at a rally like this?
It's a profound failure of enormous magnitude in securing this event. When you're on the rafters inside this rally site, you can see a car dealership, you can see office buildings in the distance. They're in your line of sight. But for everybody who came in, the thousands of people who are here today, you had to go through a magnetometer. You had to get wanded. Your bag had to be searched. They opened the zippers. They checked everything. They looked at your water bottles. Everybody who went through those magnetometers was screened. Yet something like this happened in America at an event secured by the U.S. Secret Service. I can tell you from being here, being in the middle of it, gunshots don't sound like they do in the movies. They just don't, at least not these. We all conflated them initially for firecrackers. Some of us are kicking ourselves for taking so long to duck for cover, and you get a sense now from all of the shootings across America, all the tragedies, why there is a fog of war during them. It's so disorienting. It's so disabling. You lose your senses. I can't tell you how many there were. I lost count because there was a fog of war going on. A lot of us jumped beneath the nearest thing we could find, chairs. We were beneath the press rafters. Things were hitting us in the head. People were running into each other. There was this collision of humanity. But I also can tell you that among those in the crowd who were last to leave, they were in a holding pattern here for hours. they just now have been freed to go. Overhead, there are still helicopters circling. I saw ambulances arrive minutes after the former president was taken away, which gave us an indication there were more medical needs on site. We also saw a different helicopter, potentially a medevac, land twice within minutes of the former president leaving. This is an absolute horror and trauma for those who lived through it, the thousands of supporters of the former president. And I'll tell you something else. Some in the crowd turned on us, heckled us, made gestures at us, approached the police line or the barricade they had near the media rafters. There were some, though, also, Margaret, who were heckling us earlier in the day, as often happens at these events. A couple of them came up to exchange good words when this was all over, to check on how we were doing. This is the mutual trauma for everybody involved.
No doubt, Scott, and I know you're still digesting and processing what you just lived through, and we are very glad that you are safe, along with our two other reporters, Jake Rosen and Olivia Rinaldi, and the rest of the CBS team. Bob Costa is here still on set with me. And Bob, you've been reading to us the details from the former president's statement describing his injuries. What more do we know?
Well, we know that in former President Trump's inner circle tonight, there is shock, and there is also growing outrage, including from those who are potentially going to be named in the coming days to be former President Trump's running mate. A United States Senator, J.D. Vance, 39 years old, from Ohio, a Republican who is seen as one of the final candidates, a front runner to be named as Trump's running mate, said that, quote, the central premise of the Biden campaign is that former President Trump is an authoritarian fascist who must be stopped at all costs. That rhetoric led directly to President Trump's attempted assassination. I share that, Margaret, with you because this is someone who might be named in the coming days.
It's already started.
Mate. He's a very influential United States senator. And
the blaming of Biden's
I texted with Donald Trump Jr.
campaign strategy.
He's issuing a statement on Truth Social about how he felt.
Yeah, of course. Wow. Like, they've been calling him fascist, they've been going after him criminally, like, of course they're gonna...
This comes also before the Republican National Convention.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised it happened that fast, but yeah.
Milwaukee on the ground, that's going to stop in any way. They're going to
no,
expand the
man,
perimeter.
immediately.
But you're seeing so many Republicans tonight. And you also see, just again, former
Never
President
let a
Trump
good crisis
is
go to
fine
waste.
Based on our conversations with his closest advisors and families. And I want to just read a part of his statement from 8:42 tonight on Truth Social.
I'm not the one that said
he
it.
said,
Like,
nothing is known at this time about the shooter who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. He closes with God Bless America, and we saw him raise his hand in the air defiantly, blood on his face as he left the stage.
He is recovering from these injuries now. This was a traumatic event, no doubt, for him. But I did notice there was no call for lowering the temperature, condemning all political violence, and really trying to signal to his supporters as well not to retaliate or to have any kind of escalation here. I just am looking at these statements.
There's a belief in his inner circle that he's under siege after being attacked at his rally. And so there's a lot of every text message I'm getting.
Exactly, digest it like you're saying.
I mean, every single text message, literally every single one from Trump sources is outraged and shocked. And so that is certainly the mood inside the highest ranks of the Republican Party, speaking to CBS News tonight. You did see President Biden come out to Rehoboth, Delaware, and call the moment sick.
And we want to play that actually right now, Bob. Let's listen to the president.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all.
That was a statement, as you see there, from President Biden calling for calm, saying he reached out to Donald Trump himself, hopes to reach him sometime this evening to check on his competitors' well-being. We want to bring in CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, who follows the Biden campaign very closely, but is also on the political trail right now. He's out in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ed, what do you know at this hour?
The president remains at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, Margaret, but the protective press pool that tracks his movements and travels with him for incidents just like what unfolded today, or the possibility of them, has not yet been cleared for the night, which means we could hear again from the president.
Was it bad?
There could be a decision made to move him back to Washington tonight. We await word on that from those traveling with him in Delaware. But in that statement, condemning the violence, calling it sick, saying it's one of the reasons we have to unite, and the fact that he said from the beginning of that statement that he's trying to speak with Trump tonight was a signal not only to Americans but to the world that at least American political leaders are trying to get in touch and unite tonight in the aftermath of this violence. A few other things to convey here to remind people. We are in Milwaukee ahead of the Republican convention. It is set to begin on Monday with the formal nomination of Trump and his running mate, who we still don't know who that person is. It's supposed to happen Monday afternoon. There are events beginning tomorrow. This is classified already, has been for years, as a top national security event on par with inaugurations, the Super Bowl, the Democratic National Convention, and other big, large events. So there are thousands of federal, state, and local law enforcement here in this city deployed across Wisconsin. As we were flying in this afternoon, there were about a dozen or so law enforcement officers. We never quite determined for which agency, but they were flying in here as a group to deploy in assistance to the Milwaukee Police Department. In the airport, we found dozens of others from other agencies. Some appear to be from Texas, for example. There are about a dozen cities across the country who've deployed police officers, other security personnel here to help. That's standard. It's happened. There may be more in the coming days, but for now, they've been part of planning for years. We saw them riding around on bicycles earlier today, getting the lay of the land, trying to sort out their bearings. And of course, all of them under the leadership of the U.S. Secret Service, which is responsible for these kinds of events. So we await word tonight, Margaret, on whether or not we'll hear again from the president and in what form. And we should also add, in a sign of one attempt at least to address the heated rhetoric of the moment, the Biden campaign has decided to immediately begin postponing television and digital communication across the country on television, in your social media stream. It may take a few hours or days for it to all filter out. But as of now, the Biden campaign isn't spending any money reaching voters on the air, online, through text messaging. Officials here at CBS confirmed that they've received the messages, as would be standard, telling them to please cease that advertising. And so that is what will happen, unclear for how long, but a sign of at least the Biden campaign.
Trump's definitely not going to do that.
Take down the temperature.
Okay.
Zero chance.
You can hear Ed O'Keefe there on the street in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, ahead of the RNC getting underway. The Defense Secretary of the United States of America, Lloyd Austin, has also issued a statement condemning the violence, which has absolutely no place in our democracy. This is not the way we resolve our differences in America, and it must never be. He says he's relieved that reports indicate former President Trump is safe and he is in his prayers. I want to go to Samantha Vinograd, who is here on set with us, former Homeland Security official. Sam, you and I have been talking frequently about the concern about political violence, domestic violent extremism, and outside actors. In these very early hours, what is your analysis of what is happening and what are you hearing?
Well, my analysis is that the protection mission
That's gotta be fake,
for the
right?
president failed. The protection mission is typically based on intelligence and based on operational steps to ensure the protectee is safe. The problem is, Margaret, that the intelligence and law enforcement community has been warning for months, if not years, about the threat of what we call lone actors or small groups of individuals. Basically,
I'm not buying this
individuals
one,
who
to
are
be honest.
mobilized and radicalized by themselves.
That would be a little
who
too
really present
fucking-
an intelligence challenge to identify, detect,
don't know, man.
and mitigate.
It's the right
and
time.
That may very well be what we saw play out today. A lone actor, perhaps a small group of individuals.
Do you not see? That's the
targeting
bullet.
The president, and in this case, it is clear intelligence did not pick up on that threat.
Well, and the reporting so far is that the threat was neutralized, which would suggest that there isn't necessarily a reason for broader security concerns directly related to this. Is that right?
Yeah,
It is, but as a former operator, I'll say that at the moment, what's happening is really two concurrent investigations. One is an investigation into the perpetrator, whether he did act alone, and whether any other individuals could be inspired by his actions to copy what he did. So there's that piece of it. There's an investigation into the security failures that resulted in this incident. And then the biggest threat that officials are telling me tonight is in the form of retaliatory violence.
Sam, that's
Yeah, I'm on Google right now, and it says how to get rid of industries.
Underscoring and is
And it's
frankly
kind of like,
very concerning in the rhetoric we are seeing at this
can't.
hour already. We are seeing some Republican lawmakers come out with statements
can't
directly
ignore this.
drawing a line between the shooter, whose name
Literally
we do not
inside my
know.
town.
We do not know if he's
Yeah,
a lone
ignore it,
actor
dude.
or
You're
with somebody
telling
else,
the game
but
goes
drawing
so
some
big, you won't even
connection
notice it.
to the government.
No, look
we
what
have
I did.
nothing to base that on at this hour.
At this
You know,
hour,
you're not seeing-
leading officials within the U.S. government still don't know what transpired.
Why
and
would
it
you
is
do
frankly
that?
unpatriotic at this moment
You
to
just
be
needed
soaking
one,
the
bro.
flames when we know that we are sitting
I was trying
on
to put
a cauldron
one
of
down. I was
tensions.
under the
We
assumption I
know
can
that
delete it.
tensions were
And
already
it
high
kept going into the
before
wrong
this incident,
spot.
and the counterterrorism officials
Time
and
to start
Homeland
over in a
Security
new
officials that
city.
I've spoken to in the last few hours are
I'm
deeply
reading something about
concerned that
a
this event will be
GRF
used as a
tool or something
rallying
about a
cry
magic bulldozer.
to launch attacks
You can
against
click
individuals
Control, Alt,
associated with the
and C.
Biden campaign.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
and
It's
lead
not a
to
GRF,
broader
that's
domestic
a
distress. So
in-game
right
thing,
now,
and it
the
doesn't work
goals
in
are
multiplayer.
to investigate the incident, both the perpetrator and the security failures, as well as to try to tamp down any tensions that may arise
done,
coming out
man.
of it. Now, in this
My
country,
city
there
is
is a
ruined.
First Amendment. And what
Pick a
we're
new
seeing
one.
on Twitter, while it is First Amendment protected activity, I will say again, is unpatriotic in the sense that we know that this kind of rhetoric has a nexus to violence. We saw that on January 6th. We saw that in the attack against Nancy Pelosi's husband and multiple other instances.
An important point to make, which is not in any way to say that people shouldn't be concerned, shouldn't be angered at a security failure, but to direct it in some other kind of form
What
of
do I do,
violence
just
would also
relocate?
be incredibly wrong. Your former boss at Homeland
So, yeah,
Security,
speak it down
Alejandro
nearby
Mayorkas, just
or
issued
whatever.
a statement.
Then you
The
don't have to
Homeland
move too
Security
much.
Secretary saying we condemn this violence in the strongest possible terms and
so
commend the Secret
stupid.
Service for their swift
if you
action
pick,
today.
say,
We
Stennis
are
Ridge
engaged
right
with
north of
President
you,
Biden, former President Trump,
all
and
you
their
do is,
campaigns
like, you
and are
just
taking
change
every
where the end
possible
stations
measure
are, right?
to
Make the
ensure
new
their
town.
safety and
Gotta be a city.
security. Maintaining the security of the
No, it
presidential
has to be a
candidates
town
and
below
their campaign
500.
events is one
Yeah,
of our
that's available.
department's most vital priorities. And we did see some reports there
okay,
that
I
there
had
was
it
increased security around Senator J.D. Vance on that short list of potential vice presidential contenders, the junior senator from the state of Ohio as well. But it looked like those were ATF officers who were at his
do you need
home
coal-
based on the
coal tar or
reporting we had
sulfur?
earlier. Why would that happen, Sam?
Well, let me just note,
I found the
I work very
grouping of
closely with the U.S.
of
Secret
coke
Service.
ovens.
They are ideologically agnostic. Their protection
You can literally
mission does
plant a
not
station,
depend
like, right
on
in the middle
political
of the-
party. Under U.S. law,
Yeah, don't need
they
that.
are
Already
legally
have it.
authorized to
Don't
protect
need-
the former president and his family. So any notion that this was politicized in any way, and that's what led to the security failure, I think, of course, will be investigated, but I've seen no evidence of that in my tenure at Homeland Security. The U.S. Secret Service does not currently have a mandate to protect Senator J.D. Vance. He is not the vice presidential nominee. All that will change after the convention when we have a vice president nominated. So there are other law enforcement agencies, both federal, state, and local, that have jurisdiction to
Didn't you say you
enhance
could fund
security
cities?
around individuals when the threat
No,
environment
they're not all
changes.
for this one.
So at this time, we should understand that there are likely efforts underway to identify whose security may be most at risk in this instance, and law enforcement stepping up its posture in that regard.
You're looking at the screen right now and seeing a statement from J.D.
That really
Vance.
pissed me off.
And he said this isn't an isolated incident and that the premise of the Biden campaign is that Donald Trump is an authoritarian fascist who must be stopped at all costs. So he is directly, as I think Bob pointed out earlier, he is drawing a line between the rhetoric used on the campaign trail by the Biden campaign to the incident that happened today, perhaps implying there that it was inspiration. Others have tried to draw a more direct line. I also want to look at what our reporter, Nicole Skanga, who covers these agencies, is sending to us. She is reporting that the suspect shot at the former president and other individuals with an AR-style rifle from 200 to 300 feet
It's an
away.
AR-style rifle, guys.
Our earlier reporting had just been rifle. This is just a bit more detail, and it has the distance of 200 to 300 feet away, presumably from Donald Trump. But we do know it was outside the security perimeter, which is why we had this catastrophic failure of ability to protect. I'm hearing from our control room that our CBS Mornings co-host and colleague, Tony DeCopel, is also joining us now from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Tony, you know, these Republican national conventions, they are often just like the Democratic national conventions, almost like a week-long commercial. There's pomp, there is circumstance. The tenor and the tone of everything is about to change. What are you seeing out there, Tony? I'm sure people are on edge.
Yeah, well, Margaret, I can tell you that the tenor and the tone has changed, and it changed quickly. What I have for you this evening is a small portrait of our changed America in the form of the reaction from Trump delegates and Republicans landing at Milwaukee International Airport, and right there in front of me, turning their phones on, getting calls from friends, receiving text messages, and learning the news that their candidate had an attempt on his life. And then you see the cycles and the stages of their reaction. You see anger, you see frustration, you see sadness and worry for the state of the country. And then above it and beyond all of those feelings, you have resolve, determination. They say this is not going to change what happens here in Wisconsin. And if anything, it's going to make them work harder and fight harder to see their candidate over the finishing line. What really ties what I've witnessed at the airport in the arrivals hall to your conversation with Sam Vinograd and with Ed O'Keefe and with others is that Democrats were also there in the hall. And in contrast to this morning, where the mood was light, celebratory, people were in conversation of a variety of political parties, this afternoon, this evening, as I talked to Republicans, Democrats were cutting in. They were making comments. On one occasion, we saw a woman say that this entire incident in Pennsylvania was staged. She then got into an argument with a Trump supporter who was accusing her of living in a different reality. The temperature is up. We've gone from joy, a moment of political celebration this morning, to a helter-skelter, knife's-edge moment that you feel from the moment you step foot here in Milwaukee.
Tony DeCopel, we have for our viewers at this hour some eyewitness sound that we want to play for them. This eyewitness was very close to the stage and former President Trump when the shooting began. Let's listen.
I was about 5 feet away from him. Like, I was within, like, sight distance. Like, I was so close. And all of a sudden, I just hear these 4 shots, and everybody's screaming, drop. And you can see the blood, like, splatter on his face, and the Secret Service just barricades him. And, you know, it was just, like, so scary.
Teenagers, bro.
Okay, that was one of the eyewitnesses. The control room is telling me that one of our contributors here at CBS is joining us, I think, by phone. CBS News consultant and former deputy director of the Secret Service, A.T. Smith. A.T., I know you've been following the latest reporting here as well. Our Nicole Skanga says that the shooter was about 200 to 300 feet away using an AR-style rifle. Does that sound right to you in terms of the kind of the firing of the bullets didn't sound very rapid? You had one eyewitness tell us, no, it sounded like a 22. What does this description of the weapon allegedly used here indicate to you?
Yes, I think probably it was 200 to 300 yards instead of feet.
200 to 300 yards.
Yeah, it sounds like that, you know, this individual was at least that far away, and an AR-style rifle can obviously hit a target or make that sort of a shot from that distance. Usually from that distance, you know, there would be optics involved, like a scope, and, you know, usually a more accurate shot would be something like a high-powered rifle, like you think in terms of a deer rifle or something like a 30-06 or a 223, but it's still obviously too early to make those sorts of calls, but clearly an AR-type rifle from that distance, as long as he had, you know, the visual, you know, has the ability to strike a target. Now, obviously, it's still undetermined how many rounds were fired, but the answer to your question on that one is yes, it could actually do that.
So the audio, when you hear that tape playback, and that's what we're going by, it didn't sound like a high-powered rifle, but you are saying at a distance of 200 to 300 yards, you would be able to take a shot like that and do so undetected by Secret Service?
Well, that is the part that, will obviously have to become clear in the investigation. And, my understanding is this individual was killed by the counter-sniper team or the counter-sniper agents there. The unknown is exactly what happened there. Did they not see him, or, was there some visual obstruction? All of that will have to be looked at. But the reason that, you have a counter-sniper team in place is for this type of a situation where you have a long-range gunman. And if, in fact, that was the case, they obviously did take him out. But, again, it certainly wasn't soon enough.
Well, if I'm looking at the log here of events that our producers did, just playing back the tape, it looks like at 6:11, the first Secret Service officer rushed in, and then at 6:12, we hear people yelling, "Shooters down." So what would that indicate to you about just how obvious a position this individual was in? And how is it that if they could act that quickly, that they didn't know ahead of time that there was that kind of vulnerability?
I can't really answer that. That's, again, something that will have to come out. But that's part of their responsibility, is to be, panning the area, if you will. I mean, they have long-range binoculars, long-range rifles themselves. And, maybe the individual was just camouflaged in such a way that he wasn't able to be seen until he started firing. So there is a number of questions that need to be answered, I guess, before we can say that. But by the same token, you did see that the Secret Service agents reacted in the way that they're trained every way to do in terms of, covering the protectee. They clearly checked him medically. That's why they didn't leave the stage any quicker than they did, to make sure that, there was not other injuries that they would exacerbate by pulling him off stage. And you clearly saw the counter-assault team, which is a different team, get into place, and they're covering those agents while they're taking care of the former president, and then ultimately got him to the armored limousine.
And in a situation like this, what is the security protocol for other high-value, potential high-value targets, frankly, other high-ranking former or current officials? What's happening around the country right now, both to members of the elected leaders' families, but also lawmakers themselves?
Well, all of the security around anyone with protection is going to be enhanced, I think, over the next few hours, simply because of this, because you want to find out if there's more, than a lone gunman situation here, if you have, multiple individuals. So a lot of that will have to be assessed over a period of hours or days with the intelligence. But I can assure you that all of the protection around protectees, whether it's Secret Service protectees, Capitol Hill with, members of Congress, that is all being increased as we speak. And I think, obviously, it's already become pretty obvious from the other reporting, Major Garrett and so forth, about Milwaukee and how heightened that has become in the last few hours. So everything will be increased. There's no doubt in the coming hours and for the coming week, particularly with the convention.
What?
Just based on these initial details and the forensics so far, is it your assessment that this was a skilled shooter, someone who had gone through training?
It's hard to say what sort of training he may have had, but certainly, someone didn't just go out and buy a rifle of this type this afternoon. My guess would be, and it's simply a guess, that it is someone who had, developed some sort of a skill set, had probably practiced, gone to a range, and, all of that will be figured out later on. But
this one has
to
a coal
have
plant
this
right next
kind
to
of
it.
an incident, to take this kind of a shot from this kind of distance, would indicate to me that it's somebody that's very familiar with the firearm.
No?
And we know that the ATF is
Your script
trying
made
to
an
run
error,
forensics
division by 0.
on
No
all
idea
those
why.
details of the weapon. with an urgent trace at this hour. Thank you for your analysis.
probably
It is
broke
because
it.
it's coming up on 9:30 right now. We want to just remind you
What the
of what we do
5
know
Coke
at
ovens
this
next to each
hour.
other?
It is 9:30 on the East Coast, 6:30 on the West.
Is in the
And we are in continuous breaking news
completely
because of the significance of the
dictated
events of the
town that I
past
just
few
made.
hours. You are seeing here Donald Trump, who was injured in a shooting as his campaign rally was underway in the key swing state of Pennsylvania, battleground state. The former president said tonight in a statement on social media that he is okay, but that he was, quote, shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. Sources tell CBS News that this is being investigated by the Secret Service. The Secret Service has confirmed that they are working with the FBI and treating this as an attempted assassination of a candidate. The shooter who carried out this attack was shot and killed by the Secret Service. And we know that sources are telling CBS News that the gunman was on a shed using an AR-style rifle when these multiple shots were fired. And as you can see there, Donald Trump standing up, defiantly raising his arm. He mouthed what looked like the word fight as he was able to walk off the stage with the help of all those agents who are surrounding him and helping him get carried off. But you can see there that trickle of red behind his right ear. And that is where the injury we just described to you apparently took place.
Did you delete everything
We
in
want
the
to go
town?
now to CBS News political campaign reporter
Did you delete
Olivia
everything in the
Rinaldi,
town?
who was also
Yes.
at that rally.
Why?
And she recorded this video
'Cause it's my
of
new
the shooting.
town.
Bro, why do you gotta do stupid shit? Of course the script crashed.
I'm trying to play my game, man.
How are you gonna grow a town that has nothing to grow?
I click local authority and fund new buildings.
Yeah, that
after
doesn't
I
work,
plant
dude.
all
It's
my
city
stuff.
builder.
So yeah, after I fund the new buildings,
You can't fund new buildings.
I think you can hear that voice there on the tape. You can't see her, but I believe that is Olivia.
Yeah, I can. It's my town.
Taking
No, it does
cover
nothing, dude.
herself.
How are you gonna fund new
with Scott
buildings when the
McFarlane
fucking
and rest
entire
of the CBS team
point
as
of the
those
game
shots
is
were
to grow it
fired
by
in
fucking
Pennsylvania today, and she
giving
joins
it
us
stuff.
now live from Butler, Pennsylvania.
Well, I'm gonna grow it.
Olivia, can you tell
How?
us
You can fund new buildings
what that
doesn't work.
moment was
That's
like?
turned
What was
off because of the
happening?
city
Was
builder
there,
script. It'd be fucking
a
easy,
sense
right?
in the moment of the gravity of what was underway?
Well, okay.
Yeah,
Why
Margaret,
won't
that was
it
my
just
voice on that
keep
video. I
growing
think you can
after
hear
I
how
like
terrified
put my
it
stuff
was
down
being
and
there
then relinquish all
during
this
that
land back
moment.
to the city?
And we were towards
Because
the
you
front of the
fucking broke the
stage,
scripts
you
by
know,
making
expecting
it
Trump
zero
to
and
make a
then taking
different
it
sort of
down.
announcement tonight. I was anticipating perhaps a
So
vice
dumb.
presidential announcement. When all of a sudden he was talking about immigration, we just heard shot, shot, shot. I don't remember who. It was one of my colleagues dragged me down, brought me down to the floor, and I just started filming.
What's even
And I
dumber
noticed
is
other
not
people
being
down
able
on
to
the ground.
choose your
I tried to
location
pop
for
up
your
a few
coke oven
times.
plan.
They pulled me back down, said stay down here. And you could just hear the screams and the panic of people, and it was extremely terrifying. I got back up when you could see Trump at the end, you know, raising his fist
14's a bit
and
much.
really
Can
invigorating
barely
the
get up
crowd.
to
You
speed.
kind of see what you were saying earlier, where he kind of mouthed fight as he was being pulled off the stage. And in the moments after that, it was just pure pandemonium. People were forced to stay as the motorcade was leaving, which is normal when a principal is leaving an event site. Usually everyone has to stay in place while Secret Service handles that. But then it was just kind of chaos. Secret Service was telling people to leave, and I looked over at the bleachers to the left of Donald Trump, and there you could see blood on the bleachers, and you could also see water bottles and t-shirts strewn about, but there was a lot of blood over there, and I could see police unfolding yellow crime scene tape as that was happening. So a lot of terrible imagery today that is surely going to stick with a lot of people who were at this rally, Margaret.
No doubt, Olivia, and we are just so glad that you are safe and able to recount for us what you witnessed. We know from the Secret Service that there were 2 people who were critically injured, in addition to the single death of an attendee. Olivia, you said you saw a lot of blood there on the bleachers. Did you see who those individuals were who were injured?
Yes, we could see one individual, one man who, after the melee and the pandemonium, appeared to be, you know, taken by several individuals, carried off of that area on the bleachers. My colleague, Jake Rosen, even spoke to an ER doctor who was there next to him on those bleachers and was helping out. And he said that this man suffered a head injury and that there was brain matter on the ground. And this man tried to administer CPR and subsequently, ultimately, he passed away, sadly, this evening. And you can still hear, besides me, a lot of helicopters around this area as more police have been searching the area, canvassing, just making sure that there's nothing still going on here. But very terrible day. We did see people running away, some people with blood on their bodies. Just a lot of imagery coming out of this, Margaret.
Olivia Rinaldi, thank you for being there. And a reminder that you can be just doing your job. You can be just out there supporting the candidate you like, and this kind of violence,
$90 million
this kind of
a year.
gun violence
It's going well.
is possible, Bob.
And we've been talking a lot about Milwaukee, Wisconsin, because that's the site, Margaret, of where the Republican National
I had a bit of
Convention
a
will
rough
open
patch
on
over
Monday.
here.
And we have been lucky, in a sense, in the United States
Whose
to
fault is
not
that?
have to deal with constant political violence in the way people in the past have with presidential
my
campaigns.
CDs.
But if you look back in
Recommending.
history, it was October 14th, 1912. Then candidate
And
Teddy
glass.
Roosevelt campaigning for the presidency in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. An infamous assassination attempt struck in his chest. It hits a copy of his speech. Teddy Roosevelt survives. He continues to give his speech. And as CBS News data journalism has found, of the 45 individuals serving as president, 13, or about 29%, have been subject to actual or attempted assassination attempts. 4 presidents, Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, and John F. Kennedy, of course, were killed in assassination attempts.
And thank you for the context, Bob. And I just want to say we are showing you this video on repeat because these events just happened. But we want to make clear that this is something we are reporting to you as a historic event as it unfolds.
Please.
But we are very mindful that this kind of event can inspire violence. It can inspire retaliation. And we want no part of that, Sam. But you were just explaining to us that this Secret Service detail extends not just to the president and the candidate, but to their family members at this hour.
Certainly. I want to note, Margaret, it's important that we message domestically that political violence has no home and try to mitigate any follow-on retaliatory action. But there's also a signal being sent to the world right now, which security professionals are likely keeping in mind, which is that the likely Republican nominee for president, was not adequately protected. And that does expose a vulnerability to the world. At the same time, President Biden is very focused on messaging publicly that political violence has no home here because the world is watching. And so there's that audience as well. Now, I do think that we are learning that operators behind the scenes are working to get the identifiers or the biographic information on this individual to try to ascertain who he was and what motivated him. There's already rhetoric on social media assigning blame for what happened. We don't know yet who this individual was. The Secret Service does have, relatively speaking, a limited protection mission under U.S. law. It's for the current president and vice president, and then the former president and his family members, and then the nominee for president and nominee for vice president. Beyond that, there are a range of potential targets that could be at enhanced risk in light of what happened tonight. So behind the scenes, I am learning that individuals are speaking with not just the Secret Service, but other law enforcement officials who have protection missions at the Department of Justice, U.S. Capitol Police, and of course, state and local officials who are protecting individuals in their jurisdictions. So there's a coordinated intelligence and law enforcement effort right now to ensure that additional protectees have the resources that they need to hopefully stay safe.
And we know that a lot of those were enhanced after the violence of January 6th and the political violence of concern due to threats against lawmakers. You were, Sam, raising the risk on a global scale that this image of the former president, the Republican nominee, not being adequately protected by U.S. law enforcement. To your point on the global amplification here of this, it is the BBC, our partners out of the UK, who were reporting earlier today and spoke with a witness who says that he saw the gunman on a roof minutes before the shots were fired. And I want to play that sound for you now.
We noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle.
A rifle.
We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%.
That was an eyewitness there on the ground, his account being shared with our partners at the BBC, that being amplified, that exact message being amplified around the world, that at the very high-profile political event in Pennsylvania today, an event that Donald Trump himself tried to draw attention to, saying he had big news to announce, that an individual there saw a man with a rifle go into position. He told the BBC he tried to bring that to the attention of law enforcement on the ground. He referred to them as police, not exactly sure whether he meant local police or Secret Service, but he said there was a failure to act as he saw a clear threat, at least in his view. I just want to update our viewers that Donald Trump has left the hospital that he had initially been taken to, Butler Memorial Hospital in Pennsylvania. And our CBS reporters are saying that it's not clear where he is headed next. I'm sure they don't want to detail a lot of his movements at this hour for understandable security reasons, but that he had been planning to go back to his home in New Jersey and then on to Milwaukee for this massive political event that will be gripping all of us throughout the week, the Republican National Convention. Our CBS News reporter Nicole Skenga is on the phone. Nicole, I know you, along with so many of our colleagues, are just trying to get hold of anyone with insight into what is happening with the investigation at this hour. Have you learned anything?
Yes, Margaret, the suspect was using an AR-15 style rifle, shooting from about 200 to 300 feet away, according to multiple federal law enforcement officials. Multiple rounds were fired. We're still working to confirm an exact number, but that weapon explains the sporadic nature of the bullet spray. AR-15 style weapons are not known for their accuracy. We know the suspect was on a shed, an elevated platform outside of the Secret Service perimeter.
What the
Secret
fuck is this
Service
shit
also
saying?
confirming that.
It's
Right
not
now,
known.
law
Oh my god,
enforcement
dude, these people have
still
no
trying
idea
to
on guns,
determine,
bro.
whether or not it was debris from the
Zero
teleprompter,
fucking
from the
clue.
protective glass surrounding the former president. But there is, of course, evidence he was
Not
cut
known for its
in the face,
accuracy.
lacerations to his ear. Not much known about the suspect at this time. Investigators working to confirm that he was working alone, working to confirm his biographic information. As Sam mentioned earlier, a male suspect. They're still gathering more. You mentioned the former president has left the hospital right now. Secret Service has already added more manpower to his detail, bolstering the security footprint to him and all other U.S. Secret Service protectees. That means not just the former president, but his family, the president, the vice president, White House officials, as is standard operating procedure. Right now, Secret Service also leading efforts to expand the perimeter of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. They're already doing that, moving guardrails around the convention space, creating a larger buffer zone around the events of next week.
And we know, Nicole, that the Trump campaign has issued a statement saying they will go on and proceed with the Republican convention. No change, not dissuading the 45th president from going to seek and to go to that rally, or excuse me, to the convention that gets underway in Milwaukee. Nicole, what do you know about what happens now to analyze the bullets and the weapons and to trace them to whomever the shooter is? Do we have any indication at this hour anything about the intent of the shooter or the motivations of the shooter?
Investigators are working right now, Margaret, to try to get a better sense of whether or not the suspect had any prior criminal history, whether or not there was any known motivation, if he was working with other individuals or working alone. At this time, they are still working through that information, trying to collect all evidence. Quite frankly, rare that we have not received that information yet, but officials trying to make sure they get this right. You mentioned the Republican National Convention. We should point out that it is already it has the highest security designation of any event with federal law enforcement coordination, Tier 1, but you can expect just the manpower unlike any convention before. At least 24 states and the District of Columbia are sending officers to the RNC. More officers could be coming, I'm told, as a result of today's events. And of course, the Secret Service, the leading coordinating agency for that event, and working right now with the FBI leading the investigation into the suspect.
All right, thank you very much. Nicole, AT, I believe you are on the phone. You are former Secret Service. What was your title there? And had you ever been through anything like this when you were serving?
Well, I was deputy director when I retired, but no, I've not been through an active event quite like this. I pointed out earlier, though, this is what the Secret Service trains for almost every day, and particularly the details around the president and former presidents. And so what you saw on the stage there today was the Secret Service agents reacting in the way that they're trained. They cover and eventually evacuate the protectee after they, make a determination of his sort of medical condition. And as to the shooter, I guess we will just have to see what the investigation brings out about the distance, the kind of weapon that he had for sure. But, if in fact he had an AR-15 style weapon, it's certainly, capable of making shots from that distance.
AT, bullets travel faster than sound, as my colleagues are pointing out to me. If you've heard that tape, what does the difference there between the crack and the thump indicate to you? We've been describing it as an AR-style rifle. Does anything in the cadence of that indicate something to you that we should be aware of?
No, nothing more than, what you have reported. That's what it sounds like. And, again, you'll hear the shot, and then, of course, it does. It travels faster than sound. So, it is what it is. And, again, they'll make that determination as to the exact kind of weapon that it was, but it does sound like that's what it was. Certainly from that distance, there's other possibilities, a longer range rifle like a 30-06 or a 223, but it sounds to me like it's the AR-15 style.
And how quickly will we know from the ATF any of the details? I know they're doing expedited trace and looking for any kind of forensics. How long will it take?
Well, this will obviously be a priority at the top of the list. They will, bar nothing to get to the end of this. It will take a little time. They will have to do some laboratory analysis. The ATF will probably be able to, very quickly trace the origin of the weapon, possibly the ammunition, possibly the person who purchased it, and then all of that will, coalesce around who this individual is. In this kind of a situation where you have an assassination attempt, the FBI, technically under the law, will be the lead agency. But as you said, the ATF is assisting, and the Secret Service will assist and eventually, do their own internal investigation.
AT, we know, law enforcement must know who the shooter is by this hour. They took him out. He was neutralized as a threat. What are they doing right now to try to understand more about him?
They'll begin to look at him since they know who he is. They will look at, anything related to social media. Was he active there? Did he make any sorts of threats, either direct or veiled? Who are his associates? Who are his family members? They're going to have to interview all of those folks to find out, whether or not this individual, had sort of an outspoken criticism of either way, either protectee, for instance. So they will have to run all of that to ground, do the interviews on a personal level. But, the big thing, obviously, these days is social media to find out what he may have been not just posting, but get into his electronic devices and so forth to see what he might have been looking at. So all of that will come vis-a-vis the investigation, and that will take a little time, but they'll eventually get it and get to the bottom of it.
Okay. A.T. Smith there giving us some expert analysis of what he knows at this point. Sam Vinograd, just to go back to you on one point, I was just texting with a former Trump official about the dark moment that we are seeing play out for our country, for our democracy, for the world, really. And this individual was echoing what you were gesturing to, which is that at a moment like this around the world, America's adversaries are looking at this, and that aggressors could choose to get more aggressive because of these kind of vulnerabilities. So I have to imagine at this hour, it is not just domestic threats that are being considered by all of intelligence and U.S. law enforcement.
Well, we know that foreign actors are trying to spread divisions in this country. The Department of Homeland Security, or excuse me, the intelligence community put out an assessment just last week that Russia, China, and Iran are involved in election influence and, again, trying to deepen divisions in this country and undermine democratic institutions.
By using our own rhetoric.
By using our own rhetoric and targeting specific demographics. So we should assume, as we're all reading social media and on Twitter, that information is being manipulated in this moment because it is such a complex time for this country. And at the same time, the notion that the United States is more vulnerable tonight at 9:51 p.m. than we were at 6:11 p.m. is astoundingly true. The Republican nominee for president was not adequately protected by the U.S. Secret Service. And we also have, of course, the President Biden's reputation following the debate, which has been on the line. So overall, this is a very vulnerable moment for our country. And law enforcement resources are being redirected, of course, right now to meet this particular threat. And so it is a difficult time from a security perspective. We have the convention in Milwaukee, which was already a national special security event. More resources are being directed there and for other potential targets coming out of tonight's episode.
And we should say at this hour, we have no reason to believe there is an ongoing threat here in the United States. But we also don't know much about who the shooter was.
Well, I'll just say, Margaret, we don't know that there are other threats associated with this incident. Every official I have spoken to has said that there are threats associated with retaliatory action associated with this event. And so they are deeply concerned about the tense moment this presents for this country and potential retaliatory or copycat violence.
Bob Costa, you had some new information?
Yes, earlier in the evening, we were on the phone briefly with Congressman Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania, an eyewitness who was there on stage. I believe Congressman Mike Kelly is with us on the phone. Congressman?
Yes, Bob, I'm here.
Congressman, we spoke for a few minutes earlier. We appreciated your time. Walk us through the exact moment you heard a popping sound, where you were standing in relation to former President Trump, exactly what happened. We heard from David McCormick, who was sitting in the first row. Where were you? What exactly did you see?
I was actually sitting in the first row, about one chair down from Dave McCormick, and we were probably 50, 60 away from the podium where President Trump was speaking. It was just all I could see. I was watching the president talk. He made a comment about something about this thing about people being all upset about MAGA. He said, making America great again shouldn't bother anybody. That doesn't make sense. Then all of a sudden I hear this series of pops, and I see the president go down, and I heard people behind me yelling, and about 10 rows up, 12 rows up from where we were sitting, we saw people kind of scattering, and they had blood on their shirts. And the next thing I know, the security men had surrounded President Trump. They were getting him off the stage. There was another group of security that had rushed up into the stands, up into the bleachers. They were carrying somebody out. I watched President Trump, and my eyes went back to President Trump, and I saw him hold up his hand to let everybody know I'm all right. But you watch it, it was so surreal because we were at the Butler Farm Showground. This is a place where children show off, the 4-H kids show off the animals that they've been raising. They have baked goods that they have contests for that. They have it's such an agriculture community and such a base community, and on such a beautiful day where people showed up just to celebrate the fact that we can gather as a group and we can celebrate who it is we are as Americans. We're cooking food. They were playing music. They were playing cornhole, and it was just a fun day. And I would guesstimate the crowd was somewhere close to 30,000.
Missing
But whenever that
service.
series of gunshots go off, everybody just hit the ground. And the security people were going, down, 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 everybody down, everybody down. Well, my wife was there with 3 of our grandchildren. My brother's grandchildren were there. And it was just so shocking. I wasn't with it. Right away, my thoughts were, where are my kids?
Yeah.
Where are they? Are they safe? And I couldn't locate them. But then the security started moving everybody off the ground and away from where the stage was. And it was just one of those things. People were leaving. There was just this sense of what in the world is going on. This is absolutely not who we are as Americans. Keep in mind, on the farm showground where people celebrate the summer and the 4-H kids show their animals off, and it's just one of those things that is as much of old America as you could possibly want, an America that
So
unfortunately
is it down across the board?
before
Like,
our
is
eyes.
it
Congressman, what are you hearing? You were close
No,
to former
it should work.
President Trump. You were with his
For
key
other stuff.
allies on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania. What have you talked about? Who have you spoken with in the aftermath? What are you hearing? Things you know are for sure facts. What can you share about the aftermath of this event?
Well, you know what? I have not talked with the president. I mean,
Well,
talked
for
with him moments
future
before this
reference,
happened, but,
you need to leave at least one
I
house
don't
in a
know. I
city,
think I'm like
otherwise it
everybody
breaks
else.
the
I'm
city.
trying to figure out
Yeah, no
how
shit.
this happened. I'm trying to figure out how far.
Could
we
have told
have
you that
gone
had you
as a
asked for it.
and where there is little regard for life. When there's an attempted assassination of a political candidate, it's like no, that's not what we do in America. We go
Check
out
out my
and we
conga
vote,
line.
and then we vote for whomever we want.
How would
But
you
if we
even
don't
know
like the
that?
other
Because
person
I
that we
left
don't
this
like,
hardware store, the
who's
general
running
store, the
for
coal
office,
mine.
you
I
don't
thought
kill
that would
them,
be
you just
enough
don't
to continue
vote
the
for
city to
them.
grow. I didn't think it was going to like delete
Too
everything.
bizarre for me.
But those aren't
I think for
houses.
my
The
grandchildren,
houses is what
it's
gives you
going to be
the
something they're going to have to kind of look at.
population,
As
right?
we
You
were
need
sitting,
more than 0.
We got them back off the
I thought a
ground,
single
and we
building was
were,
what you would need just
sitting on
for
my
population.
My brother's porch, and they were trying to figure out.
How does the city get
Grandpa,
funded?
why would they, why
A
would
service
anybody do that,
is
Grandpa? That doesn't make
provided
sense,
in a
Grandpa.
location,
It's
and
the
then people come to that
president of the
location
Grandpa, and they were
to
asking
live
all
around
these
that
questions.
service.
And I said, kids, I don't know. I don't
No,
know.
generally
Tomorrow
people
morning,
live somewhere
let's
first
go to
and then a
mass, and
service.
Let's pray,
started.
not just for the president of the United States. Let's pray for the United States itself. There is something wrong in America today, and we have got to fix it now.
Congressman, I really appreciate that sentiment that you are sharing, and I can only imagine it was in such stark relief when you had your grandchildren there with you. That is
And who's
terrifying,
running the
and I'm very
general
glad
store?
to hear that
and
they
who's
are
running the
okay.
hardware store right now?
A lot depends in this country on the next steps. And I wonder what your message is to everyone in this country, all your fellow lawmakers, in terms of the rhetoric and the word choice they make to describe what happened. I know you talked about this as an assassination attempt, which is what we are reporting it was. But
I
just
just
to be clear,
assumed they
you are
slept
not
in
in any way
sleeping bags inside the
insinuating
store.
that this was linked to the United States government as an actor. Are you?
No. But I witnessed this before in 2017 when our Republican baseball team was practicing for a baseball game to raise money for charity, and our current leader, Steve Scalise, a shooter showed up at that morning baseball
This
practice.
footage
and
is
shot
just
up,
going to play a million
the
times today,
Republican
isn't it?
baseball team. What you start to wonder, and the only thing I can go on is my childhood. Mother and a dad who raised us. We were faith-based people. We believed what we believed, and we believed it was right, and we believed the United States was far and away the best country to live in. And now I look at what's happening, and I said, you can't possibly
Not sure that's the
turn
case
your head
anymore.
away from 1.5 million men and women in uniform that have allowed us to continue to practice this incredible representative republic that we participate in as citizens. When we become too casual about life, when we become too casual about what role the United States plays, when we've just become too casual about the basic belief system that we have, then that's the very anchor, that's the foundation that America was built on. We've got to get back to those standards, and we've got to say at this point, it's up to all of us. It's not Republicans, it's not the Democrats, it's not the independents, it's the American people. We've got to wake up and look at what we're losing, the greatest nation the world has ever known, and we're allowing ourselves to go down a different pathway. We can fix it, but we have to fix it internally, and we have to be sincere when we say we're going to fix it.
Congressman, I think your words will resonate with a lot of people who see these events unfold and worry about their families, about their safety, about what will happen next in our politics. These moments of violence are incredibly rare, and they should never happen. And all of us around this country should be concerned about that. And the 45th president, as he recovers from his injuries. Donald Trump says he was injured and shot in the ear. We know he has left the hospital and that he is recovering, thankfully, but there are others who did not survive.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, and I don't know the injuries. We've heard certain injury reports, but I think about the president when I saw the wound. That's fractions of an inch away from killing him.
Yeah.
But somehow, through an act of God, he's gonna survive it. We're going to go to a convention this week up in Milwaukee, and we're going to talk. We're going to nominate our president for the party. But folks, I mean this sincerely.
Yeah.
We've got to get away from where we are today and back to where the founding fathers, what we intended for this country. This has always been the beacon of hope and freedom and faith in the world. We cannot turn our back on that and say, well, this is okay. This is the way it is today. Don't accept it. It's not the way it is today. We can change it, but we all have to put our shoulder to the wheel on this one.
Congressman, amen. I think all of us agree with you, and all of us here will be choosing our words very carefully in the coming hours. And we should be on that as well. It is 10 o'clock in the East, 7 in the West. And if you are just joining us on CBS News, we are reporting for you the developing story around what happened around 6 p.m. Eastern time today. The former president of the United States and presumptive Republican nominee, we know, is now safe, though he was injured in that shooting you just saw that happened at a rally in Pennsylvania. After that, as you can see, he was able to stand up. He was carried off with support of some Secret Service detail. He was rushed to a hospital, and we know now that he has since left that hospital, and he intends to follow through with all of the political events of the week ahead on to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the Republican National Convention will get underway. We should tell you that when it comes to the attacker, the shooter was shot and killed by a Secret Service counter-assault team. The Secret Service publicly announced that and said that the shooter, who used a rifle, was outside of the security perimeter, meaning outside the area that they were actively protecting. And that shooter was perched on top of a shed, an elevated structure. A rally attendee, we know, has been killed. The Secret Service also reported that 2 individuals who were attending were critically injured. We keep all of them in our thoughts at this moment. And now our Scott McFarland, who was covering the rally for CBS News, is joining us again. And Scott, you and our CBS colleagues were there. We're so grateful that you all are safe. Have you been able to leave the area? Is it still on security lockdown?
It's still locked down. We're about half a football field away from the perimeter of these fairgrounds. We're in a parking lot, in fact, and we've been here for a few hours now. The last of the rally goers have just left. There was a long line of cars going through a very slow exit from this complex, likely being screened. But law enforcement keeps arriving, Margaret. We keep seeing people arrive, some by helicopter, some by vehicle, as they have now put dozens, if not hundreds, of bodies to work inside that space, either looking for evidence or looking to note what happened inside, including the shooting of a former president. Shooting of a former president is hard to say out loud because this was supposed to be the safest place to be in Pennsylvania today. A Secret Service protected rally where everybody on site had to go through a magnetometer. Everybody on site had to have their bags checked and get wanded. Everybody on site had to get here early to go through those protocols. And somebody who was on the elevated rafters when the shooting happened, you can't unhear those bullets. And we had a terrible view of women and children screaming and colliding with each other looking for cover. It was very hard to find cover here. It was an open rally. There were some chairs, but everybody was just standing boxed in, some of them face planted into the grass. We were fortunate enough to have those press rafters to duck beneath. But it's a nauseating and horrific feeling that thousands of Americans suffered at a place they thought was going to be uniquely, if not historically, safe, Margaret.
Well, the security protocols typically are quite stringent, and I'm sure they will be even more so after this massive breach of security underway. Scott, take care of yourself, please, and take care of our colleagues there as well. Our fellow journalists, I know, have become targets in many ways of hateful rhetoric at some of these rallies. You told us earlier that was one of the initial reactions by some of the people there, was to turn and yell at journalists like you.
I'd say a few dozen approached the barricades that separated us, low barricades that separated us, were cursing at us, gesturing at us, blaming us, saying this is your fault, this is your fault. When the former president jumped up and pumped his fist, it seemed to ground some of the crowd a bit, but not everybody. But I want to share this anecdote again because it's important. When you come to a Trump rally in your media, you're going to get heckled by some of the people in the crowd. A couple of the people in the crowd who I saw doing it earlier in the day came to check on us after. A terrible way to unify, but we put aside the politics. This was a terrible moment everybody here shared. And I got to tell you, Margaret, I saw kids in every corner of this rally. It's a weekend. We're on a farm. It's Butler County, Pennsylvania. This was a family event. And those kids saw something no kid should ever see.
No, and those poor children, what their parents are doing tonight
But
to
what
try to
about a
explain to them
children?
what they just lived through when they went to a political rally. Scott McFarland, please take care of yourself. And, you know, Bob,
No,
in
they're
our
having the,
conversation,
oh, what about the children moment
earlier
on
when
the
you were explaining to us what the former president said to describe his injuries when he described what he said he was hit by a bullet in his ear. I pointed out that he didn't call for his supporters to take a breath and step back. And the reason I made that comment, it's not that it's without empathy or concern. I think we all have great concern about our candidates, their health, their safety. But it is to say the concern about the heightened threat level, the
like this location.
fact that Americans are on edge, exactly what Congressman Kelly was saying in our phoner. He said, everyone take a breath, and that we have to be responsible for protecting our democracy, and that the words we use, the rhetoric we use is part of that.
Well, there is a lot of anger still on the Trump side tonight. Chris LaCivita, Trump's top campaign advisor, just put on social media that he wants people to be held accountable. But he said, to your point, Margaret, in his view, quote, the best way is through the ballot box, through the ballot box. Let us go back to what the latest statement from former President Donald Trump was made at 8:42 p.m. tonight. Minutes before that, I heard from Donald Trump Jr. He said his father is fine. Then his father posted this. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I wanted to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. That is his statement here, and he also adds, I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. He ends with God bless America. That's the latest statement from former President Donald Trump. CBS News has confirmed he has left the hospital within the past hour or so in Butler, Pennsylvania, near the site of the rally. He has issued that statement. His son, Donald Trump Jr., said he is speaking to people on the phone, that his father is, quote, fine. And at this point, that is the latest from the Trump camp. But there is outrage among so many Republicans tonight about this permeating social media.
Yes, do yourself a favor and don't look at social media.
Well, it's a reflection of where we are, though.
It is.
Days before the convention, we live in a politically charged moment. I can remember, Margaret, just weeks ago, I was covering former President Donald Trump's criminal rally in New York. Someone lit themselves on fire just steps from the CBS News camera. We live in this incendiary time, literally and figuratively. It's so unfortunate in our politics, but it is the reality of what we're covering. There was an attack, a shooting of the presumptive Republican nominee, a former president of the United States, and we've seen an outpouring of support from former presidents. And President Biden himself called this a sick moment in America.
And we want to play for everyone
Does that say
listening here
9:14?
a statement made a few hours ago by President Biden when he addressed the
Wow.
country from the Rehoboth Police Department after he was given a briefing on the situation.
There's already people on
regarding his
social media
political
like, oh,
rival.
you fucking
Let's listen
missed.
to his
Blah,
statement.
blah. These lefties are fucking.
I've been thoroughly briefed.
Holy shit,
by
dude.
all
They're
the
like.
agencies in the federal government
I'm starting to
on this
think
situation.
most of these people
So
are
we
a
know
threat
now.
to like society as
I
a
have
whole, bro.
tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. They apparently he's doing
America,
well.
yeah, welcome to America.
I plan on talking to them shortly. I hope when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And so
else can I do
I
here?
want to thank the Secret Service
Okay,
and
so
all
this
the
is
agencies,
allegedly the
including
shooter.
state agencies that have been engaged in making
I
sure
want to
that
point out if
people
there's someone
who
that
did
looks
on
like a
that,
leftist,
more
it's that
detail to
guy.
come relative
Yeah,
to
zoom
other
in on
injured-
that.
other
I
people
want to,
injured
yeah,
in the
full screen
audience.
that,
I don't
zoom
have
in
all that detail.
hard.
We'll make
Everyone's
that
got to see
available
this.
you. I may be able to come back a little
I
later
can
tonight,
barely see it,
we'll
but
put out
man,
a
it looks
statement if
terrible
we don't-
already.
If I'm not able to get
Right? It looks very. It looks very. It looks very Trendy.
Oh my god.
That was
Closer.
President Biden
That's crazy.
explaining that he
Like, getting
had
really
tried to
good
reach out to
profile
Donald Trump,
picture of
will
that
continue
face.
to do so to check on whether he is okay following what is clearly a traumatic event, having been
minimized it.
shot at that
Oh,
rally. He
besides-
has left the hospital. We know Donald Trump has issued a statement to that effect, reassuring his supporters that he will carry on with his
Allegedly,
campaign and
that's
the
the
political
shooter.
events over the coming
Emphasis
days
on
that
alleged.
are expected in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Let's bring in CBS News senior White House
Okay,
and political
whoop.
correspondent Ed O'Keefe,
Sorry, guys.
who is out in Milwaukee. Ed, what can you tell us at this hour?
Yeah, nothing.
Margaret, a handful of things that we should convey. First of all, the White House tells us now President Biden is going back from his Rehoboth Beach home to the White House tonight. We still don't know whether he might try to address the
Put this
nation
down.
again tonight, as he suggested earlier. We're waiting to hear about
Once
that.
again.
He was in his Saturday evening mass, as he often attends when he's in Rehoboth Beach, when the Trump incident occurred, and was briefed by his top Homeland Security officials and his chief of staff
Statue,
after
right.
mass, and told them that he wanted to address the nation and the world as quickly as he could to
I'm
convey
sorry.
that message that you
Well, I'm
just saw.
putting my
But as you said,
issue
we
here.
don't know yet
Don't break.
whether the current and former presidents have spoken to each other. But the fact that the president said he wanted to was designed to signal to the country and the world that at least he is trying to maintain order and ensure that the temperature stays down. The other thing that his campaign at least has done tonight is suspend all what they called outward communication. That includes television advertising, digital advertising, radio advertising. Tens of millions of dollars of it has now been set aside. As for the situation here in Milwaukee tonight, we've been reporting that the security presence is expected to intensify and expand in the coming hours. CBS's Nicole Scanga reporting from her sources that there will be more of a law enforcement presence here on top of the tens of thousands of federal, state, and local personnel who've been deployed to this city to protect convention goers and the former president. It's a situation being led by the U.S. Secret Service. It's considered a top national security event, just like a presidential inauguration or the Super Bowl, and it will be intensified, we're told, in the coming hours. We don't know yet specifically what that is. One top state official telling me tonight that the Secret Service, again, is responsible for all this, but, quote, surely there will be changes. As for the convention, the show will go on. The Republican National Committee and the Trump campaign in the last hour issuing a statement that reads in part, quote, President Trump looks forward to joining you all in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention to nominate him to serve as the 47th President of the United States. As our party's nominee, President Trump will continue to share his vision to make America great again. Important to point out, this Butler, Pennsylvania event tonight was seen as a potential spot for him to signal, hint, potentially announce who his running mate would be. That didn't happen. We still need to know who that is, because Monday afternoon, the Republican National Committee is set to formally nominate Trump, and he is to announce and have his running mate announced and nominated as well. So a critical 48 hours in American politics yet to come as we learn the name of the fourth participant, in essence, one of the top four participants in this ongoing presidential race. And to that end, Margaret, we will continue to monitor the situation here. Convention goers aware of this, obviously quite disturbed by it, but the resolve appears to be to continue on.
Ed O'Keefe reporting there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And we don't have any detail at this hour as to the shooter, who he was, where he had obtained this weapon, how he was able to, as eyewitnesses describe, get himself carrying that weapon on top of an elevated position to then take shots, shots that successfully at least nicked, if not went through the ear of the Republican nominee or expected nominee, along with other individuals, 2 people critically injured, and 1 who lost his life in addition to the shooter. And, you know, I'm looking at the research done by our data journalism team here at CBS News, looking at these active shooting incidents. The last time that these happened, an active shooting incident at a political event, were also in open air spaces like this one in Pennsylvania.
Still didn't rename the
one
city.
of them, the 2011 shooting of Representative Gabby Giffords at a supermarket parking lot in Arizona. And then in 2017, the shooting of then Congressman Steve Scalise at a congressional baseball game practice in Virginia. Scalise now part of the very top of House Republican Party. And we have joining us by phone now the former Speaker of the Republican House of Representatives at that time, Kevin McCarthy, who joins us by phone. Congressman, this is such a troubling moment for our country to see an attempted assassination like this in the heat of a political campaign 4 months out from the election. I wonder what your message is to your Republican colleagues and to the country at this hour.
Well, my first are to the prayers to the family that have lost lives and to the president. The challenge that we have is the rhetoric that has continued to rise in this country. We all I think, need to take a very deep breath to be able to work forward.
I'm going to take it the advertising campaign
I've been able to speak to the
null and void as
president's
well.
son and to the staff
no, that
with
works.
the president, going back to the plane.
Do it.
I know the fear that they had looking.
Doesn't make them
through
like
that
you more
and
though. It just makes
President
more people
Trump
show up
himself
at your
get
station.
shot, but how strong
that's
he
fine.
was
That's all one.
going through what he's going through today.
What have you learned, former Speaker McCarthy, about what's happening in former President Trump's inner circle tonight? We've heard from Donald Trump Jr. What did he tell you? What are you hearing from his top campaign advisors? You are as plugged in as any Republican I know. Please help us understand what is going on within the inner circle of the presumptive nominee at this exact time tonight.
Well, with his son was back in Florida. Is actually on a boat when he was told, but he was able to talk to his father very quickly. I've talked to some
You're not
staff
homeless,
that were
and you're not
right
homeless.
next to the president.
Congratulations, you made it.
Was with him in the hospital, in the car driving back. The president is, if you can only imagine going through this, but the strength that this man has gone through his entire life, and to be sitting on stage and watch that, a lot of their thoughts and prayers are with the family of who came to the rally, lost their lives, and was injured. We're now hearing
No, I should not have done
Congressman Ronnie Jackson's nephew is one individual who was wounded and shot in the neck.
I got a
Scraped
better
him,
location for
was
this.
at the rally as well.
That is the congressman and former White House physician, Ronnie Jackson. You were saying his nephew. You know this is true? You know this?
Yes, Ronnie has put this out forward that his nephew was there at the rally, back behind the tent, and was wounded in the incident. I spoke to a couple congressmen who were there, who just maybe 30 feet back, and one of the incidents of a lady being wounded was just right behind them, was shot. The number of bullets they heard going through, you could hear from their voices the concern. But, here's the President Trump who's been shot, and his concern has really been with those at the rally who were injured. And his thanks was to the Secret Service, to the work that they have done, the protection that they have provided. He is actually dealing with this much calmer than I imagine others that can go through it. But his real concern is with those who were injured at the rally itself.
Do you believe, former Speaker McCarthy, there will still be outdoor rallies in this campaign for the rest of 2024?
You know, the Secret Service probably will have a big say in that, but it's the one thing knowing President Trump, he loves to be with the people, and anything the president does, there's such large crowds. I don't know how you go about doing it without having it, but maybe I know there'll be heightened security going forward. There just has to be.
Do you think this delays the vice presidential selection or the convention in any way?
Knowing President Trump, no, not at all. I mean, I know that just talking to him the other day, he's going down to the very final portion here of making that decision. But knowing the president, this will only be more invigorated to make sure to not let a sick person like this win in any shape or form, and to show the country that we can come together. We've got to, in this nation, to respect one another's opinion. If somebody has a different opinion of yours, does not mean they're less American. You need to respect different opinion. That's what democracy is about. And to see a tragic situation like this, you look back at American history in the 60s and others, we do not want to repeat from that. We're supposed to be a more perfect union, to strive to be better. And I hope people take this moment in time of the attack on President Trump's life to actually dial down the rhetoric and really start respecting one another's differences of opinion.
Former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, we couldn't agree with that sentiment more. We need to show more respect and be able to have civil conversations. There is no place for political violence, period. I do want to note at this hour that the FBI has issued a formal statement now saying that they have taken over from the Secret Service and are now the lead federal law enforcement agency.
The FBI got
this
involved?
incident involving
Well,
former
obviously,
President
right?
Donald Trump earlier today in Butler, Pennsylvania. Special agents of the FBI Pittsburgh field office were the first immediate responders here, including crisis response team members, evidence response technicians, and they are going to continue to support the investigation with the full resources of the FBI, along with the Secret Service and local law enforcement. And they have actually published a tip line for anyone who has information to share, who might have been there, an eyewitness. That tip line, 1-800-CALL-FBI, asking for any information that could assist with the investigation. I also just want to quickly update on those two individuals that the Secret Service said were injured at the rally. We know that those two patients are at Allegheny General Hospital. They were indeed injured. The hospital confirms both patients are in critical condition. So Donald
Actually,
Trump
are we gonna start a new map?
is
Probably not. You
recovering
got
from his
you're
injuries
way
at this
invested into
hour.
this, right?
There was one death and two people in critical
cool.
condition
I'll
at this
just
hour.
continue
Let's
working
bring
on this
back
new
into the
city then.
conversation Chief Washington Correspondent
fix
Major
everything
Garrett.
tomorrow.
He is on the phone.
I'm
Major?
off tomorrow, by the way. If
Hi,
you're streaming
Margaret.
tomorrow.
Hello, everyone.
Oh,
We've
yeah,
had to
stream
break
every day,
down our
man.
live shop position
Oh,
because
every
there's
day,
lightning
okay.
and
Yeah.
thunder in the region, and we
Yeah,
didn't
you
want to be
stream,
out
like,
in
almost
the
every
middle of
day.
that
Almost
and stuff
literally
like
every
No,
that.
no,
day.
literally every day.
I can understand that. I've just been on the phone with
I'm gonna
Ryan
hop off.
Priebus, who's
I'm the
chairman of
postal
Vice
service,
Committee of
dude.
the
Through rain or
convention here in
shine,
Milwaukee.
here I am.
It has not been relayed to him formally
see,
by
I
the
see.
U.S. Secret
Very
Service
good.
that they are
Have
going
a
to
good one,
enlarge the security perimeter here.
Thanks,
he
you
does
as
not
well.
doubt
That's
that that's
fine.
what's going to
And a
happen.
very
That's
interesting
nothing
day. Like, holy shit.
officially
Right?
conveyed to him
Fucking
yet,
hell.
but he expects that to happen.
All right, I'll
We
catch
certainly
you
have
tomorrow.
reporting tomorrow on
Peace.
Nicole Skanga that tells us that's going to occur. Reince Priebus, the chairman of the host committee here, believes that in fact will occur. What I can tell you right now, at this hour in downtown Milwaukee, just 2 blocks from the arena, the Fiserv Arena where the convention will be conducted, things are for the moment as normal. The apparatus to build a security perimeter is certainly visible, but nothing is being extended at the present hour. There's certainly more police visible, a couple of helicopters that I didn't see an hour or two ago, but everything else for the moment is as it was. And I would say as normal as something could be in preparation for a security event of this magnitude starting on Monday here in Milwaukee. One other thing to note, and this has been a part of our conversation for the last hour or so, as Robert Costa pointed out, as Olivia Rinaldi pointed out, we are still awaiting former President Trump's announcement of a running mate. Talking to those within the Trump inner circle, this assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, has created many repercussions, obviously. One of the repercussions is, has this brought into somewhat sharper relief something that former President Trump has routinely said, that the pick he wants to have as a running mate
the political impact is maybe not as important to him as the ability to carry out the job should something terrible happen. Those are the former president's words. He said that many times. The former president has said privately to his advisors, not tonight, but in the past, North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, as a two-term sitting governor, fits that idea that he has as someone who could instantly step into the job. Does this event in Butler, Pennsylvania, raise questions about J.D. Vance, 39 years old, 1.5 years in the United States Senate? Would that be sufficiently experienced in light of this assassination attempt? We don't know, but those in the Trump inner circle who have talked about the way this is now being thought about in those circles are coming to the conclusion that it's going to get a very serious relook in light of events this afternoon in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Major Garrett, this just changes so much for the political moment we are in, for the campaign we are all covering as part of the exercise in democracy, which is in this country to go and express yourself and try to force change through the ballot box, not through violence. And violence we saw today, we are describing it in this context because it was at a political event. It was at a political rally. We have gun violence in this country. We have shooting events and all the time, frankly. But we are in a high-threat environment. We are in a politically charged environment. And the assumption here is that the shooter was attempting to assassinate the Republican candidate for a political outcome. And we need to find out more about any kind of identifiers on the shooter, who he was, what his motivations were. But we do know from one of the eyewitnesses on the ground who spoke to our partners over at the BBC that individuals in the area saw this gunman climb to the roof with a weapon and warned law enforcement minutes before shots were fired. Listen.
We noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle.
A rifle.
We could clearly see him with a rifle, absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%.
And that was an eyewitness to events. The video you see there, you can see men perched with guns. Those we believe are the Secret Service snipers who responded to the attacker. As you can see, with the American flags on top of the area where the former president had been perched. And what we know from the Secret Service is that they were able to eliminate the shooter. We want to be clear that we cannot say if the specific sniper you were seeing in that video was the one who took out the shooter, but you can see the effort underway to react in the moment to the attack that had just happened. That video just coming in at this hour. We wanted to play it out for you. We also want to tell our viewers that the President of the United States, Joe Biden, has decided to head back from Rehoboth, Delaware, to the White House tonight, underscoring the urgency of the moment we are in. We want to bring back into our conversation CBS News consultant and former Deputy Director of the Secret Service, A.T. Smith, who joins us on the phone. A.T., I don't know if you were able to see that video of the sniper response. What are your thoughts in terms of their quick reaction?
Well, that is exactly what they're supposed to do. They are positioned for long-range threats, and kind of thing that we're talking about apparently occurred tonight. At the same time, their responsibility is to have 360-degree coverage. In other words, when I talked earlier about concentric rings of security, a outer perimeter, a middle perimeter, and an inner perimeter, the counter sniper team is really responsible for beyond that outer perimeter. And, you know, they have long-range binoculars, long-range weapons, scopes, and that sort of thing. And so their responsibility is to be panning 360 degrees around that site, that event, to search for a threat of this type.
AT, I just want to quickly tell our viewers that a White House official has told CBS News that President Biden was able to speak tonight to former President Donald Trump. He also spoke to the governor of the state of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, as well as the mayor of Butler, Pennsylvania, Bob Dandoy. And we know President Biden is returning here to Washington to receive an updated briefing tomorrow from Homeland Security and from law enforcement officials. AT, given the moment we are in, and I just keep making that broader point because of the concern of how these hours are handled. As a former Secret Service officer, what are you thinking in this moment, ahead of a convention, 4 months out from an election? What kind of security increases can be done at a time when we are already at such a high threat level?
Well, and earlier, as I think Major Garrett pointed out, you know, in Milwaukee, there's already enhancements that they believe will be underway. I mean, certainly they had not cut, you know, any security measures prior to the convention. But when you have an event like this, everything will be reevaluated constantly, and I'm sure that they will increase the manpower. You know, there had been a lot of back and forth and controversy, I think, about the protest zones in Milwaukee. I'm sure that will be reevaluated because, you know, while everyone's entitled to their First Amendment,
take a look at what happened.
They will just have to take a harder look at that and make sure that, you know, the security around.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
That this was a lone gunman versus a concerted effort, there'll be an increase in most all of the protective details. Again, someone mentioned earlier how many protectees we have, President, Vice President, obviously the former presidents, but there are others out there that are protected by the Secret Service as well, the Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And then obviously the Capitol Police have members of Congress and throughout the federal government. So I think all of the security details will take a hard look at where they may be. They'll work hand in hand with the Secret Service to see if any of the threat stream information increased and picked up. And, you know, as you pointed out and I mentioned earlier, the FBI now becomes the lead agency in this investigation, but they've obviously brought in the ATF, who has the expertise to determine all of the ballistics, the gun-related issues.
Yep. All right, A.T. Smith, thank you for your analysis. It is 10:30, just after 10:30 here on the East Coast, 7:30 on the West Coast, and we want to recap the breaking news that we have been following. As you know, at this hour, there has been a significant event in the battleground state of Pennsylvania at a political rally being held for Donald Trump, and Trump himself was the subject of an assassination attempt at that political rally. We know shots were fired shortly after 6 p.m. Eastern Time. The presumed Republican nominee was then rushed off stage by Secret Service to a nearby hospital. The former president is now safe. He is out of the hospital, and he said he was, quote, shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. That was in a post on social media. We haven't actually been able to hear directly from Donald Trump yet, but we know that he is recovering. Unfortunately, one individual attending that rally lost his life tonight. And we know that 2 other people have been critically injured. Others in the area are also reporting some minor injuries, but the local hospital says 2 people are critical. And CBS News is reporting that the gunman who was able to take this shot that came so close to Donald Trump that it actually pierced his ear was using an AR-style rifle. There were multiple shots, and tonight we know because of this, the current president of the United States, Joe Biden, is returning to the White House. He had been at his private home in Delaware. And we know that tomorrow he will undergo a full briefing from his Homeland Security team. He has spoken with former President Trump, as we told you, and the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. And in a taped statement earlier today, we heard from President Biden that he was going to reach out to his political opponent. He called him Donald. He said he wanted to call, he had called, and we now know at this hour that the two men were able to speak. We don't have details on the content of that conversation, but we will bring you everything as we learn it. We also know at this hour, joining us is House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, someone who knows firsthand what political violence is like. The Louisiana congressman, as you all recall, was shot and injured at a congressional baseball game practice in 2017. And Leader Scalise joins us now on the phone. I wonder, sir, at this hour, have you been able to speak with Donald Trump? Do you know how he's doing?
Yeah, we texted back and forth a few hours ago. I told him I was praying for him, and he's doing well. And he texted back that he's doing fine. Obviously, a lot of concern early off when there was a lot more unknown about his injury, and then we found out more that there was another fatality there, that somebody killed that was a spectator at the rally. And we pray for everybody involved, and, glad the shooter's down, but, still a lot more questions. But just alarming that something like this would happen at a political rally with the former president, that it was able to come to this and get that close.
Absolutely. It's chilling. It's scary for people who are watching, Leader Scalise. And I remember when you were injured, the images of then President Donald Trump and the First Lady going to the hospital to visit you. I wonder how that moment, that experience, has changed the way you experience our politics and what your message to Americans is at this hour.
Yeah, look, we in the greatest country in the history of the world, and we have big political differences. And, we did 240 years ago when our country started. But, the way we settle our differences at the ballot box, that's what makes America unique. We cannot tolerate political violence. And, we've seen some of it brewing over the last few years. But at the same time, we all need to be vocal in speaking out against it. And as you mentioned, when I was shot, President Trump came to the hospital at night and, consoled my family. I was in a coma for 3 days, but, he and I still talk about that a lot. And he was there for me. I reached out to him because I want to be there for him, like so many other people want to be there for him, just praying that he's okay. But, then there'll be a lot of other questions later.
Leader Scalise, Bob Costa, I've covered you for a long time, Congressman, and I remember when you were shot. I remember when you came to the United States House of Representatives, and I've witnessed your recovery up close as a reporter. Your injuries were horrific. It has taken you a long time to recover. What is it like as a political figure, someone who was public-facing in your job, to deal with the recovery, the shock, the trauma of an incident like this? Of course, these are different incidents, but you are one of the rare people in this kind of position, a major position, who has been through an assassination attempt as well.
Yeah, and I mean, back then I almost didn't make it through. There are a lot of miracles. But like today, I mean, law enforcement was there for me. I mean, I'll never forget David Bailey and Crystal Griner with Capitol Police, who both confronted the shooter and were both hit during the shootout to keep all of us on that ball field alive. And today you saw, the Secret Service agents immediately rush into Donald Trump to keep him safe as the shots were still being fired. But when I watched the video today, you hear the pop of the shots and ultimately the words "shooter down," and it just brought back a lot of memories, not good memories, but just the memories of that day in 2017, because it was very, very similar in how quick it went, but yet it seemed like it was going on for hours. And then just the bravery of law enforcement then, like we saw today.
So you are now one of the leaders of the House of Representatives. You work very closely with Speaker Mike Johnson, also from the state of Louisiana. What steps, if any, what can you share with us, concrete things that are being discussed, if anything is being discussed, about hearings, possible investigations at the House level of the the Secret Service, Homeland Security. Please provide any specificity what you as a House leader are planning to do in the wake of this.
Yeah, we've been in constant communication with colleagues, with staff on the Oversight Committee, on some of the other committees. Of course, we're checking into some of the reports. Was Trump's Secret Service team asking for more Secret Service for weeks and been denied that? We're looking at that as well. But, why was a shooter be able to get on the roof of a building literally 150 yards away from Trump's podium undetected? Those are serious questions that we're going to be asking. Some of that we may find out quickly. Some of it we will have hearings on. But, next week we've got the convention. A lot of additional effort was put into security at both the Republican and Democrat Party conventions this year, as needs to be the case, unfortunately, these days.
But what exactly are you going to do? Do you have any plans at this point?
I'm going to be in Milwaukee for the entire convention. I just got word from the RNC that, it appears the President Trump is going to be going forward with the schedule as was laid out. He'll, I'm sure, talk more about what that is. I mean, we were expecting to hear the VP pick rolled out early next week. That's still going to be up to President Trump how that's done, but I haven't heard of any changes in plans starting Monday in Milwaukee.
Leader, I see Speaker Johnson is already saying he's going to call up the Secret Service director and officials from Homeland Security and FBI for a hearing. That is something that I'm sure the world will watch, but I wonder what your message is. Have you specifically instructed members in the coming hours to rein in some of the rhetoric that I will point out some are using online that is somewhat incendiary in terms of really blaming this somehow on the administration? Have you asked them to refrain from that?
I've already been very vocal within moments of the shooting that political violence is not something anybody should tolerate, but also I went further and said that we need to dial the rhetoric down. And there's been a lot of rhetoric for the last few months. And, and I think some of that, this idea, and Bob Barr even said it, that Donald Trump's some threat to democracy. That kind of language doesn't, all it takes is one person to hear that and act on it. And I don't know if that's the case today, but those are the kind of things that shouldn't be said. And all of us need to do better and dial the language down. Let's focus on the issues. We have real serious issues that divide us and real serious problems in this country. Let's let the next 4 months be about how to fix and solve those problems in America and not have the incendiary language that unfortunately we're seeing right now.
Leader Scalise, would you call for more security for members of Congress? You are someone who has been attacked as a member of Congress, a former president tonight shot in Butler, Pennsylvania. Yes or no, would you support or call for more security for members of the House and Senate?
We've increased security in the House and Senate and with Secret Service as well. All of those agencies are unfortunately more active than ever at rooting out threats. There's people that still threaten the lives of members of Congress that you hate to see, but it's still going on. And you see that in the executive level too. This is something that shouldn't be tolerated. But we also need to see a more aggressive attitude when somebody does commit political violence. Today the shooter was killed, but there's other examples of violence where the people were let go, and that's not a good sign. You shouldn't be letting people go that commit political violence, because then they're going to just send a message that it's okay to do it, and it's not okay.
Leader Scalise, I asked you about your members because I see a tweet from the Republican congressman from Georgia, Mike Collins, who said, quote, Joe Biden sent the orders. Is there any information whatsoever to link in any way
there's a tweet that says
the U.S. government to what happened today?
No, look, I mean, there are reports that the mainstream media had reported about some comments from Joe Biden. I'm not going to repeat them because I haven't seen the video itself, but I've seen multiple reports of it printed. And again, this is all the kind of thing that needs to stop. It needs to stop immediately. All of these things. And then, you wonder why something bad happens if somebody goes and
and goes over the extreme. I mean, nobody should take an extreme measure like today, but unfortunately, I've seen it myself. And what happened with me was a reaction to things that were being said that shouldn't have been said then.
Joe Biden's statements, I don't know if you saw his on-camera comments, were not incendiary. It was about lowering the temperature. What are you referring to?
This was something from days ago.
Okay.
But
so in this moment, though, in this particular very dangerous moment, that's why I was asking you about your guidance specifically to members. So, but what I understood you saying is that no member should in any way insinuate anything without actually knowing fact first.
Right. And then if the facts are confirmed, whoever's behind that should be called out for doing it and should stop doing it immediately.
Okay. Leader, thank you very much for sharing with us
right.
all that you know at this hour and your experience. This has to be difficult to relive, as you mentioned. Sam Vinograd, you've been with us throughout, former Homeland Security official. What are you hearing from the Biden administration at this hour from your law enforcement sources?
Well, in the first instance, I'm hearing that the White House has given direction to all relevant agencies and departments to engage in this investigation to the fullest extent possible. So all available resources are being directed to investigating the perpetrator of this incident, and on the other hand, how this occurred. So we have really two investigations, Margaret. On the first, who perpetuated this assassination attempt? We understand that intelligence and law enforcement officials at the federal, state, and local level are working together to try to get more information on this individual, his weapon, and how he was able to get this close to the president with that weapon. On the latter, which has been referenced by some of our former guests, how this occurred, there will be most likely an independent investigation of whether there were security failures at the perimeter of this incident. Now, we know that those oversight investigations and independent investigations do take time, Margaret. As you recall, the Department of Justice investigated what happened in Uvalde. That was several months. So we should not expect answers on the operational failures that could have led up to this anytime soon. I also know that the White House, as appropriate, is in touch with relevant officials at the FBI, at the Secret Service, at Homeland Security, and having been in mass casualty response mode myself, there's ongoing communication in that respect, and we should expect the FBI and others, the Secret Service, to try to be as transparent as possible about what they learn, particularly as there are already conspiracy theories circulating about what led to this. So it will be very, very important that the administration continue to be as transparent as possible about what they're ascertaining so that conspiracy theories don't lead potentially to more violence.
And they will attempt to elevate truth in that transparency of what they learn here. But as we know, we live in an environment where conspiracy theories are also amplified by our adversaries, as we heard from the Director of National Intelligence just this week. In the briefing from that the President will receive tomorrow, we're told that the Vice President, Kamala Harris, will also participate in it. It'll be the Director of the Secret Service, the Director of Homeland Security, Liz Sherwood Randall, who is the Assistant to the President and Homeland Security Advisor, the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, Jake Sullivan, who is the National Security Advisor to the President of the United States. The FBI Director also participated in a briefing. So this is really top-level officials, all hands on deck.
And nationally, both domestically and internationally. And I think the presence of the National Security Advisor is very notable as well. We have Liz Sherwood Randall and law enforcement intelligence officials working on the situation within our borders, investigating it, and likely briefing the president on operational security enhancements and any other intelligence that's relevant here. At the same time, as you and I spoke about earlier, we have to think about how this is reverberating globally and how various threat actors may seek to exploit this moment.
And when you say that, it makes me think of what Mike Pence, the former vice president, said on the day of violence at the Capitol that he survived on January 6th, where he said, I'm not going to get in the vehicle because I don't want to give our adversaries the fun of seeing us flee the capital of the United States.
It's such an important thing to note, the official response, the security response. There's also a political seismic event that's happening. I've been working the phone for the last hour, talking to Democrats and Republicans. So many top Democrats are telling me tonight that the story of the country for the last week and a half, 2 weeks, the aftermath of that debate in Atlanta, there's no talk now among top Democrats of trying to push President Biden out. Still
very heated phone calls just earlier today.
Just earlier today with President Biden, with different caucuses and different groups within the House of Representatives, so frustrated with him, voicing it to his face, or at least on the phone. Now you have Democrats tonight quiet. This is the story of the country right now, not Democratic frustration with President Biden. And for Republicans, there's a lot of unity beneath all the shock tonight. The convention will be a convening moment for a party that is rattled in Milwaukee. People are already talking about, like when Ronald Reagan in 1981 went to the University of Notre Dame for the commencement address after he was shot. That was that moment where there was an eruption of applause. This is the comeback moment they hope for former President Trump to take the stage. But you have Democrats tonight almost across the board. Let President Biden be president, I'm being told by my sources. There's no talk now of trying to get him out of there.
Well, we will see what the political reality and calculation
It's fast
become.
moving.
It's fast moving.
That's the temperature tonight, based on my reporting.
That is for sure.
What a crazy night.
I want to, one more time, go out to Olivia Rinaldi. She is our CBS News political campaign reporter who was on the ground at the rally, shot some of the video, filmed some of the video that you have been watching earlier. Olivia, has the security perimeter been lifted, the lockdown been lifted yet?
Lockdown has been lifted here in Butler, Pennsylvania. We've seen all of the cars that were here waiting clear out. So now it's just a few reporters and a few vendors that are still here. But Margaret, the air here is still very tense, very palpable. Behind me, there are, back in the area where Trump was earlier, there are police officers, there are Secret Service agents, there are FBI there, because this is an active crime scene. You know, as we were walking out of the rally today, we could see the area on the bleachers being roped off by yellow crime scene tape. It was just extraordinary imaging from here in Butler.
Olivia Rinaldi reliving what she saw and witnessed today in this extraordinary turn of events. I also just want to recap. I believe, can the producers tell me, am I still talking to Olivia or am I going to the teleprompter? I'm told that we have political reporter Ed O'Keefe, who is standing by now in Milwaukee. Ed, can you hear me?
I can, Margaret. Just want to convey again from here that we are anticipating the security situation to intensify and expand in the coming hours, if not by the morning. There's a setup in downtown where the arena is, where the Milwaukee Bucks play during the rest of the year. That is the center of this. There's a hotel nearby where Trump was expected to stay. There's a few other facilities nearby where the media and the party are set up to work, and it's expected now that that perimeter is just going to grow out by several more blocks potentially as a precaution. We're also anticipating, as our Nicole Skanga reported earlier tonight, that more law enforcement will be sent here to Milwaukee in anticipation of this event. There are some scheduled to begin tomorrow, and they are expected, or they're at least currently scheduled to be held outdoors. So we'll wait and see whether or not that happens. We also heard a little while ago, as you mentioned, that the president and the former president spoke. Neither side is sharing any more details other than that they did in fact speak. The president also spoke with the governor of Pennsylvania and the mayor of Butler, Pennsylvania. And the president is making his way now from Rehoboth, Delaware. He has to go up to Dover, Delaware, to take an Air Force jet back to Andrews Air Force Base and then the White House. So probably by around midnight is when he'll be back at the White House tonight. We've got no official word yet that he isn't going to speak again tonight. But given the late hour, it may be at this point that he waits until tomorrow. And remember, the other thing that we're all anticipating in the coming hours is who is the running mate, and how does this change the nature of politics? Does the sitting president still keep to his schedule next week? He's supposed to go to Texas and Nevada. How does this change the nature of campaign events across the country? All things that have to be considered in the coming hours, in addition to, of course, the ongoing investigation and how the Republican Party responds to all this as they meet up the street here in the coming days.
It changes a lot about the dynamics of this race. Costa was just sketching out for us. Democrats have some decisions to make. We already knew they did, but whether or not they are sticking with the presumptive Democratic nominee, Joe Biden, has been an active conversation. Ed, but you're pointing. What do you know?
because in my conversations tonight with at least some of the Democrats we've been in touch with in recent days, they acknowledge that's all but over at this point. There's going to be lingering concern, but it's difficult, inappropriate, and premature to be having that conversation right now, given the events of this afternoon.
Ed O'Keefe
I'm so
on the
fucking
ground
confused right
in
now.
Milwaukee tonight. We want to bring back into the conversation CBS News consultant and former Deputy Director of the Secret Service, A.T. Smith, who joins us once again by phone. A.T., in that briefing that the president will receive tomorrow, what do you think will be possible to know? What will law enforcement actually know in the light of day?
Well, Margaret, by tomorrow morning, they'll have a good bit of information about the crime scene, I believe. They'll be able to evaluate it, with regard to the FBI agents and ATF agents who have responded out there tonight, kind of a preliminary report. So that will be conveyed to the FBI director, Secret Service director, I'm sure the ATF director will be in that briefing tomorrow. I don't think they'll have necessarily final ballistics reporting, but they'll have a good idea of the things we talked about earlier. They'll know a little bit more about this individual. Is it a lone gunman, an concerted effort of more than one person? I think a lot of that will develop through the night, and I would think in the briefing in the morning there'll be a good bit more information relayed to the president and to the staff than probably we.
The fuck is this?
A.T. Smith, the Secret Service has been under siege within the last decade. Countless congressional investigations, calls of mismanagement during the Obama and Trump presidencies. This is an institution within the federal government that is by no means seen as flawless by Democrats or Republicans. As someone who has been inside the Secret Service at the highest levels, what is this moment for the Secret Service? An assassination attempt of a former president under their watch following the scandals of the past decade?
It's going to be a tough situation. I mean, I see where the, House Oversight Committee is already calling for a hearing. I mean, and that's the difference in today and years ago. Nobody let the dust settle anymore, and get a sort of a complete picture of what happened. We have a lot of the politicians who want to pile on and get their, moment in the media, quite frankly. And, it's not that some of it is undeserved. I mean, they will take a hard look, and nobody will look at themselves harder than the Secret Service. But very often these things become so politicized that the real truth gets lost. And, I was there during a lot of this, and when a lot of this went on, and I hate to say it, but I'm going to point a finger. Unfortunately, some of the members of Congress, want to make hay out of it just for their own purposes.
A.T., it's Margaret again. I wonder, as we continue to play this footage over and over again, in the initial shots, it appeared you could hear something, and Donald Trump looked off to his side. It was to his right. And yet he was hit. That makes it would suggest, I would think, then, that the shooter was not head-on, but rather at an angle to him. Is there some kind of, glaring oversight there in terms of the visibility for the Secret Service?
I don't know yet. As I said, the responsibility for a lone gunman or a distance shooter like we talked is the counter sniper team. If they were at a disadvantage for some reason, if there was foliage that blocked them, if somehow they didn't get the word that people had seen this individual climbing up on the building, that will all be, asserted or certainly evaluated throughout the course of the investigation. And, if there was a failure there, as I said, no agency more than the Secret Service will self-critique. So I think we just have to wait and see sort of what the ballistics from the firearm show, what the distance is, and what we end up finding out about the individual. And, then they'll obviously figure out what the counter sniper officers were doing, on the roof and what their view of, field of vision was at that time.
A.T., thank you for your analysis and helping to describe the breaking news to us once again. Just to recap what we know at this hour, that there was an assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump 115 days before Election Day, the presumptive Republican nominee is safe, but he was injured in a shooting at his Pennsylvania campaign rally earlier today. Mr. Trump has said in a social media post that he was shot in the ear. We know the suspected shooter was taken out by Secret Service and killed. A rally attendee was also killed in the events, and we also know 2 individuals are in critical condition. All this happens just 2 days before Donald Trump is set to be formally nominated for president at the Republican National Convention. The White House says President Biden and former President Trump did speak this evening. In an on-camera comment, Biden said earlier, there's no place in America for this type of violence. Our coverage of these unfolding events will continue on CBS News 24/7 and your late local news. And tomorrow we will bring you a special expanded coverage of this developing story anchored by our colleague John Dickerson starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Following that, I'll bring you Face the Nation. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm Margaret Brennan. For all of us here at CBS, we pray for democracy. Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zach in New York. We continue following major breaking news. Former President Donald Trump is safe, according to the Secret Service, after an assassination attempt on the presumptive Republican nominee in Butler, Pennsylvania. At least one person from the crowd was killed. Others were injured, some critically. The former president walked on stage just after 6 p.m. Eastern time, and about 6 minutes later, we heard those shots. He's since been released from the hospital. CBS News campaign reporter Jake Rosen joins us now on the phone. Jake, you were there at the rally. You spoke with a witness. I want to play that for our viewers.
Former President Trump got up. He had some blood on his face. And I don't know if that was from the Secret Service tackling him, or I don't know what that was from.
Yeah.
Screw you, news media!
How are you feeling right now?
Distressed.
Yeah.
Obvious distress among people there. Jake, tell us more about where this person was and what the scene was like.
This person, Lana, and thank you for having me on. This man was standing there looking with tears in his eyes, staring at the scene unfolding before us as press got out of their crouched stance and got back on air. There were, his face was all red of anger, it seemed like. It was a hot day out in the sun, and he turned to me, and I just pulled my phone out and started talking, and he was on the side from where it sounded like the gunshots were coming from. It was not totally clear to me, but he did have a view just by leaning on the side of the press pen right next to where I was when the shots were fired, and saw this. And in my conversations with people on the way to the car, where I am now, safe here with security on the outside of the original security perimeter, people are angry, they're shocked. This is a family environment, Trump rallies. I know it may not seem like that to many people, but, before the former president comes on, they're singing, dancing. People seem to reunite at these things. They seem to, celebrate the former president and his accomplishments and want him back in office. This is a committed group of people. And it just seems like that sense of family was certainly disrupted tonight. And that man was just one example that I captured today.
And you certainly can understand the shock. We all felt that shock when we saw that, when we witnessed it in real time here. I have to also mention that we could hear somebody yelling about the news media as you were having that conversation, as you were attempting to have that conversation. There was a lot of anger, it seems like, that was also pointed at members of the press. We also saw, Jake, some folks in the audience who were upset and angry, as you mentioned, and looking for an outlet.
Yeah, and I think, certainly for these people and where they get their news from, they certainly see Democrats and, the mainstream media or liberal media, however they frame it, or see it themselves as part of the problem in this country when things are clung on to and amplified up. We saw it after January 6th on the Democratic side, but I think this was the validation that a lot of people but the validation that proved a lot of people's thinking maybe about the state of the country. You can hear the shrieking in the background behind you. There were people flipping us off, people trying to shake the risers. Thankfully, Secret Service and our security protected us and tried to get people out. But people turned to us and turned to the pool camera, which shot the video of the former president. They turned to all the anchors still on air and the correspondents on air, and we're trying to shake us and yelling at us that we caused this. And certainly, that is just one part of the equation here, but that was the initial reaction of what we saw here in Butler.
And Jake, I know that you also spoke with an emergency room physician who was attending somebody who was injured in the crowd. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I saw one other reporter talking to this man, and I called him over as Secret Service was trying to escort everyone, including press, and get us to pack our stuff up as soon as we could to get out of the venue. There were tears in his eyes, too. There was blood all over his shoes and a little bit on his shirt. He told me that he did CPR on someone who was shot. He said he heard screams after the gunshots were fired and someone saying someone was shot. He said that he ran over, tried to do CPR on the person, but he said that they were unresponsive from the time he got there, that there was blood and brain matter spewed all over the bleachers, which we could see as they were finally cleared out and crime tape was set up. There was a lot of blood on the bleachers. And this man was one of the heroes on the scene today, trying to do what's right. In a country that feels so divided, he was just a perfect example of trying to do the right thing when the moment's tight.
All right. Jake Rosen, campaign reporter for CBS News, there at the event today. Thank you. CBS News campaign reporter Olivia Rinaldi also joins us. You were there as well. I want to play for our viewers some of the moments that you captured from this event.
Oh my gosh. Okay?
Yes, don't.
We're okay.
Olivia, we can hear some of the panic in your voice. Tell us what it was like for you.
Yeah, Lana, the video captures it all. It was a terrifying moment. I was up at the front of the risers. We were expecting a different kind of announcement today from former President Trump. We were expecting potentially a vice presidential announcement. So I was up there and I was waiting, and all of a sudden we heard several loud booms. And I got pulled to the ground by one of my colleagues that was there, and I pulled out my phone and I started filming, and you can hear some of the shots ringing out as they continue to hit towards the crowd. And at one point I popped my head up, and you can hear one of my colleagues say, "Get down, get down." And I continued to capture it as it was going on, and I could hear and see the crowd starting to rise a little bit. You could see Donald Trump at the end there. He was surrounded by security as they're trying to get him off the stage, and he's pumping his fists. He's kind of refusing to go at one point, resisting going with them until, the crowd cheers and he mouths fight on, and then he was taken off the stage. And in the moments after, we could hear the motorcade quickly departing the scene, and then it was just utter chaos. People weren't sure if they should leave, if they should stay. Secret Service flooded the area, cops flooded the area, and we stayed for about a half hour after, and I could see the rest of the scene unfolding. And on the bleachers to the left of where Trump was speaking, there was blood on the bleachers. There was leftover water bottles, signs, and there was blood. And I could see police starting to unfold yellow tape, crime scene tape, to make sure that area was roped off so that no one could get over there. And you could start to see a lot of cops coming in. And then at one point, Secret Service ushered everyone out. And this is an active crime scene that we're at right now. As I'm standing here in this field where all of these cars are, no one is able to leave. They're still on lockdown right now as we're waiting for that to lift so that people can leave. People are waiting, they're getting agitated, upset, and it's just been a very, very long afternoon into evening here, Lana.
And Olivia, we are glad you are well. We are glad that others are well, but we know that that the president, we have heard, is doing fine. We believe that there is at least one fatality. Do we know anything more about other injuries among the crowd?
Well, we could see from where we were that Trump's ear appeared to be bloody, and we could see some of the blood that was on the side of his face. It was indescribable to see the former president up on stage looking like that. I've been to dozens, if not hundreds, of these rallies, and we go through an intensive screening process. I mean, it takes sometimes hours just to get into some of these events because they go through your bag meticulously. Now, we know that this person who did this shooting, there's a lot of details we don't know, but we do know that it wasn't within the rally perimeter.
Yeah.
But you know, it was just extraordinary to see the former president hurt like that.
All right, Olivia Rinaldi for us, Aaron Butler. Thank you. You have been watching our breaking news coverage on the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, the presumptive Republican nominee. Keep it right here. You're streaming CBS News 24/7.
All right, turn this off soon. I'm gonna make this line and then I'm gonna go to sleep.
Tom, is that you working the camera? Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS reports
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight,
Collective ownership is powerful.
to keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Earlier this evening, President Biden discussed what happened. Let's listen to his remarks.
I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that they're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay? I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry joins me now from Rehoboth Beach in Delaware, where the president is spending the weekend. So, Skylar, we heard President Biden refer to his predecessor as Donald. That's more familiar than we've heard before. I'm wondering if you can tell us more about how the president himself is reacting to this news.
Yeah, Lana, that's ultimately the president coming out to show that this is no longer just a campaign moment, but a human one, in that the president is attempting to get into contact with the former president by any means. He's mentioned during those remarks that he hadn't had an opportunity to get into contact with him yet, but he is still attempting to do so, even going on to say that he will try to reach him again later on this evening. As for where the president is right now, we should point out that he made those remarks just behind us here at the Convention Center in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. He is at his residence right now. The TV pool that is with the president, following him at his every move, say that they are at the outskirts of his residence and are unclear as to whether what will be his next steps going forward. But this ultimately was supposed to be a different type of weekend for President Biden, who was dealing with campaign woes of his own, trying to convince Democrats in his party to, stand by him and say that he should be the respective nominee. We should point out that the Biden campaign is pausing all outbound communications and working to pull down all television ads as quickly as possible as well, to try to tamp down this rhetoric that, quite frankly, has probably led to what we saw up in Butler. We should also point out that there are several other things happening. The U.S. Secret Service put out a statement not too long ago, really detailing the event as it happened, saying that the personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. The U.S. Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and former President Trump is safe. We should reiterate that the former president is safe right now. He also put out a statement thanking the U.S. Secret Service and law enforcement for their rapid response. He said that he heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt a bullet ripping through the skin of his right upper ear. Much bleeding took place, so then he realized what was happening. So a lot of moving parts happening right now, Lana. We know that there hasn't been an increased security posture surrounding President Biden here in Delaware, at least not what the White House is saying right now, but a lot of moving parts as we get through the evening.
Yeah, certainly breaking news, and we are trying to track down every lead. Skylar, the last time you mentioned how the Biden campaign is changing, trying to take down some of those ads, and we heard the president being asked about whether he would consider it an assassination attempt. The last time that there was an assassination attempt, if that's in fact what this is, again, somebody who had been an occupant of the Oval Office, was President Reagan. And that led to changes that included background checks, the Brady bill, a ban on assault weapons. Is there any word from the White House about whether there will be any reaction from the Biden administration in terms of policy, or even working in tandem with the former president?
Yeah. Well, it'd be hard to imagine that we won't see that sort of conversation come out in the days following this tragic event here this evening. But I think right now, at least according to what the White House has said, is just about making sure that President Biden finds a way to get into contact with former President Trump. To your point, though, we should point out that law enforcement sources have said that this is now being investigated as a shooting attempt or an attempted assassination of a candidate. And so this is officially being investigated by the U.S. Secret Service, with the FBI assisting, and that is how the investigation will move forward in that regard. But in terms of any sort of dialogue about bans or assault rifle reform or anything like that, that usually follows unfortunate, mass shooting events, especially as it relates to what we hear in terms of the rhetoric over on Capitol Hill, that has not come out yet. We have seen lawmakers on both sides of the aisle condemn political violence, as well as sending their best wishes to former President Trump and those who were in attendance of that rally up in Butler. And so I think it will be interesting to follow this dialogue, and to your point, to see when this shifts to a political conversation. We've already seen some of those in the former president's campaign staff, as well as his family, in some regards, politicize what happened here, which is, too soon. Because, there's still so much that needs to be investigated in terms of exactly who is behind this, how this happened, whether the Secret Service did what they were supposed to do in terms of securing that perimeter. When you were talking to Caitlin earlier, they talked about expanding the security perimeter around the RNC. We'll see what that looks like in terms of how Secret Service moves around the former president in the days going to Wisconsin, and when he's there, if he does go there. And obviously, we'll see what happens with President Biden as well.
Yeah, certainly some complicated politics, but certainly it would also be good if as a nation, we can rise above them in this moment. Skylar Henry, thank you.
You bet.
CBS News congressional correspondent Scott McFarland joins us now. Scott, I was watching it here in the studio in real time. You were actually there. It sounds like maybe there's still helicopters and significant law enforcement presence there. Tell us what you heard and what you saw there on the scene.
You hear correctly. The helicopters have been circling us for hours. One of them is about to land right next to me. This was a monumental and unprecedented failure, a traumatic and horrifying experience for thousands of Americans. 5 minutes in,
take a look at what happened.
He had just pointed up at a screen to show immigration numbers. He had made some of the arguments we've heard him make before about why he believes he should be the next president. And all of a sudden, this series of bangs emanated that some of us conflated with firecrackers or fireworks, but quickly realized was something much more sinister and dangerous. Can't get out of my mind the image of people just colliding with each other as they ran for cover or tried to get on the ground. Those of us who were on elevated rafters jumped beneath the rafters with items hitting us on the way down. But it only took about 5 minutes for Secret Service to get everybody on site outside of the police bike rack barricade. They wanted us off site so they could initiate what is going to be one of the larger and more important investigations in criminal history. It was a horrific moment. And I speak, I think, on behalf of many people who were here in the middle of this today. You can't unhear those gunshots. They resonate still. And though some of the Trump rally-goers, a minority, turned on us, cursed at us, gestured at us, blamed us for what had just happened, there were some who had been heckling us earlier in the day, as often happens at these rallies, who came to check on our well-being at the end, too. A unique experience, but also one that is just inexcusable at an event where every one of us on site was wanted and went through a metal detector, and where we could see, clear as day, car dealership and office buildings and the roofs in the distance, Lana.
Scott, it is remarkable because as we were watching the president, and he was only a few minutes into that rally at that point, he was asking his tech team to put up those graphs, and he just turned his face ever so slightly to look at it. And in that moment, it seemed like the bullet potentially grazed his ear there. But had he not turned in that moment, it potentially could have been fatal. How are security officials that you're talking to reacting to this? What are you hearing from other members of the Washington set?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to skim away the overly politicized reaction to this and look at the law enforcement reaction and look at those who are trying to share facts. Secret Service, in their announcement tonight, says one person was fatally injured. One of the people in the crowd, 2 others were critically injured. It's clear as day, having stood out here for a few hours, more law enforcement is arriving by the hour. It's becoming a bigger and bigger scene, even though we're far removed from it now. And for lots of people, valuables are still inside. We had to run out with whatever we had in our hands at that moment. That was the urgency with which Secret Service moved to clear us out and launch this investigation, which no doubt involves multiple law enforcement agencies now.
Scott McFarland, I so appreciate your reporting on all of this and glad that you are safe, even as we are concerned about the others who are not. Thank you. You've been watching our breaking news coverage. We have to take a short break, but ahead we will check in with presidential historian Douglas Brinkley about this moment in American politics. Keep it right here. You're streaming CBS News 24/7.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. What the fuck?
Something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered. There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to CBS News. I'm Lana Zak. If you are just joining us, the latest headline is that the former president, Donald Trump, is safe. He is doing well, according to his spokesperson and members of his family. He has been receiving medical attention following this moment, which occurred in Pennsylvania, Butler County, Pennsylvania, earlier this evening. A gunman has been neutralized. But we also understand that in addition to the former president being in good condition, that there were others who have been critically injured and at least one other fatality in the crowd there. And as we cover this attempted assassination attempt of a former president, a current person who is about to receive the nomination of his party, we want to ground this moment in history. I want to bring in presidential historian and Rice University professor Doug Brinkley, who joins me now. So, Doug, help us with this moment in historical context, because immediately we see this, we react to it in a visceral way, but there are 9 individuals who have had that title of president before their name that have previously endured assassination attempts. Give us more of an understanding of how that changes a person, how it changes a society.
Well, it profoundly changes a person. When Ronald Reagan was shot in 1981 at the Washington Hilton, and he was raced to George Washington University Hospital, he gave that famous line to Nancy Reagan, "Honey, I forgot to duck." But it was a touch and go situation. And in his diary, President Reagan wrote, when he woke up from the surgery, he looked at the ceiling and said he was going to give his life to God. It had a profound religious experience for Reagan. Theodore Roosevelt was shot in Milwaukee in 1912 as an insurgent third-party Bull Moose candidate, and got hit with the bullet and continued speaking while bleeding, but was then rushed to Chicago to be hospitalized and taken care of. The good news here is President Trump has a superficial wound. It seems like he says he's fine, but going into going into Milwaukee, with a bandaged ear, with prayers for people that are critically injured, with reuniting with his wife Melania. There, it's very dramatic, and no matter how much Trump feels, he's in control. He's had adrenaline right now, but this will all be very sober on the family that he came, a couple inches away from really being hurt badly.
Yeah. Our viewers were looking at file footage from those moments outside of the Hilton when President Reagan was shot. And he thought initially that he was okay, didn't realize, in part because of the adrenaline of the moment, the extent of his wounds. But it also profoundly changed him, even though he continued with the humor. As you mentioned, he also said at one point to Nancy, getting shot hurts. So he kept his humor throughout all of it, but it also changed him at policy levels. I understand that he came out determined to try to end the Cold War as a reaction, that he supported the Brady bill to encourage gun control. I was reading the op-ed that he published in the New York Times as the nation was considering that. That was the last time our nation witnessed a presidential assassination attempt. Knowing and having studied various presidents and then seeing former President Trump, do you have any sense of how he may react or how our nation might react to this?
Well, we all have to unite as a country against political violence, and that's what this is. It's not about the political conversation of Biden versus Trump. It's about we cannot be a democracy that allows political violence at rallies. And so we've had many, people talking about this you know, 1968 coming up, Chicago. But in '68, when Martin Luther King Jr. killed and Bobby Kennedy killed, there was this fear that this was going to, you know, ripple through the country. So I think the important thing right now is for the country to unite behind not just, you know, we have to follow what Joe Biden's doing. The president is saying that there's no place. It's abhorrent to have any kind of political violence, and it has to be a unifying moment. And hopefully people will carry on. Former President Trump will go to Milwaukee, and a lot of people will be watching because you become a bit of a folk hero or a murder syndrome when you survive something like a trial like this and are able to talk about it. But I think there has to be a vigil because people.
Wait, what? When your old train's crashed? What do you mean?
Team Trump or people that love President Trump. These are MAGA.
What I missed? I wasn't paying attention. I was building.
Rally to hear him speak. So there's going to be a lot of emotion and candles lit in Milwaukee. So the whole tone and tenor of the GOP convention has changed in some ways.
A watershed moment, if there ever was one. Presidential historian Doug Brinkley, thank you.
Thank you.
We have to take a short break now. You have been watching our breaking news coverage. And ahead, we will head to Milwaukee, where the Republican National Convention begins on Monday. And we'll check in with Caitlin Huey-Burns to ask about the security situation there. Keep it right here. You're streaming CBS News 24/7.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party? Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024? Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through
the guy
Thursday.
Just survived an assassination attempt, and immediately one of the fucking things is democracy on the ballot, bro? It's rhetoric like that got him shot.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases,
Crazy.
Scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
CBS News senior producer with our investigative unit.
Let's be honest, they've been doing that for like 60 years
on
now.
The phone.
At least
Pat,
40
what is the
killings
latest that
since the
you've learned
80s.
about the investigation?
Yes, to follow up from what Scott McFarland was saying, we're trying to fill in the picture by talking to our law enforcement sources as to what happened. And what we've been able to find out at this point is that the shooter was outside the cordoned area of the rally, about a couple of 100 yards away from former President Trump. The shooter was standing on an elevated structure, possibly a shed, and the shooter was shot and killed by a member of the Secret Service counter-assault team.
Pat, we saw, and some of our colleagues have reported that there is always a greater law enforcement presence than we're even aware of in events like this. And we saw snipers that were there on other rooftops. How is it possible that this shooter, and by snipers I mean part of the security detail for the former president, how is it possible that this shooter could be on another elevated structure, even though it's outside of the security perimeter, and be undetected?
Well, that's an excellent question, and I'm sure the investigation will uncover exactly step by step as to what happened and how that individual was able to get into shooting range of the former president. The investigation is being headed at this point by U.S. Secret Service, and they're being assisted by FBI. Of course, that could change. The investigation is treated as an assassination.
Yeah, that's very unlikely.
On a political candidate.
And Pat, as we're trying to digest what happened here, obviously it is with some relief that some will feel that the shooter has been neutralized, that the shooter is dead. But I imagine that also for the investigation, does that make it more challenging for them to understand motive, what transpired?
Yes, exactly what you're saying. Motive, we haven't been able to uncover yet, although, as I said, it is being treated as an assassination attempt on a political candidate. But we haven't filled in the picture yet of the shooter. We know it's a male, but we don't know where he was from or what his motivation was. We know that a rifle, an assault rifle, was found at the scene where his deceased body was. But all the investigation will be able to uncover the step-by-step and the tick-tock of what happened during this horrifying event. I had one law enforcement source say to me that former President Trump is a very lucky guy right now.
All right. Senior investigative producer Pat Milton. Thank you, Pat.
More ways than one.
CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns is in Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention. She joins me now. So, Caitlin, the RNC is set to begin on Monday. The former president was supposed to accept the nomination in 5 days' time. Talk to us about the mood there, the security at the convention site.
Good to be with you, Lana. Yeah, we're here at the RNC. The convention is supposed to gavel in on Monday afternoon. Security has already been very, very tight here. We're actually standing outside the security perimeter where the convention is going to be taking place. But as you can imagine, of course, with the former president of the United States prepared to come into town by Monday, and of course, many, many, many lawmakers, high-profile officials. An event of this magnitude requires intense security, and so we have already seen that, being put in place here in Milwaukee. But it's significant too because the former president is expected to announce his running mate, any moment now in this rally that he was holding. We were wondering if
I'm
that
sad,
might
man.
be kind
I
of
wanted
the
to farm
news
some
event of that
advertising.
time. And it's significant too that we have heard from the former president as well, describing how
I'll debate anyone.
what happened.
Well, debate is
tonight.
saying much. I'll have a conversation
Caitlin,
with anyone.
You have covered numerous Trump rallies. Talk to us about the security at an event like this. There's sort of an expectation that given the heavy security, given the Secret Service president, the magnetometers,
I know.
the sweeps
It's fun.
that we all undergo to cover something like this would be present
And sad
in
because
something like this.
a lot of people are
It's
really, really
that,
dumb.
That a shooter couldn't possibly pierce the security perimeter. Explain to our audience what the security is normally like, what the expectations are.
That's exactly right, Lana. And just on Tuesday, I was down in Miami at Trump's golf course covering a rally that he was having there. I have attended many Trump rallies, and I can say that, the one earlier this week was an example of how they usually are, which is very heightened security. Everyone has to go through magnetometers, as you mentioned, and also we have to get there, the press at least has to get there hours in advance, of course, for that security sweep that you mentioned. Just to give you a little sense of these rallies, they also often take place outside, and that's important here because they are big spaces and they're wide open spaces. So there's obviously, this is a huge security failure given what we know so far from law enforcement about how the shooter did this. But those are kind of typical for his rallies. They take place, often in big fields or outdoor places. The one today was in a pretty remote location. Just a couple of weeks ago, I attended one also in Virginia at a very remote location. So the idea that this could happen, given the amount of security there, and also that this is the former president of the United States. He's not only the presumptive, almost, Republican nominee for president, which also would grant him high security. He is the former president, so travels with Secret Service is often, always protected. And so the idea that this could happen at this event is just absolutely, tragic and historic in that way. I would also note kind of the mood of these rallies. I've noted at the couple of ones that I've attended in the past couple of weeks, I've noticed more children in the audience. It's summer, kids are on school break, as you know, and these events, these rallies for Trump supporters are a very celebratory atmosphere. There's always music playing. People get there hours and hours in advance, waiting often, especially lately, in the hot sun to see the former president and the person that they are supporting in this current election. So the idea that this could happen there when a lot of people go to these to celebrate the candidate that they are supporting, especially with children in the audience, is really something to behold.
Yeah, and Caitlin, as both of us are mothers, it certainly brings a different perspective, thinking about children in the audience witnessing these sorts of things. As we're discussing the security at a rally and the difference between the RNC, which is another high security event, but it's enclosed, which is different from this. But I understand that the perimeter is being expanded at the RNC. How are people feeling now about the security of that event?
Well, this was a city already on high alert. I mean, just yesterday we were, talking to voters, and one of them noted that he was a police officer and was prepared for really anything, of course. And that is standard for these types of massive conventions, of course, that only happen every 4 years. So the city was already on high alert. Much of it had been already shut down, and a lot of, voters that we were talking to that live here were planning to be elsewhere. Having said all of that, this also comes at a time, of course, that, threats and attacks and the political rhetoric is especially heated. Just earlier this week, I was reporting on increased threats to local officials out in Nevada, but this increase that we've seen around the country to, even the kind of fundamental local, very basic offices. We had witness accounts of people being, harassed and threatened just for doing kind of basic fundamentals of their job. This, of course, is at the highest level of politics. And so the context for all of that is just critical to understand the time that we are in as well, and will continue to be.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns from Milwaukee. Thank you, Caitlin. You have been watching our breaking news coverage on the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, the presumptive Republican nominee. Keep it right here. You're streaming CBS News 24/7.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
On 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's gonna be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm gonna remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was gonna be born, he was only gonna live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift, stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team. On our places, bright shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends.
Bro, I ain't got no fucking room anymore, dude.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Trump was seen by doctors from Butler Memorial Hospital and discharged this evening. Earlier, CBS News spoke with an ER doctor who was at the Trump rally and witnessed the moment that shots went off.
I was in the stands about 30 feet away from an individual that received a head wound, a headshot. He was on the right. He was on the lower portion of the same stands. I was looking at the graph when I heard what sounded like firecrackers going off. I saw the Secret Service then swarm over Donald Trump, and somebody near the location of this individual cried out, he's down, he's hurt, he's been shot.
CBS News Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. John LaPook joins me now. Dr. LaPook, you have been poring over footage and making calls to other medical professionals. Tell us a little bit about your assessment.
Well, of course, we don't have all of the details right now, but former President Trump.
That campaign rally in Pennsylvania. Let's listen in right now.
Stands with the people of Butler County in Western Pennsylvania, and our hearts go out to the victims of this heinous act which occurred today. This is our community, and I want to let the public know that the FBI has deployed a number of our resources, including investigative agents, our evidence response team, bomb technicians, and we have additional resources coming from other field offices, as well as from FBI headquarters, including our evidence response from Quantico, Virginia. We have intelligence analysts as well, working from our field office in Pittsburgh, working feverishly to attempt to identify the individual who did this and any motives behind why this was done. Right now, we need the public's help. Anyone who was on scene, who saw anything, who identified any information, please report that to the FBI using either the phone number 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at fbi.gov/Butler. This evening we had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. It's still an active crime scene. As I mentioned, we have a number of agents on scene. We also are working closely with other federal agencies, our state partners, and our local police partners as well. Again, at this time, we are not prepared to identify who the shooter is. We are close to that identification, and as soon as we are 100% confident in who that individual is, we will share it with the press. With that being said, also, we do not currently have an identified motive, although our investigators are working tirelessly to attempt to identify what that motive was. At this time, I'm going to turn over the podium to Colonel Chris Paris from the Pennsylvania State Police.
Thank you very much. My name is Colonel Chris Paris, P-A-R-I-S, Commissioner of Pennsylvania State Police. I would just like to say that the State Police have been in regular contact with the Governor's Office, and the full support and assets of the entire agency are behind the FBI and our other federal and municipal partners to assist with this investigation. The thoughts and prayers of the Pennsylvania State Police are likewise with the victims of this terrible act. We are prepared to support this investigation in any way, shape, or form, and we stand ready to participate in a full, fair, and competent and thorough investigation. To give you an operational rundown, Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, is behind me, and he will discuss the operational portion that's being conducted by the Pennsylvania State Police. Lieutenant Colonel Bivens.
Good evening. So let me describe for you a little bit about the scene that we have over there. As you know, there was a grandstand, a very large area, a lot of people there when this all unfolded. The former president had come out and begun to speak shortly after 6 o'clock this evening, and within about 10 to 15 minutes, a number of sounds were heard, and it became apparent that shots were being fired in that direction. It was a chaotic scene. Law enforcement, I believe, acted heroically, quickly identifying and neutralizing the threat, as well as responding to assist the various victims. PSP had a significant presence on the scene along with all of our federal partners at the time of the shooting. We have since enhanced that presence significantly, bringing in resources from all over the Commonwealth to ensure that we have a speedy, thorough investigation. We are working very closely with the FBI as we work through this. As you can imagine, because of the variety of crimes that have been committed, some are under federal jurisdiction, some are under state jurisdiction. And so, we're working through all of that, not an issue at all. We work seamlessly. But the FBI has maintained the lead on the attempted assassination. PSP will take the lead on the homicide and the shootings of the other individuals in the grandstand area.
No, it is. Why is everyone
and so
stuck
there are
here?
a lot of witnesses to be interviewed, a lot of things to be processed. There were some complicators that hopefully the next time we speak we can describe for you, but some complicators that slowed down some of the processing and the positive identification of the shooter. But know that at this time we have no reason to believe that there is any other existing threat out there. We are doing everything we can to make sure that this is thoroughly investigated, and that if there is any information developed that anyone else was involved, that between PSP and the FBI, that will very quickly be followed up on. So I think at this time we would open it up to questions from all of you.
Was this a lone wolf attack?
Again, I think it's too early to say that. We have one shooter tentatively identified, but we're not stopping there. We're following up on a lot of information. It will be some time until we can conclusively say or answer that question, I think. Again, that will all be part of the investigation, but that will all be part of the investigation. But I can tell you that preliminarily it appears everything unfolded very quickly. So, again, we'll have more information on that, but it's just too early to start definitively saying this happened at this exact time. That's correct. We'll have that information
I don't understand why these guys are going so slow.
Outside of the security
Can you comment on reports that there were people who saw someone on the roof and tried to alert authorities?
We're following up on those. I will tell you that I am aware of those, and I am aware that law enforcement had responded to a number of reports of suspicious activity. The specific response to this will be all part of the after action, but yes, law enforcement was responding to check on several suspicious occurrences.
What were the other suspicious occurrences?
That'll all be part of the investigation.
So you said that you're close to identifying the shooter. Could you at least confirm that he is from Butler County, Pennsylvania? Is there anything else? Did he have any affiliation with that company, as you know?
So again, we're not prepared at this time to provide the identity of the potential shooter. We're in the process of doing the confirmation, and once we have the confirmation, we'll release the name officially to the press. But at this time, we can't give any further information on the potential shooter. No, it's a matter of doing biometric confirmations. So there was no identification on the individual, as an example. We're looking at photographs right now, and we're trying to run his DNA and get biometric confirmation on.
Would you be able to comment just what police found left behind? Like any possible devices?
I think I know why.
Did you find any extra guns? Just anything else you'd be willing
Too
to
heavily
comment?
loaded.
Not at this time. No, we're still in the process of an active investigation, so we'd like to reserve releasing any information like that until we have more facts.
Today, is there any heightened threat level or critical threat level that you guys were aware of more so than what is typical for an event like this?
From the FBI's perspective, no. We did not have any specific threat information related to this event.
Can I ask, you talked about how it happened so quickly, and we know that there is at least 2 casualties, including the gunman at this point, that we're aware of. It could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. So I think the credit goes to not only the Secret Service, who was on site, but also the state and local partners who were there on site and were able to react immediately when the incident occurred.
Do you know how many officers fired their weapons?
I do not.
I understand that it's very early and there still would be a lot of questions, but I mean, is this a failure of security?
Really, at this point, we're not going to make that assessment. There's an active investigation. A lot of things need to occur investigatively to make those determinations of what, if any, failures there were. So we can't comment on that at this time.
So you can't say if Secret Service had checked those buildings, or we're keeping a close eye, or?
Really have to defer to Secret Service for those questions.
At the AGR property prior to the event? And were there police at that location at any point during the event?
Are you saying the location where the shooter was located? Yes. I don't have any information on that. You'd have to defer to Secret Service.
When do you think you will release? When will the name of the shooter be released? I mean, any inkling of when that might happen, tomorrow, or?
So that'll be, as soon as we've confirmed 100%, we're willing to release that. So if we have, as far as the contact information for the press, we should be able to do that within the next few hours, I imagine.
I'm sorry. So there was a vehicle being checked not far from here. We've also heard a possible related scene in Bethel Park. Is there anything you can tell us
Again, right now, we're tracking down all leads and doing all interviews and tracking anything that we can regarding suspicious locations, vehicles, locations, interviewing individuals. So it's all related to this event, but I can't confirm or deny anything that's going on beyond that.
Can you tell us about the weapon that the shooter used?
As far as the details of the weapon,
Yeah, what kind of rifle was it?
do you want to comment on that?
What did he use?
No, until it's confirmed, I wouldn't comment on it.
Okay, yeah, until we have the confirmation of who the shooter is, and we'll release that as part of the investigative details later.
You said that you guys are deploying extra resources, and one of the things that you said was bomb technicians. So is this standard procedure, or do you have reason to believe that there are bombs somewhere in Butler County? Can you just walk us through that?
It's primarily standard procedure of any suspicious packages. In this case, there was identification of suspicious packages around where the shooter was, and so we deployed, in an abundance of caution, bomb assets
these cars are
to make
shit,
sure that
bro.
those were cleared
Can't get up the hill.
for investigators to move safely in the area. We're still working on, it's still an active crime scene, so I'm not going to say that the scene is 100% clear at this time.
Why are there any Secret Service agents here right now for this press conference?
The Secret Service wasn't available for the press conference at this time.
I understand
What packages are you talking about? You're talking about packages, but the suspicious packages like what here for the shooter?
Really anything. I don't have specifics on what they were looking at, but you know, there's people in the crowd will leave bags as they're fleeing the scene like this. So any suspicious packages we have to treat as it may be an explosive device.
And probably, this goes in, I guess, the Secret Service, we're not going to talk about it, I guess, but when you guys jumped into action, all along was hit and were able to take down that shooter. How quickly did everybody jump in and who ended up taking him out?
So it was immediate, and we're still trying to figure that out. So we'll wait till we have more definitive information regarding that investigatively.
What about the person in the crowd? Do you have any information about how they were killed?
My understanding was it was from the shooter, but again, those will be details that are released later.
Do you search homes or apartments as a part of your method of identifying the individual?
So if that's where the leads take us, absolutely.
Was Donald Trump hit with a bullet, do you know for sure, or was it potentially something else that could have?
I don't have that specific information as far as the injuries to the former president.
I understand you're not releasing the suspect's identification right now, but as you know, is this person known to you guys? Is he somebody that you guys have been looking at due to threats he's possibly made online, et cetera, et cetera?
Again, the information that we currently have, we're looking at that obviously very intently, and as we know that information, we'll release that as well. So we'll need to plan another time for a follow-up press conference. We're looking at all investigative leads and everything from, and that's why we asked the public, because I'm sure there'll be cell phone video, there'll be all kinds of information that we'll use to fully flesh out exactly what happened here.
I know you're saying you can't say what type of a gun it is, but do you know how many shots were fired?
I don't.
And
I don't have that information as far as, that'll come out in the investigation as well.
Is there identification tonight on the other victims?
As far as the civilians,
Civilians that were injured and killed?
yeah.
So we do have identification on those. We're not prepared to release it at this time. We have notified a number of family members, but they have not had an opportunity to notify extended family and things. I would confirm for you that we did have one individual killed, and I know I heard somebody say about 2 victims. There were 3 in total besides the former president. So 2 critically wounded, 1 killed.
At this point, do you know if they were sitting near each other and where in relation to the former president were?
I don't have their exact seating by individual. Again, that'll all be part of the investigation, but their shots were scattered somewhat, and so they weren't just into one particular location.
you're saying just one fatality as of right now?
Yes,
The shooter and one fatality.
the shooter plus 1 fatality.
Oh, thank you.
So there was 1 victim of the shooter who was killed, and then the shooter was killed. Yes, ma'am.
Witnesses say they saw a semi-automatic rifle used by the shooter. Can you share any more details of it? That's what
I've heard those reports as well, and again, we do have a good idea of what the weapon was, but again, that's all part of the ongoing investigation.
Well, I would hope
And
you
I'm
would
not
have
trying
the
to be
weapon,
cagey
considering
about
you
that.
shot the guy in the head.
You know, when the SAC talked about the need to be very methodical and to be cautious with that scene, we are doing just that. We don't want anybody else getting hurt, and candidly, there are some concerns that we'll be able to talk more about later on about just what those concerns are and continue to be.
After the talk to the shooter whose family yet?
That's all part of the investigation.
After the event, there were a lot of really angry people. Are you monitoring? Have there been any threats in response to this? Are you worried? Have there been any specific threats?
That's certainly a concern, and you know, we're monitoring that whole situation. I mentioned that we're bringing a lot of assets to bear, and so like the FBI utilizing their analysts, we also have the Pennsylvania Criminal Intelligence Center. We will utilize the resources of our intelligence division and the Criminal Intelligence Center to be able to monitor for concerns about any threats, regardless of the side of the issue or the political spectrum. We want to make sure that we try and avoid any further violence.
But no, nothing specific so far?
No, sir.
Without identifying them by name, can you say anything about the other folks who were injured or killed? Were they adults, men, male, female, anything at all?
They were adults, and they're male.
All three?
Yes.
How difficult the day is just for your department now, where all your departments are going to talk to these family members, including the civilians who were gunned down while they just went to a rally to try and, celebrate against the upcoming election? What are those conversations like, and how do you kind of get through that?
We have trained investigators, and we're partnered hand in hand with the FBI, again, because we've got some federal violations, some state violations, and so our investigators are going out and methodically. We have a large team of investigators that are going out, dividing up these interviews and trying to conduct them as quickly as possible, and then there will be follow-ups. With the FBI asking for people to call in tips, I have no doubt that we will receive a lot of additional information that will also require follow-up. But again, we're working very well together, and it's only a short matter of time until we get through all of those interviews.
How close and cold was it for President Trump?
There were no police hit with bullets.
From your experience, how close and cold was it for?
I'm not going to speculate or comment on that.
Have any of you talked to the president? Did any of you have any kind of reaction?
No.
Which law enforcement agencies were tasked with securing this particular rally outside of the United States Secret Service?
Well, Secret Service always has the lead on
now.
securing something like this, but then they work very closely. And I hate to use the word routine, but it is a fairly routine matter for all of our agencies to work jointly with the Secret Service. And it really depends on the venue, on what information is out there, what number of resources are devoted to it, and we work with them to provide whatever is requested by the Secret Service, but they're the lead in that security.
Was there anything about this venue that made it particularly difficult to secure?
I would defer to the Secret Service to answer that. They would have done the initial assessment.
Was the rooftop part of what was being secured? Was the rooftop, given its proximity to the event, part of that process?
It's my understanding that was outside of the perimeter.
Did this shooter have any previous criminal history?
We're not going to comment on anything about the shooter.
Did any agency deny Trump's team extra security? Any of the agencies that are out there?
Not that I'm aware of.
If Trump had been the nominee already, would he have had additional security for this event?
There again, Secret Service has the lead, and I'm not going to comment or speculate on what may or may not be provided at any given point, depending on their status as a candidate. What I will tell you is that in my experience, the Secret Service does an excellent job of maintaining security on protectees. They're very cautious. They don't hesitate to ask for resources, and candidly, we don't hesitate to supply those resources.
Colonel, you're asking for the public's help. Can you elaborate and be more specific about what you'd really like to see from the public? If it's videos, photos, personal accounts?
I think the videos and photos would be very helpful, and I think that once the shooter is identified, anyone that has specific information on that shooter, that would be very helpful as well to help us assess motive. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we are absolutely not taking for granted that this was a lone wolf attack, and so we would be looking for any additional information that might point us toward anybody else that may have had a hand in this.
Sir, at this point, what is the main focus of the investigation? What's the most important thing for you right now, a few hours?
Well, there's not any one single focus. I mean, certainly the immediate focus was life safety, getting the former president out of there and to care, getting care to the other victims, and trying to secure the scene as quickly as possible. It shifted then from a life safety priority to then an investigative priority. And so I guess if I had to point to where we are right now, the single greatest priority would be to identifying a motive and whether there was anyone else involved.
We're just beginning the political season. Are you guys concerned with all of these rallies that happen and how they're set up? Is this going to change maybe the venues?
Again, I would refer you to the Secret Service in terms of what they work out with the campaigns. We will
Bro, how many
continue to
goods do they
supply
fucking need
resources, as I'm
for
sure
tomorrow?
the
Then it is.
FBI will, and local partners as well.
When this was announced, it was, there was quite a few days of a heads up that people were getting ready to come to this truck rally. From a law enforcement perspective, when you announce a big event like this, all that time in advance, like a week out, does it give people more time to plan something like this?
Well, I suppose, but there's a balance, I would think, that any of the campaigns on either side try to weigh. I mean, the point of them announcing it, I suspect, is because they want the crowd, and so it's not up to us in law enforcement to tell them when they should announce or how they should announce or how they should conduct it. We offer our best advice.
All right, I'm going,
Again,
fuckers.
working hand
Thanks so
in
much
hand
for
with
hanging
Secret
out.
Service, offer our best advice
like
of how best to secure and protect that
6:20 in the
venue.
morning.
Sir,
Fuck my
considering
life.
how-
Piece of fuck.